We're going to be hopping in on the game. So we're going to be picking up where we left off on Farming Simulator. We are running only official Giants mods. So while you do see a ridiculously long list of mods here, it's almost exclusively just vehicles that Giants has had in their games in the past versions. And then, like, the official DLC. So there's no anything. I've got these ones down here, but they're not activated. And we just do that because, for those who don't know, when Farm Sim 25 came out, a bunch of people raised Cain. They're like, they got rid of my favorite tractor. They got rid of all these things. Yeah, because the size of the game keeps getting bigger and bigger as they add more and more. So what they'll usually do is when they have a major version, like, you know, Farming Simulator 22, Farming Simulator 25, Farming Simulator 19, usually what they'll do is they'll take a bunch of the vehicles out and then make them available as free downloads in their workshop. It does take them a couple of weeks to a month or whatever for those to start showing up, but they do give you those vehicles. They just don't include in the base installation so that, you know, you don't get the people complaining, trying to install Farming Simulator and going, why is this game 500 gigabytes? Well, yeah, we had to include like 800 tractors. That said, it's not that biggie when you do that stuff. And thank you, Cuz Jackie, for the 30 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means like a lot. Did I miss any stream streaks? I don't think so. But yeah. Now, we are playing on the new Scottish map. So there's a new map from the Scottish Highlands. We've now got like the addition of fieldstone walls. And hedges and all that, so you can, you know, go for that aesthetic of your farm. They look great. Fishing has been added to the game, both as a fishing pole and aquaculture. We have done a lot of the fishing pole one, but because we are playing on sweaty try-hard settings and all that stuff, we have yet to get to the point of affording the aquaculture stuff. It does look like the aquaculture stuff is more late game than I would have anticipated. Making fish food, which is a kind of prerequisite for all that stuff, unless you feel like shipping fish food all the time, is pretty laborious. It's got, you have to have oil, you have to have flour, and you have to have soybean, which means you need 2 production lines before you start your fishing production line. So that is an interesting thing. I've heard it's actually fairly lucrative. So it does feel like they've made it a late game thing, which is an interesting decision. I don't think it's necessarily a good or a bad decision. I think it's a little rough for their purposes of selling the DLC because not many people get that late game in Farm Sim. You have to be like pretty into it. But at the same time, it does mean for people who do get into it, you've got something as a chase thing later, because generally speaking, the only chase things we've got right now is stuff like making cake. But where we left off, we do own this little field here. I believe right now it's oats in there. Yeah. Which is just some... Hi, doggy. Which is just something we're doing as a stopgap until we can switch it over to wheat. We got our tent so we can actually sleep. And most importantly, we got our dog, which we have decided is going to be Sir Nico the Great. Because, of course, he has genuinely been knighted. And he's cute, adorable dog who is now running on into... Okay. I mean, of course, very dog things, it's going to sit in the middle of the road. Actually, it's more cat-coded than dog, but, you know, they both do it. Oh, do we actually have the tornado? We're in a month that we're supposed to have a tornado, or they were... Yep, yeah, we do have the tornado. So you just immediately... Alright, I wanted to look at the tornado. I wasn't looking to teleport directly inside of it. But yeah, for those who don't know, with Farm Sim 25, they did add natural disasters. Now, before everyone's like, oh no, it's going to destroy the town and all that stuff, they fortunately didn't enable that because it would be particularly cruel in this game. But if we do see it cut over some trees, it will trash the trees and all that. Except, I think the tornado literally is just... No, it's... Oh, is it going away from me? Yeah, it's very slowly making it over that way. You see that guy there? That's how you die in real life. Right now, this person, they're dying. Because if you're driving directly into the body of a tornado, you are dead. You are 100% making yourself eligible for Darwin Awards. But I kind of want to give that a moment to pop over here to where it will interact with the trees. Now, I could speed this up, but I actually don't want to speed it up because we got some contracts we can do today. Meanwhile, while that's slowly working its way over, I've got two contracts I want to take for harvesting fields. And for those who missed late on in the day yesterday, we did give up stuff. Storm chasing is a Sid and is wild. Well, yeah, and plus, the storm chasing, maybe back here, is probably as close as you'd want to get. Even this, you're solidly in the danger zone. That dude just went, you know, singing into the arms of an angel and drove straight into the body of the tornado. Just speed up time a little bit. Interesting, so it should be breaking those. Maybe it's the trees on the new map don't have the models for being broken. Or it could be a settings thing. Either way, but yeah, normally when it goes through, you'll actually see these trees, they'll have a different model where the top is snapped off. And you'll get way less wood out of the tree. But yeah, so you got the two disasters we have right now are tornadoes and hail. They mostly don't do that much, in all honesty, but they're just a little something to flavor, to spice. But it's not something that you have like a counterplay to it. So with that said, I did grab 2 contracts to harvest fields. We got field 4 over here, and we've got field... Where is the second one? I did accept it, right? Field 4 and 7. So I got field 4 up there. Where is field 7? And 7 up here. So that works out, because those are both really close to where we need to be. So let's grab our harvester. Where did I leave the head of my harvester? Okay. Okay, that's fine. So we'll grab our harvester. We're going to go get those done. And as I mentioned before, I am under the impression that we have grossly underestimated how absurdly lucrative fishing can be. That the 100 fish milestone may not be the highest milestone. That is the rumors I have heard. I have not confirmed these, which is one of the things we're going to do pretty early on it, because I believe we are pretty high up on the trash collection. Yes, we're at 182 trash and 100 fish released. So if those rumors are true, in 18 more pieces of trash chucked, I should get a massive payout. Which should be good, because I'm pretty broke. And we're using some pretty scuffed tools right now. And if the payout's anything like our last payout was, or more, which I'm under the impression it is significantly more, it genuinely could be buying a piece of land, slapping down a sawmill, and getting all the equipment to support it, and having money to spare levels of money. Now, one problem we do have is because we're in tornado weather, it is raining, so we're not going to be harvesting until the rain passes, which will most likely just fast forward. There's no point in fast forwarding quite yet. I might as well get my machines in place, and then we can fast forward. But like I said, the intention is I'm going to go ahead and have them start working these fields and all that, and we're going to do a bit of fishing and see if we can't knock out that 18 trash relatively quick, and see if the rumors are true. Now, that said, if the rumors are true, I'm not going to sit there and just blam out 100 fish, because that is like 3-4 hours of just standing there and fishing. And I don't want to do that, and I'm pretty sure people don't want to watch that. But I do think that justifies me changing the strategy with fishing and saying all fish get thrown in the water. All fish we mildly traumatize and then chuck back in the water. That's just what we do here now. Not even mildly traumatized. You put a hook through its mouth. It sounds absolutely awful. I say as someone who doesn't have like a moral objection to fishing, it is what it is. You know, You gotta eat, and they're made of food. Okay. Open our gate here real fast. And get our harvester's header attached. Okay, normally I will do the harvesting because it's one of those jobs that I think people find, you know, there's a certain catharsis of watching it. But we want to do this test, so I am going to go and just drive up here and say, hey, AI, that's a you problem, friend. So we're going to pop up here real fast, and the intention here, as I said, is we're going to do some quick fishing and try and get ourselves 18 pieces of trash. That shouldn't take us too terribly long to do, because I tend to seem to get trash like every other cast. And it could also be the thing that just every once in a while I gotta hop back down to the harvester and do it. But I would like to do this test, because whether we confirm it and we get a crap ton of money, and then that's just something that massively boosts our run forward, or we deny it, and then that's useful information, either way, that said, generally speaking, with the fishing in this game, pretty much always cast at the maximum distance. It does seem like it's just kind of a hard numerator type thing where the closer you cast to yourself, the longer it takes for a fish to bite. And apparently it makes it a bit faster to reel in, but like the guaranteed longer time for a bite is far worse than the reel in time. And it is sounding like the answer is, if the whole thing here is true about the increasing milestones maybe forever, if that is the case, release everything. So we've already got 10% of the trash that we were planning on grabbing is done. So this is going well. Because generally speaking, the fish, when you fish, they will give you, most of the time it'll be 100, but they can be 400, 100, or $200 if you keep it. But if you release it, you have milestones where you hit like 10 fish released, you'll get $1,000. 20 fish released, you'll get $5,000. 50 was 10,000 or 20,000 bucks. I can't remember. Like 100 is $75,000, and it just seems to continue to increase from there. And then there's theory that there isn't a capped milestone, that it just increments by a multiplier or whatever. I don't know if that's true. That's one thing we want to test. Okay, that's 3 out of the 18. That also means, weirdly, consistently catching trash could be one of the most lucrative ways of fishing. Not that that's something you could control. RNG is RNG. Okay, 14 to go. Now, if it's not true that it doesn't scale infinitely kind of thing, then what would end up, or doesn't continue to give you the milestones, then what you'd do is you'd get to 100 and then you'd keep all fish, which is what I was doing. But then people are like, don't do that. It keeps going. And I don't know if it's true. I want to find out, because that is some fun data, some fun ridiculous nonsense. We've got our harvester, regardless, is over there doing harvester things. So if it ends up being busted and we're not making any money from the fishing part right now, I'm still making money from harvesting a field. Because this would be good, because I was a little worried at the speed things were going. I like doing the slow, sweaty things. Alright, so 13. Like, I like doing the slow, sweaty challenges. But I also know there's only so much patience for when they get repetitious, because you don't have the money to mix it up as much. Because if you only have a lawnmower, as much as you want to do a whole bunch of things, you have a lawnmower, your options are to mow lawns, or to not do anything. So 12. So you're gonna lawnmower. And right now what we could do is we are able to farm the one field we have and then do contracts for a bunch of the things that are processes towards that. We can also fish. I can't log right now, and the reason I can't do that is while I do own a chainsaw, I don't own any property that has trees on it. If this does pay out the money that I've been told it's going to pay out, we'll probably have to have a poll on what we're doing with that money. Because it's going to be a lot, and it's not enough to do everything I would want, but it is enough to, like, properly jump something into, like, mid-game. Very genuinely with that money, I could buy a plot of land with all the trees, and not just get a lumber mill, but get, like, the actual proper lumber mill. Okay, 11 to go. Or, counter to that, I could go and buy the thing that I can put water in to get stone out of, and maybe also the thing to make castle brick. That might be pushing it. I could get... Like, I could go and get either, like, the flour mill or the oil mill, and then potentially 1 or 2 tiles of land. I could also buy the tile that has the windmill on it that you have to build, and put the lumber mill stuff on there, and start being able to work on both the castle and the lumber, and the windmill. There's a lot of options. Like, a lot of options. I could also just buy, like, 4 fields, and then maybe upgrade some of the more painful pieces of the equipment and just go hard farming. I don't think that's the right option. Like, buying a second field is certainly fine. But I think, like, full send just buying fields, I don't think would be a good thing. Because, genuinely speaking, in Farm Sim both 22 and 25, production lines are where the money's at. Like, you make money farming, but, like, for the money you can make having a field of wheat, having a flour mill, and having wheat to put in there, you'll get, like, 1.5 to 2 times the money that you would have gotten from that wheat. So it comes between buying a second field or taking your existing field and adding a flour mill with your existing crop. Usually that second, like, usually the flour mill would be better for your human time, because you'll take that field to get, like, 1.5-ish the money out of it, or the same amount of labor you were doing before. Versus, yeah, if you bought the second field, arguably you could double your money, but you've also doubled your work. And then if after that we go and we got a bakery, now again, we're taking about the same amount of effort. And I've lost track. I think we're at 9 more we have to get. You're taking the same amount of effort, and you're getting, like, the 1.5, and then on top of that 1.5 multiplicatively. So you're ending up at the end with, like, it's like 2.25 or whatever your initial value, and all you had to do was move the pallets from place A to place B to get your cash. Yep, we are solidly getting the trash. I think we're down to just 8 left, so we're over halfway. And you've only been doing this for, like, 10 minutes, if that. It's good to be a trash magnet, apparently. All you have to do is full send raccoon life. Ah, gross. A good fish. Who wants that? Getting just a full, like, sockeye like, full-size sockeye salmon or something. Why would I want that when I can get a tire? Or, like, a rotten buoy for a crab trap. I also looked to see if people have already made mods for the fishing. So far, they haven't. At least not that I've seen. It could be they haven't been approved yet on the actual store. Alright, so we're down to 7. But I'm going to have to take a quick detour, because this thing is about to fill up. So field 4, Where am I emptying field 4 out? Because I got 2 different contracts and they're going to different places. So field 4 is being emptied right around the corner. That's perfect. Like, literally, I'm just going on the other side of that, you know, white and red, like the red brick bottom building there. The closest building. It's the other side of that building is where my drop-off is. Like, not even past anything, like, literally the other side of that building. It's parking lot. So yeah, if the pacing keeps true with how much trash we've been pulling, when I finish this load and drop it off and put the AI back on to finish the field, we should have our answer about if there's another milestone after that and if it keeps going up at that one. Then we got Mohan Rai with the 260 stream streak. Thanks so much for catching the last 260 streams. I missed a single one. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. What I don't appreciate is the camera having difficulties with that power pole. A classic problem with any game that's got 3D elements in it. Where the final boss is always the camera. That's usually an enclosed spaces problem. Any game that you have lots of enclosed spaces and you're dealing with 3D, that you and the camera are a constant war. Alright, so drop that real fast. And this was canola I was getting? Yeah, this is a canola field. We're just gonna zip on up the road right here. Drop it off right around the corner. Normally you'd want a trailer and a tractor or semi and a trailer to do this. But we suffer from the chronic problem known as broke. So we don't have those things. So we just use our harvester to do it. Needless to say, I want to correct that problem. That'll be one of our next investments, is just to get a trailer so that when I'm harvesting, I can just leave the harvester doing its thing and just go back and forth with the tractor, because it'll save me a whole lot of real-life time and in-game time. Okay. Yeah, that'll be the hard call, is if we get this money that I'm expecting, like, I'm gonna come up with like at least 3 different paths we can take, and I'll let you all vote in which direction we go with it. Alright, we dropped off our first load. One more load and that field will be done. Now, this map does take place in Scotland, so if you notice I'm driving on the left side of the road, that's actually not something I'm used to at all. Like most of the maps in Farm Sim, that's just not a thing you worry about. So it does throw me for a loop. It's also a thing that, like, so much of the signage and, you know, road patterns and that are different than I'm used to. And it's been kind of a fascinating thing for me to see, like, oh, you know, both places have the same problems they're dealing with so far as, like, you know, making sure people respect crosswalks and how you mark different things. And while some of it's just like, oh, that's sign A versus sign B, not really anything to mention about it, there are some that, like, the pedestrian walkways, for example, where they've got, like, this kind of this squiggle pattern along the edges of the road leading up to a pedestrian crossway. It's like, oh, that's cool. To kind of, like, you can see you're approaching an area that you'd have pedestrians allowed to cross the road. So, you know, like, keep attention. Versus here in the US, we just have the crosswalk itself. Maybe you might have a sign leading up to it if it's, like, a blind corner or something like that, being like, you know, hey, yield for pedestrian or whatever. That kind of thing. But generally speaking here, most of the time it's just the crosswalk. And again, barring if there's a concern like higher speed limits or, you know, poor visibility or whatever. I should check. I think we're down to 7 more pieces of trash to see if our test is true. It'll be a little disappointing at this point if I find out it doesn't keep scaling. If it doesn't, that is absolutely fine. Let's check. So it should be 5 more pieces of trash to go. So I should have it here in just a minute, if it's a thing. Okay. And now that we're trying to get trash, we're getting nothing but fish. And the fish, we don't want to wait for the 200 fish. We are nowhere near that landmark. I stopped throwing the fish back at 100, and we just started doing that. So we're not grinding that out. We'll try for the 5 trash. We'll verify this. If it is a thing, then what it might be is every once in a while when we finish a day early enough, maybe I do like a couple of casts here and there. So we got 4 more. Because I do feel like just sitting there and grinding it out. I could see someone doing that. Like, I used to play back in the day when I played World of Warcraft. When my friends weren't online, my guildies weren't really online at the moment, or they weren't doing anything I was interested in. Or it's just, you know, I had something else I was doing that I only kind of half wanted to pay attention to the game. I used to do tons of fishing in World of Warcraft. Like, I got the achievements for, you know, catching the fish in both the Alliance and Horde major cities, and, like, a whole bunch of the other milestones. I, like, would always max out my fishing in the game. I could definitely see people playing this and kind of doing that same thing where, you know, they're watching some show and they're just doing this. It is a shame, though, that the minigame does kind of counter that a little bit, that you can only not pay attention so much. I do suspect we will get a mod pretty early on that just bypasses the minigame. Or automatically plays the minigame or whatever. Like, I would imagine, honestly, a fair compromise if you wanted to have a fair mod and you just didn't want to do the minigame. You'd have it when you cast, it would hook it, and then it would take, you know, 5-10 seconds before it actually gave you the end result. So it effectively took the time of the minigame, but didn't make you have to sit there and juggle it. Because the minigame's not hard. And imagine get repetitive. Let's see, did you ever win the Stranglethorn Valley weekly fishing tournament? Yes. More than once. That one you had to have, like, in a lot of cases, you had to have support people. That you would do your fishing, and you had, because I was on a PvP server, so you'd have to have people run interference to protect you, kind of thing, as well as harass other people, because they were going to do it to you. And thank you for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, no, it's because I was on a PvP server. No, actually, I did do it once on a not PvP server as well. But yeah, no, on a PvP server, you would genuinely have people deliberately harassing the people trying to do the tournament, you know, as a way of helping whomever they were supporting. There it is. Poseidon with a mop. You have collected 200 trash items for $500,000. Well, chat, we got decisions to make. Because we have $500,000 redos, which is not something I'm used to seeing in this style of run. For the record, fishing, overpowered as all get out. Absurdly overpowered, brokenly overpowered. I don't think they need to nerf it. If you want to put in the hours, that's a choice you get to make. So yeah, so I'm gonna say, with fishing, what fish do you throw back? All of them. Freaking all of them. Because if we do the math, if you pulled up every single fish, and it was worth $400, every single fish, if it was worth $400, which it's not, but we'll pretend that you get nothing but the best, and you got your 200 fish, that's $80,000 if my math in my head is right. So, on the counter, if I threw those all back, I get $500,000. Plus the small... Well, actually, you'd have to do all the different levels. I won't worry about the lower ones. Just the 75 and the 10,000, you'd get about $600,000 because you have the lower tier awards as well. So you get $80,000 or $600,000. And I might not be the smartest person with math, but I feel like the $600,000 is the bigger number. That's almost like getting the collectible figures in the original ones. Yeah, except like getting the collectible figures on like for the very first map in Farm Sim, that kind of thing. There's like 100 of the stupid things. It takes you literal hours to do it, and you have to have like a guide going the entire time. Actually, so I guess you would get the money faster doing the collectibles using the guide, but still. So decision-making time. The decisions we have. Let's do some maths. So we can go down here. And oh, you are way more expensive. Maybe we don't get the windmill. Cause that, well, actually, do you have a bunch of trees on you? What is the actual part of the tile? So the tile goes all the way up to the river. Okay. So that should be all right. So you go all the way up to the river. So we do actually have a pretty solid amount of trees on here. So if we were going to do any lumberjacking, this would give us the trees. So one option is to buy this tile, which we would then be allowed to start making the windmill as a major project. We would have enough money to spare to put down the small sawmill, the 36,000er sawmill. Yes, it'd be the small sawmill. That'd be 36. That'd put us just a bit under, and then we could probably get some type of trailer or winch or whatever to drag the logs in there. So that's one option. We get tile 60. We go windmill things. So that's wood cutting and windmill. Another option would be to just go grab like this tile and this tile. That's about 300,000. So massively expand our farm and then spend the rest to get not scuff equipment. Like we won't be able to do that much, but go from like the tiny little weeder to getting the bigger hoe, to go from like the tiny little fertilizer thing to getting a proper sprayer and all that stuff. That would be a second option to just expand our fields to get these three here. I think we would do just because location, location, location. Another option would be we go up here to tile 71, which just has a bunch of junk buildings on it. We'd sell those. That actually will pocket an extra 70-ish thousand. So there's a little bit of cheese going on there, but then I could put production line stuff in place of here. So realistically, with that, I would probably get some greenhouses. We would probably get... well, actually, probably not go that way. The other one, if we want to go to production lines, we would go here. And we would probably buy... we'd go the route of buying the existing quarry, which I think is like 200,000 or something. Yeah, 200,000. And then go for the stone mason, which is 300. So I wouldn't be able to get both, but we'd start that process of going down that line, because those are going to be requirements for a lot of the building production. We could buy the existing sawmill, and then a tile that just has trees. Yeah, which would be fine. We can't really get, unfortunately, with the fishing stuff, I can't really get there. If I was to pursue that one, we would be getting the windmill or building our own. Let's see, are you also having problems with stream, or is this one of those few safe spots? Oh, yeah, no, oh, no, we haven't been having problems with that. I had a problem because I was doing a test earlier, but it's been fine otherwise. Hey, Alistair! Thank you so much for the raid and all that. Can we get a shout out for Alistair, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Didn't catch what you were up to today. But if we get that shout out, that'd be awesome. All right. So what I'll do is we'll get some options up here of what we're gonna choose. Here, I can get it. If no one else is already on it. A shout out for Alistair, who was doing some Whiskerwood. You were quite literally mice engineerings. I do hope you had some fun with Whiskerwood. Really, really good times and all that stuff. But that said, yeah, let's see. Yeah, no down detector and Twitch spiked hard for the last 5 streams you're watching. Got hit hard. Interesting. I'm wondering if that isn't Twitch itself, but something kind of like in between places. And the reason I say that is I know a lot of people. I was hanging out with Salford Sal before stream, and I know they had like 2 or 3 people who Twitch was being utterly miserable for them, but like for everyone else they were having no problems. And so it very well could be that there is some, like, one of their ingest servers might be having a problem, or there might be some internet infrastructure issue going on. Because I know while a bunch of people were complaining, I shouldn't say a bunch, a couple people were complaining, generally speaking, I wasn't having, like, any issues whatsoever, and there was a lot of people who weren't. So, like, maybe something like a transatlantic line is damaged, or whatever. Or again, some ingest server is throwing a fit. Because we definitely have had that plenty of times in the past. Where, like, you'll be connected to, like, the Washington node and it starts throwing a fit, so you switch over to the New York node. And unfortunately, from the streamer side, you have to, like, end your stream and start your stream again to switch, switch ingest servers. The game was nice. It crashed twice for you. But a reasonable stream at 3 a.m. Gotcha. I don't think we got... No, I think I got Whiskerwood to crash once. We played that for like a good 3-4 streams, 5 streams, whatever it was. And we did have one crash, I think. And I think that was it. So sorry to hear it was crashing for you. Oh, that's once now. Yeah, gotcha. But it's not that bad. Yeah, no, we didn't have... I think we had like a bug or 2, but they were all pretty mild bugs. It's not like some of these games when they come out in early access and you hit a bug and your save file gets corrupted, or, you soft lock the entire game or whatever. Nothing extreme like that. Yeah, no, exactly. It was mostly like visual stuff. I think I had like one time that the mice were taking like a weird path, or I had a more efficient route for them and they were just taking the long way around. But I'm guessing that was more whenever they... Because, for the record, a lot of games, if they don't, absolutely make your computer die performance-wise, when it comes to the pathfinding, they don't recalculate it every single time. Usually what they'll do is they'll have some triggering event that tells the game, oh, it's time to recalculate this path. And I don't know what Whiskerwood does, but my guess is the mouse started to do its path before that pathfinding refreshed. And so it's just taking the long route because it hadn't refreshed yet. But yeah, you have a lot of games that, like, when you build a new road, it'll reset all the pathfinding related to that previous road, that kind of thing. You had one more significant, is apparently if you send an approval at the end of the day, you get what you spent on it, but the approval isn't spent. Oh, interesting. That seems mildly to significantly abusable. I have left my trailer behind. Alright. But yeah, so we got an ad break coming up. And what I'm going to do is, after the ad break, we're going to do a poll about where this windfall of cash that we got from collecting trash is going to go. Because we got options. We got quite a few options, actually. Like, you unlock a thing at a town hall, you spent 150 approval, that it isn't actually gone, but yeah, it's easy to just be like, I won't abuse it. Yeah, no, exactly. It's one of those things like, oh yeah, that's a pretty bad bug, but also it's a bug that most likely you as the player chooses to abuse. Like, you could accidentally do it, certainly, which is how you discover it. But like, once you recognize it, be like, oh yeah, I'm just not going to abuse that. Like, you know, in Farm Sim, where you can buy a field that's got crops on it. So you buy the land, you harvest the crops, and then you sell the land back for the same price that you bought it, and just repeat it to get free money. I mean, you still work the field, so not super free money, but relatively free money. And there's lots of exploits like that you can do in the game. But it's something you, the player, makes the decision that you are going to abuse it or not. But that's the classic, you know, players will always min-max the fun out of games. Or not, they will always. Players can always min-max the fun out of games. Yeah, no, exactly. But at the same time, like, for the player who's going out of the way to exploit that, it's like, whatever. You can also just go into your edit, like your save file, and just open in text editor and be like, alright, I have $2 million now. Or you can go and get like the government subsidy mod where it just cuts you a check every month. Or you can go in and just build a bunch of solar panels. Or you can go in, you get the idea. There are so many ways to just kind of hand yourself relatively free cash that it's like, hey, if you want to play that way, that's fine. For me personally, playing games, I found when I've got the things I want, it kind of is the point that the game starts being as fun, because I don't have something to pursue, something to chase after. So I'm very cognizant of, I would not give myself whatever the end game thing I'm pursuing early, because then I don't have that thing to pursue. Now, it doesn't mean I don't want to have it, play with it, do all that stuff. But, you know, it'd be playing like a game like Path of Exile, and like giving yourself the end game equipment. And then you're just like, okay, well, sure, I get to see the monsters get deleted really fast, but other than number get bigger, there's not really something for me to do now. Like, I'm just deleting the screens. Like, the progression is done. Where's the gate that gets into this place? Did I miss it on that side? Because that side's a railroad track. Does it open here to, like, this parking lot? This is a weird field. Let's see. Yeah, the one thing that you've met that's actually annoying is sometimes buildings will tell you they can't be built because there's something there when there isn't. Interesting. That is a very inconvenient entrance to this place. I don't think we ran into that. I did have situations where, because I was building underground a lot, I did have quite a few situations where it was kind of hard to tell where I could and couldn't build, because I would go to build something that's taller than one tile, and it was really hard for me to discern if there was a tile of, you know, soil or whatever still in place above it, blocking it or whatever. Especially since there's a lot of buildings in Whisker Wood that aren't squares or cubes or whatever, that they'll have like an L shape or whatever. And so where you could have stuff and not wasn't always super clear. Alright, so what I'm going to do here real fast is I'm going to start getting a poll together on what we're putting. I'm going to use the other polling tool. I'm just not going to ask questions and let the AI do their thing. Alright. That way people can vote for multiple and all that. And plus then I can still see chat while I'm coming up with options, have more than 4 options, yada yada. Or more than 5 options. What are we buying? Okay. Oh, I typed in the wrong place, but what are we buying in the things? What are we buying? Alright, so windmill plus sawmill. is one of our options. Okay, so we've got one of our options for the things we're buying, like I said, is we go down here, we buy this tile in a little sawmill, and like whatever I can drag a log, probably a winch, and that would be like literally the full investment. That'd be $500,000 gone. But it's a very large tile, lots of trees. This windmill effectively becomes a flour mill, ultimately in the long run, but it's a special one you build. That'd give me my wood production to work on both the castle and the windmill, and I can't work on the windmill unless I buy that tile. So that'd be the first one. So that's basically going into logging, to be clear. We could buy 2 fields plus equipment upgrades would be another option. So we could spend our money buying field 30 and 31. That'd wipe us out for about 300,000 there, and we'd spend the extra 200,000 like getting a better weeder, getting a better, fertilizer. You get the idea. We would upgrade what equipment we can. It'd be a little bit limited on what we can upgrade, but we'd get what we can. We can also go and check on the businesses here. So we could get the quarry. And the quarry was 235,000. So we get the quarry. Where is the quarry located on the map? Yeah, and the quarry is on a tile you can't buy. That's fine. So we could get the quarry. Selling station stones? What? I can't imagine you buy the stones and sell them here. And thank you, Zebby for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. And thank you so much for that. Let me check. I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So what I want to find is those stones. Because not stones. It's like big stones or large stone or something like that. It's not the castle stones. Big stones. Hey, all the places that buy it are not nearby. So what are you? Because I got on the map here. Selling station stones. Selling station stones. Let's check this. I believe I can change it to this. Oh, so selling station stones will buy regular old little stones for a fistful of nickels. Good to know. Alright, so that would be... The quarry is 235. That would not be everything we get. Now, we could have it where we get the quarry with the intent of immediately following up with, after the quarry, would take a little while to get the castle stones production. And so the castle stones be the stone mason. You're like 350? Okay. So it'd be quarry slash stone mason, but parentheses later because I can't afford the stone mason after that. So we'd get the quarry. We get whatever I need to run. It should be like a water tank or whatever. And that would be that. So that's another option. So another option would be to go up to tile 71. Clear all this crap off of it. And then on that one, it'd be 71 or lot. We'll just say greenhouses. Greenhouses. And this is a trickier one to calculate because this one would be about 100,000 here. But the catch is when we sell that stuff, we would get about 70 or something $1,000 back. I don't know the exact amount. We get our money back. So this tile will be closest to free. And we'd have 500,000, and we could put a full set of greenhouses on it, and probably have some expansion equipment we can do. You're a pretty large. Well, we could probably get that one, and then potentially go for the sawmill. The fish farming would be nice, but that seems like a long road. Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality. Is the fish farming stuff is kind of endgame, unfortunately. Yeah, so we could go here, and we could set up all the greenhouse stuff. Ooh, actually, you know what? There might be something we can do with this. Let's check the businesses here. Yeah, so we got vegetable processing. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the vegetable processing won't work. Da-da-da-da. Huh. Well, that's a bummer. So we could get the production line there. We could get the greenhouses. And then, in addition to the greenhouses, let's check the construction costs. We could go the route of getting down here the greenhouses. And so you get a couple of them, that'd be like 36,000. It'd probably get like 4 of them between the different types. And then what we could do is pop in here. So not the vegetable processing place. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, that's oil input. Never mind, that makes sense. Yeah, not the fish food factory, because unfortunately we won't have the things to support it. We won't have the things to support those. We won't have the onions, spinnery, sugar mill, sawmill. What I'm looking for here... Yeah, so you get the preserved food factory, but how much does the actual one cost? 300,000? And that would allow me to start producing kimchi and such. So that'd be another option, would be greenhouses. Greenhouses and, food preservation. That's going like full production line stuff. So that's another option on the list. Let's see what we've got here. So basically, we've got the idea of expanding the farm just itself, getting equipment, going into wood cutting down here with the plans of making the windmill, going into the quarry / stonemason. Is the quarry a profitable endeavor? It is. I don't know how lucrative it would be, because if we look at the stone quarry on our list over here. So with the stone quarry, where are you at? It's just water in, blocks out. Water is free. And so we get 25 big rocks per, whatever. So we'd have to do the math of how many rocks you get per cycle out of that. So that would be a bunch. We could then go down to prices here to big stones, and they sell for several hundred each. So you get the idea. That should be profitable. I don't think it's going to be like massive quantities of money profitable, but it should be profitable. And then, if we took it the next step farther to get the thing that makes the castle bricks are another big uptick. That'd take time. So it's actually probably decent money, but I don't feel like sitting there and really doing the math. It's going to be profitable. It's just a matter of whether it's like printing cash profitable or just generally profitable. So let's see. What are the other routes of stuff we could take? One of the other options would be to just go, we will need the castle bricks to build the castle. And that is one of our dare drops, is to build the castle. That's going to be the project that takes the longest, by a stretch, I would imagine. Yeah, I feel like if we're doing the lumberjacking, I'm going to commit to the windmill, because almost all these like really good tiles for lumberjacking as is are all really expensive. So if I'm going to go ahead and be plunking down $250,000 anyways, I might as well plunk down the $250,000 where I also start the windmill process. I mean, there's some smaller ones over here that I guess wouldn't be terrible. But I kind of want to stay down in this region of the map for the time being, just because that's where my existing stuff is. And if I have to go from here over to there to do a project and then back over here constantly, that'll get really old real fast. So what are we thinking, chat? What other things can we put on here? So like I said, we can get the woodworking and the windmill. We can expand our farm and upgrade our equipment. We can get the quarry and the stonesmith. Well, the quarry would be immediately, and the stonesmith not too far after it. Where is the stonesmith, by the way? Okay, not too far. I think I have too many options. Might be worth narrowing it down to 3 choices. And otherwise, the greenhouse preservation. You know what? I'm gonna leave it with the 4. I know that's probably more than I should, but I feel like that'll be fine. We are using the this third-party tool that I like, that I can have it where you can vote for multiple things and all that. So we got the poll up. So yeah, so that we got those options there, and to like review what those options are, the very first option is we buy tile 60 here. I chuck down a sawmill, we get a thing to drag logs, and we start doing the, you know, wood blocks, planks, all that, and we start working on both building the windmill and the castle. That's the first option. The second option is we buy fields 30 and 31, and then whatever money I've got left, I start upgrading. And you can vote for up to 3 of them. Just, you know, do like the number of options there. The next one after that is we buy the quarry, and when able, buy the stonemason, and we start lugging stone back and forth to make the money that way. That's also going to be a requirement for the castle and all that eventually. We're not quite to that step, but that should make decent money. And then the last option is we buy tile 71, we knock down all the buildings there, we plunk down like 4 greenhouses and a food preservation building, and probably a water thing there, and we just basically go into making kimchi. And that would be extremely lucrative, like extremely, extremely lucrative. It would be me running pallets back and forth, so whatever you think. But like I said, you can vote for up to 3 options. You just don't... It shows like the comma thing. I think you have to have spaces between the numbers or it doesn't know what to do with it. But you can vote for up to 3. So if there's one you don't like, you can vote for the other 3. If there's one that you specifically do want, you can vote for it. If you want to vote for 2, that's fine. But we'll let that poll go for about 5 minutes and then do that. You have long since finished doing what you're doing, so I'm paying you just to sit there. That is certainly good business owner behavior, of just paying your staff to sit around because you don't have work for them. One and 3 for sure. Yeah, no, we're definitely having a lot of people pushing for 1 and 3. I think either way those will be interesting. Both of them will have like, we put some effort into them, and then there'll be like a waiting period. So like for the sawmill, once I build it and I fill the sawmill, there's no point in me cutting down more trees. So then we would go on to do other things while we wait for it to process. Then, you know, we'd load up the logs and all, or we'd load up all the production, run it over the our place. I was looking at, actually, yeah, I was looking at like, if I bought the existing sawmill on the map. I want to say that's like 300,000. Where's the option for all doggo treats and toys? Sadly, FarmSim doesn't believe in doggo treats. Only pets. Only pets and filling the food dish for free. All the pets, though. Yeah, so currently it's looking like it's, the windmill sawmill combo is just slightly ahead of the quarry and stonemason, and the later is just, I would need a little bit of time to be able to afford the stonemason. We would definitely have the quarry set up immediately, but the stonemason would take just a bit more time to afford. And the good news is that's a production line thing where, again, I just shove water into it and then money comes out. So that's kind of like the greenhouses in the point. It should just be a source of income. The question is if it's a good source of income or an okay source of income. I don't think it'll be a loss or anything like that. Like, just water is free. So the input is free. The only cost is the operating, and it doesn't seem like it to be that high. Most of the buildings, the cost of actually operating the building is dirt cheap. Interestingly enough, the actually farming the fields is the one that's gotten the least love, which is fair. That's the same thing we've had in Farm Sim forever. So, you know, for variety is the spice of life, it's flour. Yeah, no, we'll have to haul the big stone. Luckily, there is a forklift that is just a free forklift on the map. Like, it's not mine, you can use it, though. And so I would just take it and drive it down there, because it does look like the, stonemason thing when we get it is just down the road. Obviously, if we're talking about the other stuff, it's a good thing. Yeah, the farming of the farm sim is built on. It's nice to see variety. Enjoy watching game. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's like you've been able to see this type of content in farm sim for somewhere in the ballpark of, you know, like, since the original version. It's gotten nicer over the years, and there's more variety within the crops and all that. But the put harvester on field and make crop go. That's been around for a while. Versus, like, the quarry, I believe, is new to this map where you get the big rocks. The castle brick is brand new. The windmill is, you know, a special project that's brand new to this map. The castle's a, you know, special thing for this map. The greenhouses and food preservation. The greenhouses are not new. They've been around for a very long time. But the food preservation, I think, was Farm Sim 22? So again, that's one of those ones, it's like, it's been around a while. People have seen a lot of it. And we already do still own a field, so you're still going to get to see at least a little farming. No, it's looking very heavily like we're leaning towards the windmill sawmill combo. Oh, and I've lost track of time. Yeah, windmill sawmill has 1. I said I was going to give it 5 minutes, and it's at 7, and it just led the entire time. Okay, so we're going to finish the poll. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be moving into getting the windmill sawmill going. Are the onion machines interesting, or are they just potatoes part 2? My understanding is they're a little bit nicer than the potatoes are, but very vaguely speaking, it is a similar animal, which isn't surprising. They're a similar animal in real life too. You gotta get the green bit off the top. All right, so you get to work here because I have money to spend. All right, so let's go here. And step 1 is goodbye $457,000. All right. And just like that, the money is gone. Okay, so there are 19 stages to building the windmill. And the first stage is to put the cement bags in. It's weird that it says that you're running. You have no input, but it says you're running. That's probably because this is this weird hybrid building that's new to this map, that when we build the windmill will become a production building. Only 19? Honestly, that's less than a lot of these have been in the past. Okay, so that's the first step. So the second thing we're doing is we're going to our purchasing, and we're going to construction. Yeah, so it sounds terrible, but genuinely it's like, you know, actually, in all honesty, We've had way worse. Oh, we have a cement factory that we can get as well. We won't do that first, because I don't think we're going to make decent money doing that. But we'll get that next. So, what we're going to do here real fast is we're going to go and grab our sawmill. The pull is still on the screen. Oh, hang on. My apologies. I thought I hid that. I stopped the pull. I didn't hide it. Give me 2 seconds to get it to go away, so... Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna have to, like, make a pull and then end it to get rid of it, I think. So, test. What? Oh, it needs me to have more than one option. Okay, so we can do that. Finish pull. Hide pull from overlay. There we go. Okay, so here's the sawmill. And then we need one more thing. I was hoping the winch would be listed here. That's actually really nice, but it's not going to happen right now. So I always forget where the winch is on this list. It's right there. So we want just the regular. What is? We have a. Do you have a new lit? We have a white. So we've always had the winch, but there's apparently a new winch. I don't remember this one. We'll just get the regular one. The regular one's fine. So that gives me everything I need for here. So we could start with that. You didn't actually go. The third one's neat. Yeah, the third one's like the winch tower thing. Unfortunately, where I'm at, I'm not really going to be in a good position to use it. So what we need to do now is I need to go grab the winch. And we can take it down to where we've got all that going on, and we cut down trees, we start pulling them into the sawmill, and getting that all loaded up. And we're going to have a little bit of a headache on that early on, that the place I need to get those logs is up here, whereas, you know, we've got that way over there. Now, technically, one of the things I could do is I could move the doghouse and the tents to that big open area down there, and I could just straight up get rid of this field that we got up here for the dirt cheapness, because we only bought it because it was the cheap one. It wasn't a strategic decision otherwise. It was, I could afford it. We could sell that field for the time being, move our stuff over to this new location down here, which is in better proximity to a whole bunch of other stuff, and spend that money to potentially get the thing for making cement. And just getting ourselves a source of stone kind of thing, and focusing on the production line. Basically pushing... It would give you money to work with. That's what I was thinking, is we could move that stuff over. Like, we wouldn't get rid of our farming equipment, we'd keep that. You know, whether we use it for our own field or contracts or whatever, that's fine. But we could move it all down there so we have our stuff in the same place. There is a big old hole there. We could move that down there. And then we would have the ability to set up the thing for making cement, which is a requirement for the windmill. Not sure where we would get the stone from, though. That's the one I'm head scratching right now. We do have field stones on, but that is a lot of field stones. No problem, Infinity. Sorry you're having, like, technical headaches going on over there. I think we do that. I think that makes sense. Because it is a pretty crappy field up there. Now, granted, it means I've got crop there and I'm just going to abandon it, but... it's oats. Oats payout is pretty bad if you're not collecting the straw, and with the straw it's only okay. Better with a production line involved, which we don't have. So I'm giving up a couple $1,000s worth of crops, and that's it. So, Before I worry about any of that, I think the highest priority is just to get the sawmill sawmilling. Yeah, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we start with like the lumberjacking stuff here, get the sawmill going, have that start becoming a proper source of income. Once that's done, we work on getting the quarry set up and all that stuff. Because if we can get the quarry and all that going... Let's check... I gotta figure out my route to see what's the best way to get down here. Okay, so I literally just follow this road down. You know, then we can go and take the money over there to get the quarry next. And then once we've got the quarry, go for the brick mason. And it'll be very production line heavy start. So we'll be doing a bit of forklift and a bit of shipping stuff around. A bit of lumberjacking. I think for the stone, there is a building you can make that produces stone endlessly for very minimal money. I don't think we get that. I want to say it's a fairly expensive building. We might be able to buy stone somewhere. And then use it, like, take the stone, put it in to make it cement, and then sell the cement. And usually when you do that, you do make money. It's just the margins are not amazing for buying a product at its premium and then using it in a production line to then sell it. You make the margin. And the margin is usually not great. Okay. Because yeah, if we go that route where we start focusing on the castle, the good news is even when I'm building the castle, as long as I'm producing the stuff that I'm building the castle with, I do get paid for those materials, and usually it's pretty good payment too. You know, and then once we've got all that material added to where it just builds, then we just sell it per normal. And that's fine. We just make the normal rate, which is still really good. Lumberjacking has been one of the most profitable things in the game for a very long time. Did I ever finish the previous contract? No, I did not. That'll also be good because while we're doing the lumberjacking and all that, I'll feel way less pressured to just send my vehicles off to do random contracts. So the contracts will stop being a thing that's like, oh, this is a priority to make money. It'll be more like, hey, we've been doing this stuff to make money for a while. Let's mix it up with a contract. Which will be good because we've been leaning pretty heavy on the contracts to get where we are. Yeah, I think I'm on team. We sell the field, use that money to reallocate to our new location, and put it to use there. We're still 100% going to be farming in the future. For those who are like, I just want to see the farming. That is going to be a thing because we do have one of the, well, it's actually 3 dare drops. I have one where I have to set up the fish breeding thing. The other one where I have to get fish food in production. And then the third thing, I have to actually produce fish using the, like, out at sea fish thing. So basically do the entire fish production line. And that does mean I have to do the very first step. And that very first step of the fish production line requires me to have some type of oil as well as flour and soybean. Which means at a minimum I have 3 different crops I have to grow to accommodate that. Another thing we're going to need to get really early here is some type of flatbed to move pallets. Or a truck. A truck is also an acceptable option. But something to move pallets. Because the forklift moving short distance is totally fine, but if we're talking like from one side of the town to the other, the forklift has horrifically slow top speed. I think we'll use that same box truck. We can get rid of the back and give it the walled back. That I found to be a really nice vehicle for Can you buy something used? I didn't see anything. There's nothing on it right now. If something comes up, we could certainly buy something used, but that's a matter of RNG. Those are actually some of the better vehicles to buy used. Is like the trucks and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Yep, work with what you got and all. Yep. So we own all of this forest right behind this fence line. And I'm kind of hoping I'm going to be able to get away with cutting down the tree so it falls over the fence and then yoinking it from the other side. Okay. So with that, we've got wood in here. So we are going to change change it to storing. We're going to activate it, and activate it. So it looks like you can put about 4 trees that size in there. So that does mean it'll be probably every 2, 3, 4 in-game months. I'll have to chuck a couple of trees in there. But that's the idea, is we're just going to go ahead and get that all sorted. Okay. And there is all sorts of fancy equipment you can get to do lumberjacking. If you are selling the tree as tree kind of thing, the harvesters and all that can be a really good time. If you're just using it for wood, I believe you get more wood if you don't take the time to do that. But if you are selling it as logs, you genuinely get extremely heavily penalized on the amount of money you can make out of it if you don't take the time to debranch it and everything. Okay, I take that back. 2 trees is enough for now. That's got that filled up. We got that going on. You are doing that field still. And so now begins the great voyage. Because I'm gonna need this. This doesn't belong to the harbor anymore. This is mine. I am using the all tried and true law of finders keepers. Unfortunately, it does only go, it says 10 miles per hour is its max, but we're going about 11. Needless to say, it'll take me a minute to get down there. You make it to Mordor eventually. Yeah, so let's lift that up so I don't scratch it on the ground constantly and get stuck. Can't you have an auto farmer? No, because it's not mine. If it was my forklift, I could turn around and assign someone to it and make them do it. But technically that forklift is just like a public access. You're gonna get your forklift license revoked, speeding above its limit like that? Hey, we all know I clearly don't have my forklift certification because I haven't bothered to make sure you are aware that I have my forklift certification. Whether or not it's even contextually relevant. Because that's... forklift certification's like CrossFit. Whether or not you want to know, you're going to be told whether a person or not has it. You'll just be out, like, you know, at some, like, cabana or something, having a margarita to some live music, and someone will walk and is like, did you know that I'm forklift certified? Like, okay, cool, man. I mean, that's neat. Like, there's nothing negative about this. It's just weird that you brought it up. Obviously, this is a meme. But it is a weird thing that happens, that you'll work at a place, like, someone will just be like, oh yeah, I'm forklift certified. You're just kind of like, alright. Dangerous joyride, you know, terrifies the quaint neighborhood. Yup. The good news is I only got to do this drive once. Because once it's down there, as cheap as the meter is to build a an electric recharging station, I will build the electric charging station down there rather than drive back up to recharge it. We've had people tell me that at places they didn't even have forklifts. Yep. It's a meme. It's the same thing as, like, not everyone that does CrossFit is a CrossFit bro kind of person that, you know, like, do you in CrossFit? Do you lift, bro? But there's sure a lot of them. They'll also make sure to let you know that they eat whey, or drink whey, or consume whey in some capacity. Whey is being had. Yeah, CrossFit changed my life, you could do the same for you. You know what, honestly, like, more power to the person if, like, you're like, oh yeah, I had all these problems, and then, you know, I got into CrossFit, and now I'm fit, and I'm healthy. More power to you, like, that's amazing, I'm happy for you. And, like, honestly, like, among friends sharing that story, that's cool, that's positive. No, like, no negative wear. But it is a weird thing when you're out at lunch and people is like, oh yeah, I do CrossFit. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Do you want to learn CrossFit? I mean, no, if I'm being honest. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but it's... No. No, actually, I don't. I've thank you for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Come on, man. Don't pansy out. I make sure every time you order coffee at Starbucks, you tell them how much you can bench. I can already do a chin up. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, again, there's nothing actively bad about CrossFit. It is a stereotype that there are individuals who they turn their identity into CrossFit. And again, nothing wrong with it. Like, it's a great way to get in shape. I know a number of people who, because they started CrossFit, they became more consistent in the gym, which is a really good thing. You know, working on yourself and all that. Like, it's all around positive. There's just the stereotype of the people who get into it, and that's what they want to talk about. And that's all they want to talk about. And to be fair, that's true of some nerddoms as well. there are plenty of people who they have like that game they're into, and you are just going to hear it, and that's the way it's going to be. It's the exact same problem, just a different subject matter. Nothing wrong with the activity. And by all means, bring it up and discuss it. Like, nothing like it's you need to stay away from that topic. But there's definitely that thing where it's like, oh yeah, that's John. John talks about World of Warcraft. What else does John talk about? Nothing. John talks about nothing but World of Warcraft. That is who John is. You just gotta be ready for World of Warcraft if you're talking to John. And if you're into World of Warcraft, that's totally fine. If you don't know anything about it, you might find it intriguing depending on the discussion happening, or you might be like, you know what? They're talking at me, and I'm present. And that's pretty much what's going on. Nanmei, you may have been able to maintain a conversation. Yeah. You fall into the nobody asked you category for the gym. And selfishly, it's because you have a hyper focus on it, or you'll quit. Yeah, no, I have the same problem. Like, there's times in my life that I have been really good and consistent about going to the gym, but it's ADHD things. When it's my hyper focus, it will happen, and I will put in ridiculous time. And then when it's not the hyper focus, it's very difficult for me to maintain that. Hey, you back there. Sir. Hey, you, sir. How's the view? Nice day for cruising in the convertible. Honestly, even cruising that speed would probably still be lovely with the way the weather's presented in this game. Nice summer ride along the water. It'd be a little bit annoying to be stuck going 11 miles per hour behind a forklift on a major highway. I definitely would say I would be in team not a fan. But generally it'd still be nice. Oh, and good on you for having a rollover bar. That's some nice... Come on, that's some nice basic safety on your convertible. A lot of convertibles don't come out the rollover bar by default. And that can be really bad where if you roll over, that windshield does not have the durability to hold up the weight of the car. And then you and the cement are trying to occupy the same space, which goes badly for you. They decided they were done, which is absolutely fair. They clearly went all the way over there to the other route, and they're going to go the long way around instead of waiting on me. And you're going the wrong way up on... There's no way this is a passing lane. I don't know what these stripe things in the middle are, because we don't have those in the US. There's zero chance those stripes mean it's okay to pass. I mean, there's not zero chance, but I as someone ignorant to what those stripes mean, would assume those stripes mean a hard no on the passing situation. You know, with the exception of, like, a disabled vehicle or something that, like, you're literally blocked. Because usually most of the no passing things have exception for, hey, there's a boulder on your side of the road. You are allowed to go around. You're correct. No passing unless it's a dash line, like now. Gotcha. That's what I kind of figured. Because here in the US, we have the dash line and we have the double solid, and then we can have, like, dashed on one side and solid on the other. If it's like, you know, you're coming around a corner where this side you can see and it's a safe pass, but the other side you'd be seeing tree line, so the hard no. Or, like, they do that when you're coming up to a hill where the side that's coming down the hill will have the dashes, but the side going up the hill won't, since you have no idea what's on the other side of the hill. So what I'm hearing is that, that van had a moving violation. It should have been ticketed. Yeah, same in the UK. Dashed on your side is good to pass. Yep. And the only time it gets real spicy is when the road's paving is so bad that the stripes are long gone. And then it's just, do what you dang well please. And usually the road's in really rough shape, so... You have that whole thing where the middle of the road is in, like, really good shape, but, like, where the cars go on, you have, like, almost trenches in the road. And then if you get to the shoulder, it's potholes. So you kind of go, like, up and you have, like, the traction changes. That's usually a problem you only care about with motorcycles, not so much other stuff. Motorcycles, those roads could get straight up dicey. Okay, so I've got the forklift in position for when I need it. And we're done harvesting this field, so we can drop this off on our trailer. And I'll probably just leave the harvester here until I need it someplace else. We can go right here. That said, I also don't blame someone for illegally passing a forklift driving on a highway. Something tells me if I'm driving 11 miles down the road in a forklift on a highway, I also should be getting a ticket of some kind. Like, it's one thing with some, you know, like, little back road or little, you know, side street or whatever. Sure, they've got to get from point A to B. Those are relatively low speed limit roads. It's probably fine. When you're talking a road that probably has a speed limit of like 45, 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, and something's going 11, that's a problem. That is you're rolling up on someone and you're in their bumper before you realize what's going on because they're on the road, so it implies they're moving. There's another free forklift. So there's a couple of forklifts that aren't real. We can, yeah, that forklift over there is unfortunately, it's not real. That's painting. And the way you can tell is if you look at the mini-map and you see the icon for it on there, that means it's an actual vehicle you can interact with. Oh, crap. Well, we just failed the contract. I was like, why is the percent not going up? I delivered it to the wrong place. Oh, that's good. They only took a little bit back. Some of those, like, that's actually kind of the worst thing you can do to yourself in a game. That one's not bad because it wasn't a big contract. But if you do one of those contracts, like the giant parsnip field or whatever, you can lose like tens of thousands of dollars because the idea is you basically have tens of thousands of dollars of crop there that you've ruined. That can be really rough. So, you know, pay attention to where you deliver. Like, it'd be fine if I could get the crop back, but that's one of those cases. You don't get paid for putting the crop in the wrong place, nor could you get it back, so you just scuff the contract. But luckily we delivered some of it, so we didn't get the full penalty. That's fine. Alright, so. The next thing on our to-do is we got our lumberjack thing going, lumberjack stuff. Let's go and see about trying to... So technically, what's going to happen here is I am going to demolish the dog, and the tents. But we are moving them because the game mechanic doesn't have a thing where you actually, like, pick it up and drag it. So we are going to get rid of the tent. And see, the dog's not here, so we didn't get rid of the dog. We're getting rid of the dog house. Now we're going to go here. I'm going to sell that back. Now we're going to go over here. Because we're giving the dog a much better place to be. That dog was like weirdly on this cliffside where it was just all farmland. There's nowhere to run around. We're just making it a happier place for the dog to be. That's all. Now the important thing is that we get the dog that looks the same. Otherwise, the entire argument kind of falls flat where it's like, why does my dog look different, Dad? Why does my dog look different? I left, and I had one dog, and now my dog looks like a different dog. Care to explain? There, dog has their new home. Wait. Wait. Hold up. Hang on. Did I see what I think I saw? Do you have a ball? Where are you, dog? Yeah. Alright, fine. It's like a real dog, just doesn't even want to play. Oh, there it goes. You gonna bring it back? Oh no, you're gonna go for your food, that's fair. Again, real dog-coded behavior there. Goes immediately for that. You see the ball? You see the ball? You want the ball, right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. You see Mr. Strainer flip out over making a mistake like that, but that's why you follow it? Yeah. Well, it's kind of one of those things. You can get angry and flip out and do all that stuff, and the game neither cares nor is going to change anything to accommodate that. Like, that's just a thing. And then there's times where I've gotten frustrated because, like, the game bugs in a way you're like, okay, well, I just lost a bunch of progress. Usually when that happens, though, like, we've scuffed saved once or twice over the years where it's just one of those things where, like, yeah, this is too big of a hit. Alright. Cement factory. Hang on. We have a second material there that I don't recognize. So there we can get cement. What is that second material? It's red. Like loose stone, but red. Can't be wood chips, right? There's no way it's wood chips. Okay. It is. So, okay, I see. So, I can use cement to, okay. So you can, like, amend it with wood chips. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, so we've got that. Now, the next curiosity is where we can potentially get stone itself. We do have field stone on, but that's usually not enough. So, we do have places to sell stone, but not places to get stone. There is a building that produces stone, and it has been a long time. That's a cement factory. And I want to say, like, literally just infinitely produces stone for just what the operating cost of building. Yeah, debris crusher. So this thing here, you can just go and pull up with a vehicle on that area where it's got the belt, and it will just give you stone. Unfortunately, that is kind of out of my budget. I don't think there's a smaller one. Now, that can be a thing where we get a stone picker and we do some of that. So that's the only other way I know to get stone, is you either buy it or whatnot. Can store straw pallets. That's fine. Right. So, if we're gonna do that, what I'm going to need is we would need a stone picker and to actually take the occasional stone picker contract, which I'm not super excited about. Otherwise, we need to get the 95,000 or whatever it was to get the thing that spits out stone, to get cement production online. I don't think we do that because that's a bunch of money, and it's a big building. I do want to, well, I mean, I need a thing to make wood chips. I have a feeling that the cement production line we have here requires both the wood chips and the stone versus the wood chips or the stone. One of those ones, I don't have a list here. I was going to say, there's some production lines where you'll have extra ingredients you can use if you want, but you don't have to. It might genuinely work with just the wood chips. I've never tried it. Okay, so if we were to try and go into doing wood chips, I feel like there's going to be more involved with that than I want to necessarily deal with right now. Because we would need a wood chipper, and they're not super expensive, but I mean, some of them can be, but they're not super expensive. But usually you have the wood chipper doesn't have a reservoir in it for the wood chips. So you have to split out the wood chips, then take like a foraging wagon or something else to pick them up on the other side. Or have them empty into a trailer or whatever. Which would put outside the range of things I can afford. I'm trying to figure out where these things are. Okay. So wood chippers. Oh man, these are way more expensive than I remembered. Yeah, so it looks like... Oh, interesting, you actually have a reservoir in you. These two don't. But this one has a reservoir in it. So I would be able to put the stuff in there, bring this out, and then, you know, do that. The other two don't have a reservoir or the option of one, so they have to dump out into something. And I'm pretty sure literally all the other vehicles won't help us with this. Alright. So unfortunately that's pretty expensive. That'd be 190,000. And that's not an insignificant investment. There's definitely other things I'd want to put first. Meanwhile, for the stone picker, which again I'm not super thrilled about dealing with. It just takes forever to do stuff with it. You have just the one for 56. And I could use that for the cement. I think the unfortunate reality is I'm going to need to get that bigger building. I shouldn't have built the cement building there. And I'm pretty sure if I delete the cement building now, I don't get nearly as much as I'd want. And if we were to buy bags of cement to satisfy that contract... It was like 2,000 or something like that. Where are you, cement? You should be around here somewhere. Yeah, it would be, because it's 2,000 liters, I believe it was. And 2,000 liters, I think, is only 2 bags. I think it's 1,000 liters per bag. Alright, so change the plan. Because that makes no sense. We're selling back the cement thing. I'm gonna take a loss on it. It shouldn't be a big loss. Bigger than I wanted, it was half the value. So we're getting rid of the cement factory because we don't have a source of stone and all that. So we're leaving that alone. Instead, what we're going to need to do is I am going to need to get a trailer to move stuff around. We're looking for a flatbed-style trailer. And I would like it to... Well, actually, a 55 trucks. I believe it was the CV series that I was getting. That this thing, the bed on the back, is really solid for loading up logs. We do have more options here than we did previously, though. Most of them are not good, though. Not for what I'm trying to do, at least. We got the lizard. The lizard's honestly not a bad choice either. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we could definitely throw pallets on the back of that. Just get the lizard truck here. Load up the pallets on this to deliver the pallets. I think that would be okay short term. So that's for 4750. If we were to go and get a trailer to drag behind our tractor, though, I believe there's some of these that we can make flat. Pallets upon pallets? Maybe it is a better choice to choose one of the pallet setups. That's the 30,000er. That would do double duty. That would give me an actual trailer to do stuff. So let's try and find a trailer that's got a pretty good capacity that we might be able to make into a bale trailer. Yeah, so I can't make that one into a bale trailer. Yeah, that one's not going to be able to be a bale trailer. That's not going to be able to go into a bale trailer. Those ones won't. Yeah, things once we get down to this size, we really can't. You can't. Yeah, so it looks like we're looking at these ones up here. I do wish it was a little bit easier to see which ones were compatible with becoming a bale trailer or not. It looks like these ones like the red bottom here seem to be the ones we're looking at. So you can do... I think this is our best bet here is the $30,000 one. You can go up to 28 meter cube capacity as a trailer. I can also configure it to be a bale trailer. I don't need a trailer hitch. Then go with this, go with that. No license plate. Okay, and that'll give me the ability to move pallets. And that should be everything I need to operate this. For right now, we can leave the winch over by here. And then, so for farming, the next field I would probably buy would be 46. Now, in reality, if I'd gotten the truck as opposed to that trailer, then I would have been able to take the truck and drive that along and do everything. But in this particular case, I think the trailer is the right decision because you can use it for the pallets or the crops by just flipping its configuration. We can always get a truck later or a semi. So I'm just going to go run over here, get the bale trailer. And what we can do is I can take that, we can buy 2 pallets of cement to get the first step of the windmill done, because I don't think it makes sense for me to build the cement plays and the stone plays and do all the work on that for what's probably going to be just a temporary thing. And then cement bags, I can buy them at the warehouse, which I will tag. So I'll go up here, and we're looking for 2,000 I'm going to assume liters of cement. I believe the cement bags, I want to say, are 1,000 liters per bag. But I don't say that with any, well, per pallet. And I don't say that with any confidence. It could be 500. If it ends up being 100, that'll be a hard one to do. But we'll eat a loss on this one. I might as well fill up while we're here. We'll eat a loss on this delivery of cement to get to the next phase, because most likely once I get it past like the first or second concrete phase, we'll then be on to doing lots of wood. And so then we can progress the building and, you know, whatever else we got to. I'm going to prioritize the castle so far as where we put our lumber whenever we're competing between the windmill and the castle for materials, just because we have a dare drop associated with the castle, even though the windmill, utility-wise, has more use. So we'll go grab our trailer real fast, then we got to work our way over to the warehouse, grab our cement. I have just come to the realization that my forklift is all the way down by the other area. So maybe we're not going to do that right now. Because I really don't want to drive the forklift all the way up there. After we just finished driving it all the way down to the bottom. Okay. How much was the forklift attachment? Is it cheap? If it's cheap, that's, Yeah, so forklifts themselves are expensive, relatively speaking. I want to say it was down here, is I think miscellaneous? It was one of these ones down here. There is a front attachment. Yeah, you. So you're 10,000? So that I'm gonna get it. And the reason I'm gonna get that is that way I know I'm gonna have situations where I need forklifts in multiple places. We have the one we borrowed. I can bring this one with me over to the warehouse and leave it at the warehouse. Okay, we got hail going on. And so just like that, $500,000 gone. But we are producing lumber. We've got a tile that has a whole bunch of trees to continue that pursuit. We're going to start getting the windmill built. We're going to start getting the castle built. We can take the money from those things and get that all going on. We have all the equipment we need to do the basics on a farm. So that's fine too. So we could potentially take our next thing of money and apply it to other things. And as I said before, I think what we'll do is every once in a while we'll do just a bit of fishing here and there, releasing the fish to kind of slowly work towards that next one. I just don't want to sit there and do a binger of trying to, like, knock out 100 fish released again, really on the short term, because that much will be a whole thing. Okay, where is the buy point here? Alright. So, bag of cement. Let's get one to figure out what our prices are. Saw the cement blocks. I haven't seen the bags of cement. Come on. There we go. Alright. So let's buy a singular bag of cement. And now we look to figure out where it dropped it off. I say, don't you dare be real. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Good. So it's 1,000 liters. So I only need 2. That's not bad. So buy one more. So now I can just put this on the trailer, run it back down to the windmill. That's the entire first phase of the windmill. Supplies sorted. And for right now, well, I mean, actually, probably keep the forklift with the tractor since that's what we're using. Cool. So we've got everything we need to be able to handle our own pallets. We've got the first step of the windmill's materials on board. We still have 10,000 in the bank cash money. We've got a giant plot of land, which was our big expense. That was $457,000. We got the lumber mill. We've fed a full set of trees into the lumber mill, so we'll just wait to see what it produces tomorrow. Start bringing those over to the castle. And the good news is, this road right here, we just follow it, it goes all the way down to where we're at. So it's very simple to navigate to the windmill. It's a straight drive. Well, straight as this road gets. We no longer have to care about seasons beyond if we're doing contracts. But yeah, so I think the next move is get the try and get enough money happening to get the stone quarry, get a water tank, start doing the stone quarry. Once that's done, get the stone masonry place. That'll give me, I believe, all of the things I need to build the castle, you know, barring some like ropes or something I'm unaware of. So we should be able to get those buildings online. At that point, there should be enough money coming from exporting all these things that we're likely to be able to turn around and use that to buy up another field. Start putting some proper equipment on it. Get the fish food production moving that direction. I also figure once we get the water tank for the cement building, we probably go ahead wherever we can fit and put a couple of greenhouses, since we'll literally already have the input requirements for it. And that's effectively free money on top of it. And certainly long term we'll want to get a semi with a trailer that we can put pallets on. So you get the 50-something mile per hour travel speed. But that'll end up costing us almost $100,000, but well, more than $100,000 between the truck and trailer unless we catch them on sale. Good chance the next field we buy might be 46, which is the one right here, because that's the closest to where we're operating. Start taking over land in this area. And also, as we're cutting trees, that should open up space for production line. Now, granted, some of it might be too slopey, too much elevation change to be really usable. Okay. I was just thinking, the other possibility is we just divest from farming entirely. I don't think that'll be enough money to be worthwhile. Like, if we look at our vehicles, we would get rid of the harvester, and that'd be about 70,000. It's hail. You know, 70,000, 75,000, keep that. 85,000. 86,000. I mean, that'd be 100-something thousand. I don't think that'd be really good spend, because the next thing we'd be looking at getting is 230-something thousand. And that would be like fully committing to we're just production lining, which is fine. Well, that's interesting. They didn't pay me for that. Usually when you're doing these productions, you get paid for building stuff. So it looks like you don't get paid for doing the windmill. It's fine. It means I'm gonna have to get another cement bag tomorrow, just the way the estimation and all that did. It came up like short one. Oh, we built the doghouse. We never built the tent. Construction. Let's go to sleep. Okay, get up past that hail finally. So yeah, so we check over here. So this is still running. So we check our production lines now. That's got room for about 5,000 material. So we could drag this next log in there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get one more cement bag. I'm honestly slightly salty about that. It's fine. So I'll go over here. And go and grab this winch. And just drag a tree right on in here. Oh, I know there's a button to pull the in. Oh, it's Control T. Fine, we'll do it this way. And just shove it in from the side once I can get out from behind it. Okay. Oh, you know what? The tree might be too big. If it doesn't have the capacity, it won't take it. That's fine. That just means we deal with it later. We do that to avoid wasting too much material and punishing the player for, like, grabbing too much. Alright, so unfortunately, like I said, I am going to need to grab one more bag of cement. Because, while we did grab 2,000 L worth of it, when you do those construction times, they are doing, floating point numbers. so like decimal and all that, or double, sorry, and they're imprecise. And so unfortunately sometimes we get like 1 unit off, and it happens a lot. Yeah, we don't need any of the stuff on sale. Let's also check before we go anywhere. Is there any contracts that I'm like, yes, I really want to make sure that contract happens? We have the cultivating ones, we got harvesting ones. Oh, there is an onion contract there. We have plowing, spraying, wood transport, deadwood. Like, I could do the culting one, but that's with the vehicle I need right now, so we're not going to accept it. We'll just move on. So we can drive all the way back up to the warehouse, buy a bag of cement, and bring it all the way back down. Let's also check, how close are you to... Yeah, it's every time it hits 1000 L, it'll spit out something for me to move around. So we can let that run till it starts to fill up. Now, when it comes to the lumber mills, like the little tiny one versus the big one, I believe it is a 1-to-10 ratio, so the little one does 1/10 the production of the large one. And it also costs roughly 1/10 the size as much as the large one. I think the large one's ever so slightly better than that. So it is one of those things that, like, very genuinely, it's not like building a bunch of little ones is better for you than the big one or anything like that. They're pretty much the same animal. It's mostly around space, and then the labor of having to top it off more often. But we can use that for money. It should give us a good couple thousand each time, because with the castle, I don't own that. So I should get paid for all the material we put in there, and usually the community projects pay really well by comparison to everything else. It's usually a measurable percent more. I had not come to the realization that because I own the windmill, I'm not going to get paid for putting materials into the thing I own, because that makes sense that I wouldn't get paid for that. It's just something I hadn't thought of, because I'm approaching it like a community project because that's the way it's designed, but it isn't. It's a me project. So that windmill is going to eat up money. I am curious, because it looked almost like the windmill might not have a property cost to it. So that would be the benefit, is the windmill, however much grain it produces, I don't have to pay like the $90, $200 or whatever a month to run a grain mill. Not said, I have no idea what the throughput is on it either. It could be that the windmill has a substantially lower production rate as a grain mill, or it could just be that the windmill has a much higher one. It could be the same. Regardless, there isn't a grain mill already on the map, so we'll build the windmill. That'll be our grain mill. Because it's only late game that we're going to be making fish food, which is what I'm going to need the flour for in the first place. So we can just make that a project to just slowly work towards. I really didn't need this trailer. For one pallet, I'm not going to bother loading it up. I'm just going to put it on the forks and go. Which means it's definitely going to fall off and I'm going to regret it, but, you know. Okay. Because one big negative about the forklift tongs you put on the front of a tractor versus the forklifts, like the actual forklifts, is the forklift tongs on your tractor, you can't lean them forward or back. So it's much easier for stuff to like get knocked off, slide off, that kind of thing, versus the actual forklift being able to pick up the heavy load, then tip the tangs back so that it's settled nicely on the center of gravity of your vehicle. You know, where if you bump into something, it's a lot harder to slide it off the front. Okay. Honestly, one way I could push myself towards the, getting the next 500,000 is we could make it a point to catch, like, 10 fish an in-game day or whatever to release. Because 10 fish is a pretty small amount, and we could knock that out pretty quickly, I think. And that would mean in the course of one in-game year, we'd get 500,000. So it'd be like 5-10 minutes at a time. Probably a little bit more than 10 minutes, but you get the idea. It wouldn't be a huge time investment per day to break it up a lot. Alright, hang on. We've been working hard. We're working real hard. Don't worry, I'll move in a minute. I'm just taking a second. Okay, I didn't expect it to quite go like that. Because I figure we catch just a couple of fish and release them. If we keep doing that, we can work towards that 200. We can do so in a way that won't be too tedious because we're just doing it all the time. Okay, so that's one. Also, low-key, I find it fun that we just ditched our tractor in the middle of the road, blocking traffic both ways, and stopped to fish. Because that feels like some terrible thing someone would do. Oh man, what was it? There was a video I remember watching in German class in high school, and it was in German, which is why we were watching it. So like we had been learning quite a bit, and the idea was to try and understand what was there. Like occasionally the teacher would pause and be like, "Hey, well that's the word you're not going to be familiar with. You know, here's what it means." And then, like, you know, when 2 or 3 people had a conversation, he had to pause the thing and be like, what do you think they were talking about? Like, that kind of thing. You know, so it's partly to be, like, using the vocabulary we knew, but also partly to be like, okay, based on the words you knew, there were words you didn't know here. Like, what do you think they were talking about based on context? And that kind of thing. So, to step beyond just memorization of vocabulary, to also be like, right, but, you know, think about... You caught 8 of the 10 words. Can you fill in the blanks and learn what that word means or have a good idea or that kind of thing? And all I remember is in the video, the story of what happened, it wasn't made for, like, educational purposes. That wasn't the point. It was just a video that happened to be in German. Is that, like, this family is going on a road trip, and they get stuck in traffic, and they just pull off the road. They just got like a picnic basket and everything, and they just go and have a picnic. And there's a whole bunch of other people who are stuck in traffic, and they just all have a picnic. And the teacher's like, oh yeah, that's, you know, it's a bit more old-timey. It's not as much nowadays, but that was just a thing you would do back then, is you get stuck in traffic, and you just get off the road until the traffic goes away. And so you'd have, like, picnics or whatever. And I was just like, what? Like... what? You just have, like, sliced meats or something? Like, this, there's no way this is true. But it was like, for the record, it's like when they're going on, like, a Sunday drive, like a road trip kind of thing. It's like, it would be cool if that is the case, but it seems very impractical in the sense that you would just happen to have appropriate things, for just having a picnic just in your car at all times, which sounds like how you end up with a lot of rotten food. So your Japanese teacher played Totoro for us listening practice. He said, "Don't worry, I'll turn on subtitles." It didn't help because the subtitles were in Chinese. Excellent. Yeah, honey, what does that smell? It's the emergency salami I keep in the trunk. He was a joker, yeah. But it's just like, and you know, the video was like whatever, but it was just the idea that like you would be on some random road going from one fairly long drive to another. You'd be in gridlock traffic, and you'd just stop, and like collectively a bunch of you would have a picnic. So you just get off the road till traffic goes. It's like, I mean, it's good because if you don't need to be somewhere, you're helping clear the road. But it was just a weird thing to me, being like, wait, what? Like, I can understand if you were like on the way to the park with the kids and traffic was bad. Like, all right, well, here's a field. We'll just hang out here. We got our picnic stuff in the car. It happens to be convenient, or we were on our way camping and we hit traffic, so we just have all our camping junk in the car. Sure, I can see it. But like the idea of that being like a perfectly normal behavior, I'm like, nah, man, that's like, the circumstances have to line way too well. And I've lost track. I think we're at around 6 fish we've released. Because like I said, I think my intention is going to be to just go and do like 10, get work done, the next in-game day, like get 10 more. That way we can get like the next big payout. Because we get that, we can start getting the big stone factory going as well. And continue to expand and grow. Now, I suspect once we hit these milestones, probably not worth focusing on at all. Yeah, I'm hungry. Do we have any trunk meat? Now, I will say, if you are a parent with kids, that is not an unreasonable ask. Because most parents with kids keep snacks around. Maybe not in the trunk, but most parents with kids will keep something like crackers or some kind of thing around, because just giving your kid a snack is a great way to mollify them. And plus, kids aren't the best of managing their hunger and restroom breaks and everything else, and you don't want it to be like this whole big mess. So just having something for them to nibble on is a great way of managing both their needs and just being pragmatic. Or for example, if you have someone in your group of friends who has hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia, it's great to have yourself some little snacks. Again, you're probably not keeping some salami in the trunk, but I could see someone keeping like one of those like little packages that has, you know, a couple of crackers, some cheese, and like some pepperoni in it. You know, because it wouldn't sit in your car for days or anything. I'd hope. More than likely that would be a purse snack. Where you got like the crackers with the cream cheese in between it kind of thing. Hard to cry with a mouthful of goldfish. You're not wrong. Like that's the kid who just finished with the dentist, and like, you know, the dentist appointment was fine, but obviously the kid's upset because it's not fun to have dental work. So they're full sniffle mode, and you get out to the car and you got like, you probably don't want to give goldfish crackers in that situation, but you got like your little snack. There is something about like when a kid is having both actively a bad and a good time at the same time. So, you know, the kid who just scraped their knee, but now they're having ice cream, and there's this strong disconnect in the emotions where they're all sniffly and all that because their knee hurts, and you know, they're understandably upset, but they also got strawberry ice cream and they love strawberry ice cream. So like, you know, they're sitting there and they're just like, they're all teary, and it's like, is that good? It's like, uh-huh. Obviously I don't want kids to go through that, but that is a very complex set of emotions the kid is going through in that moment. That there's... What is the word I want to use? Like, because of the two very different very, very different experiences. There's something interesting about it. Yeah, been there. I think everyone's been there. Like, again, you skinned your knee, or you got a boo-boo, or, you know, someone called you a name or whatever, something upset you, whatever it was. And, like, it wasn't your fault kind of thing. It was just circumstances. So the parents are trying to do something to, you know, to lighten the blow, as it were, to, like, you know, cheer you up. And so they're really, really kind of crossed. I still think, to the day, the one that sticks in my memory, like, I'm sure I skinned my knee and my wrists and everything. I couldn't tell you how many times, because I definitely know I ate crap on rollerblades a lot of times, because the roads at our place sucked, so you'd have, like, a pebble kick up into the wheels, and then your wheels would stop moving, so this leg stops going, and that leg keeps going, and it's real bad when you're rollerblading and that happens. I got good at being able to catch when one of my rollerblades stopped, to, like, kind of do this, like, little stutter step thing to catch myself. But you can't do it if you're moving fast, which, of course, being a kid, you want to. But I distinctly remember being, like, maybe 7, 8 years old, and going to the Detroit Zoo, and they had a pipe sticking out of the sidewalk right at the entrance. So we're, like, not even in the zoo. You've walked from the parking lot, you're on the sidewalk, and you're walking to the entrance. And they had this, like, little pipe that kind of went like that in the middle of the freaking sidewalk. Like, it's not like you had to, like, walk off into the dirt. It was just, like, literally just sticking out. It had been something that went through the sidewalk that they had gotten rid of, and there was just a pipe there. Needless to say, I didn't see it, and I tripped over it. And, you know, skinned my knee and elbow pretty good. But of course, the Detroit Zoo wasn't exactly convenient for us. So we had driven a good ways to go there and everything, and that was, like, the plan for the day, and I really wanted to go to the zoo. So it was definitely one of those days that, you know, I was hurting, I wasn't having a good time, but I wanted to see the zoo. And I remember that being kind of one of those experiences where you're like, no, I can still go, as you're, like, hobbling along because your knee hurts, and, you know, again, you're, like, 7 years old. Because I gave myself a pretty good scraping from what I recall. Granted, it's memory, so who knows how bad it actually was. And I remember as well as things that, like, after a while, you know, yeah, it still hurt, but it wasn't nearly as bad. I think the next fish will just stop, because I've long since lost track. We could be at 12, we could be at 7, I don't know. I was just fishing, it's like, yep, I've forgotten where we're at. We could also make it an in-game time thing, that I spend 30 in-game minutes, which is, like, I don't know, it's 5 times as fast, so a little, like, 6 minutes maybe? Because I'm curious how bad the traffic will be. Because I know in Farm Sim 22, it's not that they wouldn't drive around you ever, it was just very rare. Farm Sim 25, they're far more aggressive about passing you. No. Oh, there we go. We got ourselves a nice little backup. Alright, let's get back to dropping off our cement. What are we at so far as fish released? $117. Okay, so we got a ways. That's what I was afraid of. What are we at so far as trash? 209. Huh. Well, I guess we'll probably figure out with the trash around the same time we figure out with the fish. Yeah, so this should be the last piece we need for the first phase of the windmill. And unfortunately, there was no good harvesting contracts that I saw. Now, granted, that could have changed while we were doing all that. Let's check. Oh, I mean, it's a crappy oats one. Yeah, so I got a really low-paying oats one. I'm not going to worry about that. And I don't think we want to do the cultivating one. The cultivating ones take a while. I could see doing that, like, if we go into a day we don't have a plan, and like, oh yeah, we should do a little fishing to, like, do our 10 catches. I could send the tractor on a cultivating one and fish during that. It ended up probably being more than 10 fish. But that way, we're getting that done. But I'm going to try to avoid just grabbing contract after contract kind of thing. Because it is one of those things that those contracts do just take a while. I drug that forklift down here and immediately bought this thing. And it's just not needed. Honestly, I could set up production stuff on this like little ridge in front of the cliff there. You can put some smaller stuff in there, like silos, grain house, or silos, that kind of thing. Probably not the best place for it, but okay. So if we check on you, all right. So you now have almost 999 L extra of cement in there than we need. Oh, I did not realize how big of a tree this was. Okay, it's a 5-ton tree. Now I understand why it didn't want to take it into the sawmill. Because the tree is so freaking large, it could probably fill up the sawmill like 70-80% by itself. Hey. Hey, dog. I have your tennis ball. You want to play with the ball? Please pay attention. You want to play with the ball? You want to play with the ball, right? You want to play with the ball? Yeah, ball? Ball. That's fair. Good boy. Okay. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and go sleep. Dodge is like, nah man, not feeling the ball. It's gonna be a hard pass on me. I'm here to roll in the dirt, dig in the yard. Ball is not what I'm looking for. Step 2 is Castle Stones. Gonna be honest, that is not what I was expecting. Okay. We can probably shift you forward. This will actually help. We can just cut through it right here to shrink it. That means the top half should get sucked into the sawmill. Then we can bring the back half in when we have space. It's a 5.3 ton tree. Yeah. Alright. So we got that plank and we'll get the other plank here. I need castle stones immediately. Alright, that, like I said, that is not at all what I was expecting to be dealing with. Okay. So we got a couple of things of wood here. Not much. Alright, so let's actually look. So I wanted to check. So you are fine here. You'll get some more stuff out there. We can check the prices on the planks. So we have just regular old planks. Ooh, I'm not seeing any of these stuff here. Long planks. Ah, boo. Okay, so slight adjustment to plans. We're gonna tell you to straight up sell the regular planks. Because apparently the long planks aren't needed for the castle. Okay, so let's check our contracts, see if there's a contract I want to send this thing out to do. We got sorghum for 5,000. So I see where it's dropping off. So that's field 41. So we get the harvester doing the sorghum. We get the tractor doing the cultivator on 17. We'll do a little bit of, well, the cultivator's up the hill already. Yeah, so what we can do is real fast. How do I want to go about this? So I'm not going to use the trailer here. We're going to go and grab this again. And the reason I'm not going to use it, I'm going to bring these both over to the castle. You wouldn't happen to accept regular planks, would you? Would you? No. No, you would not. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to grab the long planks and the regular planks. The long planks I can drop off at the, castle. Here, I can just smash it against that and put it back on here correctly. So you take the long planks over to the castle and drop those off for some money, because that's where my cultivator is. And then the short planks, I don't need it for the castle or the windmill, like, at any point in its construction, unfortunately. So they're worthless to me for that, so we can just sell those so I don't have them sitting around. They won't fetch me a bunch of money, but it'll be some. And then I did change the output on the sawmill to keep making the regular planks, but to just sell them. And that just means I'll get a tiny little influx of money every single month, kind of passively for it, from all the lumber I've shoved in there. What we do need to do, let's actually see where, where's the nearest place I could drop off the regular planks? Nowhere nearby. They're all horrifically far away. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so the idea is I can run this up here, have it do the cultivating contract, ditch the planks and the long planks along the way to solve that issue. Hey, it's a traffic jam that I didn't cause. It's weird being innocent. That's bound to happen. This is why you use the trailer, because with the trailer you can strap it down and it doesn't fully make so physics can't happen, but it heavily limits what physics can happen. Oh, that doesn't go where I need to go. Okay. Yep, so we'll ditch what we can at... We'll grab the cultivator from the castle. We'll ditch the long planks at the castle. We'll be by the warehouse, so like worst case, I'm willing to bet we can sell the planks there, but if not, we can sell them up there somewhere. From there, we will be able to bring the cultivator back down. But yeah, so the plan is going to be get this into position, get it working, get the harvester doing stuff, and then while those are going on, we'll do a little bit of fishing. And that'll be good. One thing I'll probably also do in the short term is we'll most likely take the long planks and the block, and instead of just going with one on there, I'll get that trailer and I'll stack up like 4 or 5 or whatever on it and do that. The other thing, honestly, with the harvester, I can grab that trailer, reconfigure it over to holding crops, do that for the contract if needed. Because that'll speed up the harvesting contract. Well, no, because I'll have you cultivating. Never mind, that's fine. We'll get there. We're just short on equipment to do good multitasking, so we'll do bad multitasking. Alright. Because, yeah, each stage of the castle and the other one has requirements. But it looks like we're going to probably get a little bit of logs here, and I'm going to need just an obnoxious amount of castle stone. Which is fine, because it seems like all I will need ultimately is 2 buildings and water to make that happen. The downside is the first building's like 235,000 to get, and then the second was like 375. But my expectation is we just put water in and effectively it's just free money. We definitely don't want to buy the castle stone and then load it up and move it. It looked like it was 3,000 something per pallet. And so I would rather make the money off of that than burn, you know, if it asked for like 10,000 in a month, that'd be like $35,000 that would just have to burn. And I'd get 80-ish% of it back when I would sell it, but that's still a pretty big hit. We'll drive right past you to drop off the long planks. They'll grab the cultivator on the return trip, head up towards this field and see where the nearest place I can dump the regular planks off at. Because one of our dare drops is to build this sucker. Okay. Not sure what to do about this because they're not popping off. What I might be able to do is it might be if I kick off the thing in the front. I was hoping when I kicked off the thing out the front, it would pop off kind of thing. Because it's trying to fold it, but it won't let me do it unless it's empty. Can I shove you? Alright, cool. So that's a little bit of money. And even though it doesn't list it as a product, I'm still going to sit on the ground expecting it to not sell, but... Yep, just like we figured. Okay, so we got this one. I got a ditch in one more place. Oh, one thing I want to check as well here is, do you list how many steps you have? Ah, good. We're progress 0 out of 65. In case anyone was keeping notes, that there are 65 stages to the castle. Cool, man. At least that one, it looks like it's only 2 pallets of long planks and blocks for the whole stage. So it might be that it's a lot of stages, but much lower volumes per stage than we had in the other ones. Which I think would be a reasonable compromise, because some of those other ones, like, to give you an idea of the temple, a lot of the stages were, okay, get 10 pallets worth of long planks, 8 pallets worth of the blocks. It ended up being like 2 completely filled truckfuls. Versus, that would just be 4 pallets, which you can easily... You can get away with honestly carrying 4 pallets on a forklift if you're careful, because you can do 1 on each tang and then, you know, stack it 2 deep. More than likely you'll spill trying to run around, but it is doable. Versus the, like, 10 and 12 and all that. You know, there's not a way you can make that work where the physics won't just throw stuff on the ground. Okay, so real fast, I'm going to check the prices again and see where it says the closest is for the planks. We have a carpenter. It's the wrong way. We have... Okay. Was magic blocks and tricks on the list? Let me see this business over here. I think the distance marker isn't updating correctly. Because it kept flagging stuff way behind me the wrong way. That was showing us closer. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So we got Logistics Center Railroad, Carpenter. Where is it trying to mark that Carpenter as being? That's fine. The Carpenter's fine. So run over here to the Carpenter real fast, and then it's one of these fields up here. No, it's not. Where's the field I have to do? It's fine. Oh, I didn't accept the contract yet. That's why. Yeah, so drop the planks off, then we'll turn around and we can do the, cultivate the field. While that's going on, we can get the harvester in position, have it do a field. And we can just do a little bit of fishing. We'll just basically do like one round of contracts this in-game day. Mostly just to keep some money coming in without just fast-forwarding time our way to victory. Because watching the money go up by just hitting, you know, rest and then rest, and then rest, and then rest, and topping off the machines, and then rest, and then rest, and then rest, and topping off the machines. Not the most entertaining. It's just watching a loading screen and money go up. It's profitable. Cool, that's fine. And I'm hoping the AI won't have an issue with having the forklift attached, and instead just be okay with treating it as a counterweight. If it does, I'll just ditch the forklift around the corner, and I'll just have to remember to pick it up before we leave, which is always a dicey proposition if I remember or not. If it's something atypical. Yeah, I'll get this cultivating contract going, we'll run down to the harvester, get that all sorted. That should be, you know, a good $10,000, $12,000 for this endgame day. Then I'll go ahead and, like I said, I'll knock out a little bit of fish while we're here. Okay, you gonna work? Cool. Okay, so next candidate, we can go to the contracts over here. There's a couple of harvesting contracts. Yeah, so it looks like you're going to be the good one. So we got 41. That one's a little rough with how far away it is. They're just as rough. It's 41 and 43, and they're right next to each other. And I have to drop the stuff on the other side of the map. We do own a trailer. So what this might be... If I had known that, what I would have done is I would have grabbed the other tractor, grabbed the trailer first, reconfigured it over to the one that could store stuff, and left the trailer and sent it on to cultivate. It's fine. We'll get this down there. We'll have it start. We'll see how many trips it'll take. If it ends up being like 1 or 2, we just do that. If it ends up looking like it'll be like 5, I'll have it harvest. And then we'll end up having to like interrupt the cultivator to go reconfigure a trailer or whatever. One thing I never checked is I know there's a hitch on the back of the harvester for dragging this style of trailer. I never did check to see if a harvester could drag like a regular old crop trailer behind it. Because that could be like kind of a middle stopgap solution. Is that you have it, you know, drag the trailer behind it, especially one that's got the header isn't that much bigger. I could see you doing that kind of thing, of bringing both the trailer and all that. Certain ones do. You know what? I think it even gave me the option of whether or not I wanted to have a trailer hitch on this one or my crop trailer. But I could see, like, daisy chaining the trailers on the back to bring everything I need to the field. I never thought of doing that, because usually I've got a spare trailer, so I don't even have to think about it. And that's fertilizer. Okay. Because we're definitely not doing laps in this thing. Gotcha. Yeah, and I was just thinking, if it's a hitching, you know, a hitching post on the back, or not hitching post, if they've got a hitching mount on the back, you know, anything that can be hitched, in theory, should be hitchable. In theory, I'd be able to toss the trailer on here. The big problem I have right now is the trailer's in the bale configuration, which doesn't do me any good. So I need to grab it, run it up to the garage, reconfigure, and then run it back down. Ultimately, we will want more than one. We'll need one for, like, moving pallets and one for dealing with crops. But that comes back to money. We just gotta do one more job. Then we'll retire. Forever. Okay. I mean, I could check it real fast. It wouldn't be the most convenient thing, but I could ditch the header near the field, go to see if we can grab the... I don't want to deal with it. It's fine. Oh, that was the field back there. Alright, hang on. We missed our turn. Yeah, so quickly go and pop over here. I suspect I will end up needing the trailer for this. You know what I could do? Is I could just go ahead and do the purse far field until we get full. Ditch the header up here. Go down to the trailer. Grab it. Go up to the garage. Well, see if I can grab it, I guess is the actual question. See if I can grab it. Go up to the garage. If I can grab it, we reconfigure it to store crops. Put the crops in it. Drive back down to the field. And just keep going till it's full. If I can't grab it, then I decide if we're driving the harvester the whole way up there to drop off. I don't want to, because needless to say, the harvester ain't exactly fast. But at the same time, the tractor is preoccupied. And we're definitely not doing that in one harvester's cargo capacity. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Okay, so tractor's doing tractor things that are harvester. It's doing harvester things. Got that. So like I said, what we're going to do real quick is, well, we got a couple of these going on. I'm going to run over here. We're going to catch a couple more fish. Because we have found out if we release 200 fish, we get $500,000. And I don't want to binge it all at once. But I do want to go over here and every so often spend just a little time to catch a couple. Keep that bar moving. Because that money is going to be better than I can make doing the contracts. Now we are going to run into a pain point with that contract. That, the harvesting one I mean. That it looks like it might end up being like 3 trips. To sell the crops and all that. And unfortunately, where we're doing it is way far from the drop-off. We need to get $500,000 worth of fish. No, it's, if you release 200 fish, it gives you $500,000 as, like, a milestone. So the answer is, that $400 fish? Junk. Don't keep it, send it back. It's worth more in the water. Only after I catch it. Because it's just weird like that. So like I said, we're not planning on just knocking out a whole bunch. Do we know if it stops at 200? We don't know if it stops at 200. And it is a thing I'm curious about. And with how much of a lead my trash has versus that, if we do occasionally stop and fish and do like, you know, again, where I release 10 fish in a go or whatever, there's a very good chance we could find that out. And so I don't know if it's going to be a thing that we hit like 300 and then suddenly, you know, I get another $500,000 or 500 and then, you know, I get 10 million. I have no idea. Because I was fairly convinced that at 100, it was just going to stop there. Because the 100 already felt really strong. And then, you know, people were like, don't stop. There's more. And I wasn't going to do that much, except I realized it's already at 182 trash when we started this stream. And so I was like, alright, 18 trash to score $500,000? I can do that. Because we did verify that the 200 does pay out. Because that's what got us the land with the windmill on it. Was just getting that $500,000 and doing it. I feel like that's one of those things that will fall foul of players optimizing the fun out of things. With people feeling that the correct way to start is to just fish for $1 million. Yeah. I understand that, Iliam, but this is already, like, we look at Farm Sim, it is already one of those games that you can 100% optimize the fun of the game extremely quickly. Farm Sim has so many ways to just abuse it. It'd be the same thing as, like, right now, I could buy a plot of land, put a windmill on it, fast forward time, put a windmill on it, fast forward time, put a windmill on it, fast forward time, and just do that till I have however much money I want. At least with the fishing, you're an active participant. Let's see, if it gives you yet another milestone of that type, can we buy a fishing boat from the money? And tell the crew to release all they catch every day. PSA, throwing back the hurt by catch industry is not good. Please don't do it. Yeah. Well, that's what I was joking about earlier. It's like, we get rewarded for mildly traumatizing a bunch of fish. And then I was like, you know, it's honestly not that mild of traumatizing. You are putting a hook through its mouth. That's more like significantly traumatizing a fish. Potentially doing serious harm if it doesn't go well. But is video games. Okay, so it's looking like we're going to be somewhere around 25% when the harvester fills up. which would imply 4 trips. And that wouldn't be too bad, except it's 4 trips from here to there, which is a trek. So what I'm going to try doing is, like I said, we're going to kick the header off of this thing, and we're going to go see if this can drag the trailer behind it. And if it can, we'll reconfigure the trailer over to being like where it can hold like 30 cubic meters or whatever it is. And then with that reconfiguration, I should be able to, between the harvester and the trailer, fill up the entire field onto that and have it in one go. Now, it becomes a difficulty of managing it becomes a little bit difficulty to manage all that stuff, but at least that's something. Because I definitely don't want to do this where I have to drive it the whole way across town more than once. Because it's slow. It's real slow. It says some of the people opt to optimize the fun out without measures to prevent them. That doesn't mean we should be limiting or restricting gameplay changes for everyone else. That's a common fallacy you see in game dev. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a hard thing to juggle. Because it is a thing that players a lot of times will optimize the fun out of their game. Whether that's they'll do like targeted going after items, where instead of broadly playing the game where it's, got a nice variety of play and you enjoy it, but you realize, thing X is the most lucrative, so you do just that, which of course then becomes not fun very quickly. Or, they'll be like, oh yeah, instead of doing this the way I should be doing it, I can use this buggy thing to like work around it. Not buggy, that's not the right thing. I can do this exploit that using this game, clever use of game mechanics to circumvent the gameplay aspect of it and just get the reward. There's lots of that. And I do agree we shouldn't just be like, oh, well, people are going to optimize the fun out, we shouldn't allow it kind of thing. I do agree that that's not a thing you should tackle. Because it is a thing saying, well, we're just going to keep taking away aspects of the game because someone could abuse it to a point they stop having fun with it. But yeah, no, for me when I look at Farm Sim, it's already got that. Like, genuinely, the whole dropping down power generation, you can do the, you can lean super hard in the greenhouses. This hard mode anyway, whereas those people playing easy with 200k in the bank, yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. When it comes to, like, optimizing the fun of it, the comment I usually make is if you're someone, other than, like, to test to see if you can do it or the discovery around it, or if you just enjoy it, but for me, the one that stands out is the Project Zomboid one, where people start a brand new run on sweaty tryhard settings, give themselves 0 starting stats like we do, and then because food is so easy to find in the game, they'll stockpile some food, and then they'll lock themselves in their room and just do burpees for like the first 2-3 months of the game to like get themselves to like 4 or 5 strength and fitness. And otherwise they're just not really playing, they're just watching the bar fill up. And it's like, that's cool that you found out you could do that. But really, you're just making it so for a round of the game, you gotta dedicate, 10, 12 hours just grinding the stat before you actually play. So there's definitely a point where you'd be like, yeah. You try not to be a stealth archer, but there's always end up there. Well, there is something to be said about when a game's balance is so bad that you feel forced to play the game in a certain way. That's to me, that's a separate issue. But yeah, there's certainly that kind of a thing going on. We can hook it up. So let's go and bring this over to the garage and reconfigure it to store crops. Yeah, and that's definitely a problem with the Skyrim, is just the stealth is so powerful, and whether or not you want to use it, there's circumstances the game kind of pressures you into using stealth. Or you're trying to, you know, open up with the best you can, like, situation to fight the enemy, which automatically kind of requires you to behave in, like, a stealth range kind of situation. Or, like, the dragons. That was always the one I held out was the big thing that kind of forces you into Stealth Archer in Skyrim, is the dragons. Because you don't get the move to drag the dragons out of the sky until way later, so you have to fight dragons without it. I'm sure there's a way you can probably get past that, but... And sure, you've got spells, but a lot of them, the projectile speed is so slow, hitting the dragon in the sky is really frustrating. It can be done, but it's really, really kind of just annoying. So you end up using the bow almost because you are just short of forced to do so. Which, of course, means you're now archering. And then again, like, you'll have it dragging down there and you'll crouch to shoot up and you'll get, like, the 20 times damage because you stealth archered something. Or, no, it's not 20. That was if you stab something from behind, or you stab something from stealth. But you get, like, the huge, huge damage bonus. And he just really kind of pigeonholes you into it. You can fight them in melee, but you spend a lot of time staring at them angrily. Yeah, no, I had a number of times I started a Skyrim run, like, I'm not going to be a stealth archer. I'm going to go, like, I want to do the big two-handed weapon and run around and do that. And then half the enemies just staying in the sky or whatever, and you're just like, you know what? Screw this. Because, like, it's one thing you had, like, more complexity because you have to be, like, in close range where it's dangerous. That's fine. That's a risk-reward prospect. Where you're like, oh yeah, I have to just stand here and wait for my turn. And that definitely happens. Do you need Sirio set? I know you didn't need an equipment set for it. I believe there was skills you got. And there was one skill... Oh, you might mean with the arrows. That could be true. And I believe it was like with your stealth archer was something like 5 times damage when you got the skill. And then if you use like the stealth dagger and you had the skill, it was something like 20 times damage. Whatever it was ridiculous, where you could sneak up on a dragon and just about one-tap it. And if you do need the set, it could be just me not remembering. But the point was, even without the set bonuses, very much stealth damage was absurdly strong. Part of it also being that Skyrim had, like, comical stealth where you'd have a guard in front of you, you'd stand up and crouch again, a little puff of smoke would come up or whatever when you had the skill, and you'd instantly go stealth again. And you could honestly just, in the middle of a fight, a lot of times drop aggro and redo that. Hey, Baron, how's it going? Can we get a shout-out for Undead Baron, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. I hope things have been going good for you and all that. You can use a Soul of Sight and Oblivion to hit people from 1,000 meters. Yeah. And if I don't have any mods here, I'll take care of myself as soon as we get to the garage to reconfigure this trailer to make it not useless for what we're doing. As we drive around painfully slowly in our harvester. Pretty good. How is logging now? It's decent. The logging hasn't significantly changed since Farming Sim 22. It's the same systems, which is fine. But it does mean, like, really the hardest part of logging is picking up the logs after you cut them down. Like, the cutting them down part is, but it's the collecting. There is a mod called Autoloader you can use that does help with that a lot. Yeah, so you can get the expansion. And I will add the trailer hitch that I skipped out on earlier to see if we can hook up the header trailer onto the back of this thing. But yeah, now logging straightforward. You got your choice of you can just use a chainsaw. My recommendation for dealing with logging, I actually have it somewhat set up here. We've got this windmill up there. So, is you buy this thing here, the winch, And all that happens is you cut down a tree, you pull up your tractor to your winch, you drive over next to the tree, and then you can just go to the winch, you hit one button, then you hit the other button to attach it to the log, and you just drag it along behind you to your sawmill. If you are going to be selling the logs as opposed to turning them into lumber, then you're going to want to cut them down to smaller sizes and remove the branches off of them. I gotta remember where my turn was. Okay, it's the smaller road up ahead. And that can be is you either run along the tree with the chainsaw, and if you just go across the center, it should pull off most of the branches, and then you cut them to size, or you can get, like, the really big harvesters where you grab the tree, and it cuts it off, and then it cuts into a bunch of different logs and piles them. The big problem with the piling the logs is you do have to, like, crane game, pick them up one by one, or, again, there is a mod called Autoloader where you can just pull your trailer up next to it, you hit a shortcut key, and it just kind of teleports the logs onto it. Let's see, you love logging, but also all the expensive equipment plus lowboy trailer to haul and harvest around. Yeah, there are a bunch of modded ways of hauling the stuff. It's also interesting that I'm not... There we go. Huh. It's weird that the open and close cover is showing up when I'm looking at the harvester, but when I'm looking at the trailer we have the unload. I would imagine you'd have both the unload and the open and close be on there. It's fine. Okay, so we turn over here. Use the big cat with the giant claw. It's very good. Yeah, no, I found when I was doing Silver Run, which was all about logging, if we go down to the forestry stuff... So yeah, so what I was saying is these machines here with a giant arm, if you're cutting in and you're going to be selling them as logs, you use those. Otherwise, I would just take your chainsaw, cut down a tree, and then grab one of the winches. These are winches that you drag behind your tractor, and this is one you just kind of put up in an area and you kind of zip line the log over. It's fun, but it's not as pragmatic to use. But, yeah, I found the Volvo big overhand crane. If I'm picking up logs, that joker worked extremely well. It takes a little finesse to get used to it. I imagine these ones probably also work well, but this one I could grab like a full stack, like a whole tree's worth of logs if I lined it up right. And then, I'd just go to one of these wood trailers here and just dump them all in there and have a truck take them away. Because, yeah, I tried everything. I tried the winches and all that. Like I said, if you're taking the logs as logs to sell, the giant Volvo over the hand crane is what I would recommend. If you are going to be feeding them into a sawmill, don't bother branching them or anything. Just grab the winch and just drag them behind your tractor wherever you're trying to take them to. So Seafield 41, where did I leave your trailer? Ah, it's there. So then the question chose if... Well, that's a great idea I had. Leave the trailer in the sunflowers, where I cannot see it at all. Cool, man. Big brain moves right there. Ah, there it is. Like I said, I want to do a quick test here to see if I can't daisy chain the trailers, since this trailer has a trailer hitch. Because if I can daisy chain the trailers, that means I can kind of have the entire setup for harvesting all in one giant piece of equipment. And so I can just go to the field, dragging everything behind it, pack up my stuff, and take it where I need to. First, to test this, let's get you. Plunk you right out in the open where I can actually interact with it and see it. Now, the real challenge is get a trailer that's got 2 pivot points, and then try and back it up into another trailer. Also doing so with rear steering. Yeah, it's not happening like that. Alright, let's try this again. Because I got caught on the trailer because I didn't realize I could turn tight enough that I'd snag stuff on each other. You hate these trailers? You know what? Honestly... So the problem I'm running into is I can turn sharp enough that's the back of this starts snagging on it. And I know I'm losing a lot of time doing this, which is fine. Straighten you back out. So what I'm thinking we might be able to do is instead drive over here. Instead of trying to like actually back it in the whole way. It's not going to work the way I want it to, and I know it. How heavy are you? Yeah, because there's my trailer hitch. I think that would actually work. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the other trailer. I'm going to give it a little shove. I'm putting way too much effort into this, by the way. So that looks like it's in a good position. I just want to see if this even works, because I've never tried this. I'm guessing no. It actually looks relatively okay. Alright, let's stop screwing around as I immediately get stuck in this again. Okay, I just leave that alone for right now. Let's grab our header, let's get back to doing the actual field. Because then we can sort that on the other side. Yeah, so unfortunately it doesn't look like I can daisy chain the trailers. At least not that I saw. Even if I can, backing the other trailer into each other after each time is going to be such a waste of time. For this one, I probably will just, I'll probably just not bother with the header trailer, because, yeah, the header makes this vehicle a bit wider, but it's not like some of the later harvesters where it's, like, substantially wider, it's just a bit wider. So I feel like I can get around with the header attached on this harvester. versus like the later John Deere ones that are like super duper wide, you know, that just can't get down the highway. So meanwhile, we can check in on our cultivator. It's doing its thing, and we can pop up here to what's up. Before I forget, again, Undead Baron's fantastic. You should check them out and everything. Does a lot of games with their community and everything. Does a lot of like Twitch or creation stuff, like crowd control and all that. Decent number of horror games, decent number of simulation games, that kind of thing. So if any of that sounds good to you, you can find it over there. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and catch a couple more fish. Keep tangible progress happening towards getting our big payout. We won't bother with the second harvesting contract. I'll keep it to just the one. So we're catching and releasing. That's what we're doing with the fish. Seems like a pretty cool map. Oh yeah, no, it's the new Highlands map. It's Scottish Highlands. So you've got like the fieldstone wall or fieldstone fences. You got your hedge fences. There's a port here. I actually feel like of the official maps, it does the best job of not being endlessly flat, but also not being so craggy and mountainous it's hard to do stuff. It's got a nice balance in between where the actual places you want to be working are not flat, but flat enough that your equipment works and all that. So like very slow hills or whatever, like very mild hills. But then between them they'll have a lot of cliffs and all that. There's two castles on the map. There's one right there. It's just there. Kind of a tourist attraction kind of thing. And there is another castle that you actually build. That castle is a major project though. It is not a, like, you're gonna knock it out in a stream or something. That is going to be a whole run is going to be spent building that. Now, that said, you make good money while building those things. All of the Farm Sim 25 official maps have a major project of some capacity on them. You've got, like, the Riverbend has the playground and the museum. This one has a castle. The East Asian map has a temple. And so kind of a fun thing where you get to, like, permanently change the map and you make good money doing it. Yeah, and they also added fishing. They also added aquaculture. So you can do the fishing like we're doing. You can do it's kind of like a greenhouse, but you have like these big pools that they put like tilapia or whatever in. In this game, it's salmon, and I am blanking on the other fish. Yeah, salmon and another one. You remember when you did the airdrop for the temple? It took forever. Oh man, yeah, no, all those are big because it was the playground also took us a long time. At that one I kind of cheesed though. Is there rare fish? No. So the way fishing works in this game is it's not like Stardew Valley where you get all sorts of exotic fish or anything like that. You basically have salmon. There's another fish I'm blanking on. There's garbage. Then they kind of come in 3 tiers where there's like the crappy fish is $100. There's the middle one is $200, and then there's the less common $400 ones. But it is not like you pull up, you know, like a swallower fish or an angler fish or something, and you get like $2,000-3,000. At least not that I've heard of anything. And then very genuinely, the thing that actually makes you money fishing is releasing all your fish, because there is a bonus for catching and releasing fish, and it stacks. That like each time you hit a milestone, you make more and more money. Which is what we're doing right now, as well. I got the other vehicles doing stuff. Trout, that's the other fish. Yes, there's only trout and salmon in the game right now. It is something I could definitely see them expanding on. So you might go to a new map and they could easily add like red snapper and bass and a whole bunch of stuff. But right now, in the iteration we have here, the fishing by fishing pool doesn't have a incredible amount of depth to it. It's pretty shallow. But I think the idea is that this is something like using your chainsaw, that it's just something you do as like a little extra money or whatever, but you're probably not going to dedicate all your time to it or anything like that. Whereas, you know, we got the aquaculture stuff. And the aquaculture is another thing I could see them expanding on as well, because it's also just trout and salmon for the moment. That said, I mean, for me personally looking at it, they could add more fish and just change the model and all that, but all intents and purposes, it'd just be more variety of dollar figures you get for the fish. Let us buy a boat and go out to the bounds to catch sharks. You can buy a boat now. Boats are in the game as of this expansion. There are, I believe it's only 2 boats right now. There's like a small fishing boat and then a much larger like commercial liner kind of boat. Like, not full industrial boat, but you know, a proper size boat for doing stuff. That said, this is the only map that the boat would be particularly useful that I've seen. Most maps, historically, because we haven't had fishing or anything like that, tend to not have big bodies of water on them. It's just, that's area you could use for fishing, or sorry, not for fishing, for farming, or lumberjacking, or having cool buildings and all that. So, historically, they've not included lots of water, because that's kind of unusable, quote-unquote, space. So, generally speaking, people tend to not like maps that have a lot of water on them. Okay. So, we'll drop you off. And I think this will turn out alright, because by the time we finish doing the field, the cultivating contract should be done. And then at that stage, I should be able to have the tractor grab the trailer, run it up to drop it off. And then we can check to see if I need to reconfigure it back for hauling lumber stuff. Just gonna intervene and do this row here that it's skipped for whatever reason. Okay. And that back over to the AI. And how are we doing on the catch and release? Okay, so we're about a third of the way. We're at 132 out of 200. So since we started stream, we've already caught and released like 32 fish. And granted, we haven't been spending, like, this is actually probably the most we've been spending fishing right now, is just working these 2 contracts. I don't plan on doing this every in-game day because I feel it'll become pretty obnoxious or pretty tedious after a while. Like, I enjoy the fishing and I could sit here and just knock it a bunch of time, but I could absolutely see that people don't want to watch just the fishing meter. It's the same thing that happens when people are doing challenge runs in Stardew Valley. So many of the challenge runs in Stardew Valley, the way you do them is you fish. You start the game and you fish. And fishing becomes all your money. There are ones where you beeline to the caves and you do cave things. I don't know what the meta is these days, but that's always been one of them. That's also the fishing thing is also there is a challenge run in Stardew where you get yourself just enough money to upgrade your trash can, and then you're only allowed to make money using your trash can, which means you can't grow stuff on your farm unless it's from wild seeds, because otherwise you will actively lose money. Because the seeds cost more than you get from your end product by trashing it. So you end up either doing caves or fish. It's just, the reality in Stardew Valley is so many challenge runs. You can do that. You can also forage, but foraging doesn't scale nearly as well as the fishing, and then like the deep cave diving is one you can also make some ridiculous money at. Okay, so cultivating doesn't have too much longer left. I'm also curious to check where we're at with the trash, see if we're approaching 300. Because I am curious, since we did get another milestone at 200, if the next milestone will be 300 or it'll be 500. I feel like those are the only two ones I would expect to make sense. I mean, I guess technically 250 could be a possibility, but I would expect it more to be like, no, it wouldn't be 250. 250 would be a weird one. Yeah, so trash caught. We're at 223. That's fine. And the reality is, we're actually right at the point, if I hadn't sold any fish, we would barely be at 200. I've only sold 73 fish in the entire playthrough. Okay. That also makes me curious, because I know people playing multiplayer, there's been some people have been having an issue that when they fish in multiplayer, they just catch the same fish again and again, so like it'll be 100 or 200 or whatever, it'll be like literally the same one. It does make me imagine, if you're doing that and you're trying to chase these milestones, that'd almost be advantageous over having it split between the trash, because then you could go after those bigger milestones faster. And since each milestone is worth more than the milestone before, it's more cost-effective for you to get the 200 milestone for trash or whatever than to get both the 100 for trash and the 100 for releasing fish. Alright, only 18% more in the cultivating field. Then we grab the tractor, we start moving stuff around. That's going to be where we stop fishing for the day. Which is going to take a minute. But actually, more than likely, I'm going to have to do another drop-off on the harvester. Well, actually, maybe not. With the harvester, I got to keep in mind that 20% at the end of the harvesting contract is reserved for you selling what you've harvested. So you finish the field completely at about 80%. So actually getting relatively close. Yeah, we'll avoid getting contracts like this again because that cultivating contract takes a while. I did grab a really big one. It is a $9,000 cultivating contract. And then the harvesting one, the official amount is about $5,000. But we'll get an extra $2,000-3,000 on top of that for the surplus crop we sell. Okay. We're doing pretty good about getting a lot of fish back to back here, so that's nice. That said, we're actually still not that far in the in-game day. We're not even at 2 p.m. in-game. And a lot of times, that was the one thinking back to the Silver Run. I'm trying to remember when we did Silver Run lumberjacking. Like how much time we actually spent. Because that one, we were doing the lumberjacking. And so we did end up most days basically almost playing through the entire like day kind of thing. Like 7 p.m. or where I couldn't really see before I'd finally make my character go to sleep or whatever. So it would be like every in-game day we'd spend like 3-4 hours just going through the entire day just lumberjacking. And that was way back we did that. Okay. Looks like we're going to be able to get this entire field into that trailer, which is good. Otherwise, we got to make trips, and I don't want to do that. Okay, so this should definitely be able to finish the rest of this field on this round. And you're getting really close to done. You just got the header rows to do. Alright, almost done. And we have 138 released fish. Little by little getting there. Both in our tests. Yeah, because I liked the idea more of just in each day we stop, take maybe 5-10 minutes, do just a little bit of catching, and then just slowly work it up. Basically try and get like 10 released fish a day or something like that. I think that'd be a good way of breaking it up. Versus these contracts being as big as they are, we're knocking out like a half an hour of fishing all at once. Which is a bit much. Oh yeah, there's also a cool like lighthouse out on an island. It doesn't really serve much purpose, but it's just cool aesthetically. For other things I'd say that's really nice about this particular map is the collectibles on this map. They're both interesting. It's the first time we have collectibles that actually have like lore or anything to them. All the collectibles in the past, so it's like, oh, here's just a bunch of toys to pick up. Oh, here is this thing that like thematically fits the map, but doesn't, you know, it's just an item, you pick it up, it vanishes, and it serves no purpose or anything. This one, you pick up like their messages in a bottle, and they will give you like some lore that you can then look in this book and kind of read this whole story about this captain and how they got here kind of thing. So you go around and you collect them. They do a pretty good job of also making the collectibles far more reasonable to find, in that they are in places that thematically make sense, versus the toys, again, where you find one like on the back of the grain mill roof that you have to climb like 6 set of ladders and walk around the far side, and it's over on like the edge of the gutter, and you're like, uh-huh, little Johnny was up here playing with this wood toy, huh? Little Johnny's still around? Because little Johnny's probably not gonna last long if this is what little Johnny does in their free time. You know, running around the grain mill roof. Okay. 9% more of the cultivating's done. I mean, it really had like just 2 header rows to go around. Then we will ditch the cultivator. We're going to be probably bringing the stuff like the cultivator and all that. I'm either going to leave it at the garage where we can service it, which is probably the better choice, or I'll bring it down to the, where we're going to be putting the windmill. I think the garage makes more sense to keep stuff like cultivator, seeder, that kind of thing, harvester. The windmill doesn't have the stuff at it itself. And then the place where we get the contracts is also far more middle map. It doesn't require that weird drive up the hill. The tractor will probably spend a lot of its time on the far south end of the map, since it's what I'm using to drag the trailer around and whatnot. Okay. And we're about to have an ad break here in a minute, so I do apologize about that. It is the nature of the platform. That is how Twitch pays for itself and what enables it to pay for us. Than people subbing and turbo and whatnot. But I do run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of pre-rolls, because pre-rolls are just nuking your viewership from orbit. It guarantees you're not going to get hardly any new viewers, because they click on the tab and immediately get assaulted by an ad. So they click away before they even know if your stuff's any good. But it be what it be. Existence's ads. There's the... what's the old saying? Like, there's only 2 guarantees in life. Death and taxes. I feel like we need to amend that. There's only 3 guarantees in life. Death, taxes, and ads. Alright, give me one moment, I'll catch up. So you've been to some streams with 3 minutes of ads every 5-10 minutes. So the absolute maximum number of ads you can normally run is, I believe, 22 minutes per hour, which is utterly asinine. Like, I genuinely think Twitch shouldn't even allow you to turn that. But for the record, that is you as a creator, like the streamer themselves, making the choice to run that many ads. Like, that is them making a conscious decision to do so, or really messing up their configuration without realizing it. But that is, anytime you see more than 3 minutes of ads per hour on Twitch, that is the creator has made that decision to do so. I mean, actually, technically, any ads you see during the middle of the stream is a decision by the creator to do it. It's just, you know, if you do less than 3 minutes, you get pre-rolls. And like I said, pre-rolls unfortunately has a very significant negative impact on new viewership. Yeah, YouTube is the worst for ads. I personally agree. I understand why there's a lot of people who find Twitch's ads more annoying, because YouTube, you've got the skip thing. But I definitely find, for me personally, YouTube these days has enough not skippable ads that part of it's still annoying. And then YouTube, if you're lurking kind of watching, YouTube will allow you to have a 58-minute ad. They've had multiple ads over the years that have been like 30, 40, 50 minutes for a single ad. And it's skippable, sure. But if you're like, you've got a YouTube video going in the background while, you know, you're doing dishes or you're cooking your dinner, so, you know, your hands are all messy, and here this ad starts, and it's just going on, and you keep being like, what the hell is going on? When is this ad going to end? Did you get turbo back up? Yeah, no, I would argue if you spend any meaningful amount of time on Twitch, just get turbo. You just alt-tab out and play Terraria during ads? Yeah. YouTube has ads that can't be legal because they're scams. Yeah, no, all of the platforms, Twitch included, they do have, like, means for people to submit the ads and all that. And I do find all of them don't do the most amazing job of screening ads. There's definitely ones that do better and worse. That was, I sent the screenshot to a couple of other creators I'm in a Discord with. I was on Reddit the other day, and it was like, you know how they'll kind of have, you know, regular posts, and they'll kind of mix in between the promoted posts, and they'll have the promoted tag on it, but you have to, like, kind of see the title of the post and everything before you can see the, like, the promoted thing. And very genuinely, it was an advertisement for view botting. Like, just straight up boldly right in the middle of the page, just an ad for view botting. And I'm like, okay, like, I know this exists in the universe and all that, but real bold to like straight out advertise your service. You're sick of seeing gambling ads and alcohol ads. You don't gamble, but ex-alcoholic. Yeah, no, I've said before, if it were up to me on most platforms, you wouldn't be allowed to run ads for medication. Like, I'm fine with ads being like, hey, it's getting to be the season, get your flu vaccine. Hey, you know, when you hit your 40s, don't forget to get your cancer screenings and all that. Like, you know, your PSA is about, like, making sure you take care of yourself. That's fine. But, like, where you go up, it's like, are you bleeding from your eyeballs? You should consider, I bleed resist. Go talk to your doctor to see if this is right for you. Side effects may choose instantaneous combustion, death, kicking puppies, and, like, those kind of ones. I'm like, no. I don't, like, personally, I have a big problem with some company advertising medication who has no idea about me whatsoever, or if any that's appropriate, and being like, take our medicine. I think you should go to your doctor and be like, hey, my eyes are bleeding, and that you and your doctor sit down and investigate, and if they still ultimately get to, like, you know, the no eye bleed cream, that's fine. I'm fine with the product existing and getting sold and whatever. Like, that part's fine. But I do feel like for anything medical, there should be an interface of a medical professional involved. But, especially with, like, just random website hawking medicine, I have a problem with that. I also personally don't think we should have advertisements for military recruitment. And I know some people be upset with that. I'm not anti-military. I do think that is a decision that you should be making with some type of, like, you know, financial advisor, your guidance counselor, like someone else about, like, what am I doing next in my career, that kind of thing. And that military is one of those options. And very genuinely, it's not even a bad option for a lot of people. But that should be something you decide because that is the right decision for your life situation. Versus, you know, the military ads where they have, like, the Call of Duty thing with the jets flying over and it's blasting music and they're like, you could be cool too, man. By the way, we're just using the same strategies that cigarettes did. Yeah. You need to be awesome as well. Join the military. Be cool as well. Be a real man. So it's one of those things that's like, I wish that wasn't permitted. And then the same thing, I'm very against gambling ads. Gambling itself, hey, whatever. I do think the gambling needs to be heavily regulated, which, you know, in-person gambling, a lot of that is. Online gambling, a lot of it isn't. Like, gambling is fine to exist, but make sure they have to do stuff like post the odds, make sure they have to be, you know, that you are fully informed on what you're going in, post the odds of whatever thing happening, have, like, the regular audits of whatever machines you're using to make sure they actually do meet those supposed odds, and that they're not, you know, scuffing the numbers and all that kind of stuff. You know, so heavily regulate it to make sure everything is on that kind of stuff and whatnot. You get the idea. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like should not be permitted to be advertised. Yeah, and alcohol ads, I'd put those on there. I would say just the same thing about, like, see, alcohol and cigarettes, I can see that. Like, there's definitely a harm you can do with that. Like, certainly anything that you'd reasonably expect a child to be watching, be like, hey, not here. But as far as, like, you know, you're watching Walking Dead, there's going to be people smoking and drinking in that. I think it's totally fine to have ads for that where that's already a thing. But, like, you know, for on Twitch, I would actually argue we probably shouldn't have that. Can people smoke and drink on Twitch? Sure. You have to have the proper tags. Those ads should not be allowed to exist without the proper tags as well. Your content labels, whatever you want to call them. And for the record, I don't know about Twitch with that kind of stuff, because I know Twitch nowadays doesn't let you do a lot of those kind of ads, but I have no idea about the drinking one. I haven't... Admittedly, I don't have... admittedly I have Twitch Turbo, so I don't see half the ads. I have no idea where this connector is, because I parked in the sunflowers, which is a me problem. I think it's over here. Can you see it at all? Okay, so it is like all the way to the side. We're talking like it's almost 90 degrees this side, so I'm just in the wrong place. Okay. So we need to start delivering this. Oh wait, we did not empty you. I'm glad I noticed that before we started going. You love seeing the weird ads. They're the ones with those little translucent circles that you put over your pimple. You just wondered, what would it do? Hydrate it? I don't know about that. I do know it's I do know there's a thing that in some cultures, like this isn't a thing I've seen here in the U.S., but in some cultures when you're at that age, like, you know, you're hitting puberty, you're getting your zits and pimples and all that, that they'll have like a little sticker that looks like a star that they'll put over it, because it's just kind of seen having like the little cute star is, you know, better than having like an obvious zit or whatever on their face. I'm neither here nor there, because this, like, you know, random smiley or star stickers on your face or whatever, one kind of informs what it is, and also is its own weird thing. But, you know, no judgment about it. That it seems perfectly benign, but it is just like a thing that some cultures do. Like, I could see it being a thing like that, putting like a little circle sticker over it. It's to hide it. Those aren't just sticker, they're anti-acne things? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I definitely remember when I was in, you know, in that age group, like, you get, like, the acne pads, where it's, like, there's a little, like, medicated pad thing that you'd wipe on your face. So it's like when you were cleaning your face, it was just a thing that's supposed to break up the oils and all that to help prevent acne. But yeah, no, I could see having it where you put, like, a little sticker over it. Because it was one of those things that, like, my mom made a big deal about having us use those pads to clean up so we wouldn't get nearly as bad of acne. Because I definitely knew a few people in high school who got, like, especially bad acne, and they ended up getting a bunch of scars on their face from it later on. You know, they probably, like, in hindsight, because I wouldn't know, in hindsight, they probably had something medical that was exacerbating it a lot. It probably wasn't just normal teenager breakout kind of things. But yeah, I knew a number of them that had, like, lots of little pits all over their face where the acne would show up because, you know, just you would get all scarred from it. So I could 100% understand people do that. Yeah, no, exactly. That's like go to the dermatologist. And like I said, it very well could be they had gone to the dermatologist and they had some skin condition or something. You know, it's not one of those things where you walk up to somebody, you're like, hey buddy, man, why is your face all pimple covered? Especially in your teens when everyone is like super self-conscious and all that. Definitely a great way to really hurt someone's, you know, self-esteem. Okay, so we're going over there again. Let's see. When you were young, your brother-in-law told us to dab methanized spirits. That's what we did. Yeah, those acne pad things I was talking about, it's probably something like that. It's whatever they put on it. It's the same idea, like I said. I think it's just like break up the oils so it's like doesn't get like all choked up in the pores. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm not a medical person. I'm getting so many military recruitment ads here, but they're far less aggressive than even the Australian military ads, let alone apparently those elsewhere. And you see so many more government administrative and customs recruiting ads. I guess they're really struggling to get enough applications. That could be. I'm getting the feeling this trailer might be a little big for this tractor. It's not big like undoable, but it is big like the tractor is not happy about it. You got this, man. You can do it. 6-7 miles an hour. Hey, Sharp, how's it going? Yeah, no, I think a big part of the reason why a lot of... Notice you're just telling us how happy it is. Yeah, the engine's screaming. It's screaming in excitement, that's all. It's so happy to be able to actually work this hard. It just didn't feel properly exhilarated with the work we were doing previously. Okay, so this is a back tip trailer. Good to know. Yeah, no, I think for me the biggest problem I have with the military ads is, again, they're always like, they'll have like the jets going over, it's like, you want to defend your family. You like, and you'll have like, they'll just like really go for like the cool factor of it. And again, I'm okay with military, it's fine. I think it's a, you know, for a lot of people it's the right choice. A lot of people it's not. And so I think it's totally fair for them to be like, hey, you know what? We'll pay your college tuition. We'll give you all these benefits. Here's the guarantees and pay. Like, that very business side, I think, is totally fine. I don't think it should be advertised so much as, like, that is, again, a decision you make with your guidance counselor in high school or whatever is appropriate. But, like, the blasting rock and roll music, cool factor kind of thing is like, nah, man. Come on. There's a lot of people who are real impressionable. There are a lot of the ones they're going after. Yeah, it shouldn't be emotionally manipulative. No, exactly. It should be a decision there, like, here is the tick boxes of why you should consider. So you can go, here is, you know, choice A, military, choice B, college, choice C, maybe an apprenticeship program if you can find one, which, if you can, amazing, congratulations. They're really hard to find these days. Okay. Oh, we can get our money. Whew. 11,000 for soybeans. 11,000 for soybeans is a really good contract. Yeah, no, apprenticeships, the big part of what has happened here in the US is a lot of companies that would historically do apprenticeships over the years have moved on to you kind of getting your own training and like having to go to your, like, whatever your local tech school or whatever to get the certifications or whatever, so that they don't have to train you. So effectively they've outsourced training, where historically you'd get an apprentice and admittedly they'd usually get underpaid, but the idea is part of the compensation you're getting is the training. But nowadays a lot of them have. It's not that they don't exist, they're still around. Especially with smaller things, you'll have, like, you know, not like a, you know, 2-3 person electrician thing, like where it's just one person working for themselves. But you'll have, like, smaller firms that might have, like, a dozen or so electricians working at them. They might have an apprenticeship program to bring more people in, or plumbing, that kind of thing. But the smaller ones usually can't afford to do a lot of that stuff. And then the bigger ones choose not to. They're big enough that they know people will seek them, and they can make someone else deal with the training. And there's exceptions. Like, it's not hard-coded that there's that. But historically, all of those groups would take on apprentices. That was just like the normal thing for a lot of trade skills. But on top of that, there's a lot of trade skills that they don't really have as, what's the word I want to use? Not structured. There was like a very logical path that you would follow with a lot of the trade skills historically. Nowadays, they're a lot trickier because of stuff like having, you know, having to be able to get yourself where you can be found online, and all these things makes it a lot harder to run those businesses than it used to be. There's a lot more factors you got to deal with, which makes it harder for littler groups of, you know, 1-2 people, half a dozen family businesses to operate, because you have to have much more range of skill set or pay a lot of other people to do stuff for you than you used to. As you don't know, you feel like back when companies were allowed to advertise toys to kids, we had better Saturday morning cartoons. Are they not allowed to advertise to kids anymore? Like, so far as the toys, I mean. I thought they could still do that. That's the thing I'm confused about. I was like, wait, are they not allowed to do that? They may have had more rules around how they could advertise it, and that I believe. But I'm pretty sure I've still seen toy advertisements on television, kind of thing. You know, when I'm visiting my folks and they want to watch stuff. Paw Patrol is basically one long toy commercial, the same vein as everything else. You can tell, yeah. You always get toys for kids ads, but more on TV. Yeah, no, that's like on the TV side. You have more of that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can still advertise toys for children on television. I think they did change, like, that there was specific behaviors you weren't allowed to do in the advertisements that, again, were, you know, a bit more manipulative, a bit more scummy. Like, that I 100% believe was a thing. I know they got rid of, you weren't allowed to, like, advertise cigarettes on, you know, slots that would be, you know, mostly for children kind of thing. Because that used to be a thing. The Children's Television Act of the 1990s. We lost cigarette ads in the 90s here. Yeah, they're mostly gone here too. Like, you'll every once in a while see like a poster style ad for cigarettes. Let's see. Okay. Well, apprentices or vocational education type jobs have been taught for half-time school, half-time work site since the 1950s. So something like that. You're an apprentice employee of a company at that time, and you regularly pay. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Let's see. Oh yeah. Which regulated commercial time and content television. It limited commercials times to 12 minutes per half hour on weekdays, 10.5 minutes on weekends, and required a clear separation between programs and commercials, and prohibited advertising toys that were being featured in the show itself. Additionally, the Child Online Protection Act passed in 1998 assessed. Oh yeah. No, so you can still advertise toys 100%. Yeah. You're talking about, like, where you would have a kid's toy, and it'd be something like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of one of the ones. You would have, say, like, Thomas the Tank is actually a terrible example. I'm trying to think of a show that was like, oh, you'd have, like, Mr. Rogers. So, yeah, so it'd be something like you have Mr. Rogers, and, like, Mr. Rogers just product placing, being like, oh yeah, I love G.I. Joe, I think they're wonderful. Which feels very anti-Mr. Rogers. Those two thematically don't go together. But, you know, Mr. Rogers be like, yeah, I love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We should absolutely, hey little Johnny, let's play with some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with its very own karate chop action. And also, we got the Jurassic Park over here where we can get some dino damage. I can absolutely, like, that I can get behind, being like, yeah, let's not do that. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I didn't think about the shows, like, well, there's still, Ghostbusters and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are still around. And they still do that on, kids' cartoons. I'd have to see like what they considered qualified as prohibited advertising toys that were being in the show themselves. Yeah, because like Power Rangers is another one that had toys. Because it's a perfectly normal thing where it's like, I have this show that kids like, I am now going to make a toy for it. And I'm pretty sure that's all okay. I'm curious where that line in the sand is, because obviously if they made a law, like, would it be the thing I was talking about, like very product placement-y kind of thing? Or like with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, instead of just having the show, the cartoon, you know, they kind of sit there. All Transformers shows were literally advertising for their toy products. Each character had a toy. Yeah, like, and 100%. And like, that's the thing. We still have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they still have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys. And you will have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toy that is associated with whatever show it is. And you have the same with, like, Ghostbusters is around, and they do that. Actually, I think they're still around. The cartoons. That might actually be over, as the Ghostbuster cartoon may have gone away. So that's where I'm curious of, like, where the boundaries on the law are. Because I could definitely see the need for a law in general limiting that. Because again, Mr. Rogers product plugging toys. It's like, yeah, you'll get more money towards the toys, but it would be very much one of those things like, all right, that's real messed up. But just having a cartoon that is associated with a toy, like, you know, it would mean if you made a show you wouldn't be allowed to have a toy, and clearly that's not the case, and vice versa. So I'm very curious. I guess it's more like when the commercial plays, they don't want, hey kids, did you see Raphael and lead? Oh, I see what you're saying. You see an episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, the commercial break, you get the toys being pushed? Yeah, I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes, I see that. So like you're watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then you have the commercial break, and it's like, did you see Krang with the Technodrome? You could get your own Technodrome set now. Go ask mom and dad. By the way, this crap's like 130 bucks. And this plastic is flimsy as F. By the way, half the parts are tiny, and you'll never find them again after they dropped. Especially Raphael's size, specifically into the seatbelt hole in your car. Very specifically, Raphael's size into that spot. That one specific spot. Because I've seen that happen to like 3 of my friends. No one else's stuff, just Raphael's size. I can see why they wouldn't allow that. I do acknowledge that would definitely undermine the value prospect for businesses making the cartoons and therefore pull funds from the cartoons, therefore leading to a dip in quality. At the same time, it does feel pretty predatory to deliberately, you know, get all your kids like hyped and then immediately follow that up with an ad for it. Again, you know, adults, we can make better decision making. Remember getting Voltron, but your parents never got the people to go inside the 5 parts? You were so sad. I remember Voltron. I don't remember having the people inside. I remember using the Voltron, like the main mouth, as a hole puncher. I distinctly remember grabbing pieces of paper and making it bite on the paper and leaving bunches of little holes on it. Because for some reason, little kid me thought that was the greatest thing. And did I lose Raphael's size into the seatbelt hole as a kid? Yes. Yes, I did. I also lost Michelangelo's nunchucks. I couldn't tell you where. I had them one day and I didn't. Never lost Donatello's staff, and Leonardo's swords got broken because those things were like super flimsy. Yeah, but kids don't got Mahdi. Oh yeah, no, 100% the idea is you would get the kids all hyped so that they would go to their parents and go, Mom, can I have the thing? 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 And eventually Mom would be, if it gets you out of my effing hair, I will buy you the thing. Like, I'm trying to keep my sanity. Please, leave me alone about the thing. Let's see, a lot more of the dip is due to technology making animation cheap compared to classic cell animation and people realizing kids don't care. Oh yeah. No, we were talking about, what was the show? Me and Tim, I don't remember why we had to go to the mall the other day. Oh yeah, it was, she had to get like she's got a warranty on her ring so that they'll replace all the gems or whatever. But, if anything happens, like no cost. Her wedding ring, I mean. And so part of the rules with that is every X amount of time she has to just take it in for a cleaning and inspection, which is fine because it makes it look good and everything. But we're in the mall for that, and the things we did there is I was walking by, what was it? It wasn't Hot Topic. It was one of those Hot Topic-esque stores, and I saw a poster for, I think it's a thing called Killer Robots. It was like this Netflix series or Amazon Prime series that my understanding landed utterly flat. But it was always ones targeted towards much younger, like tween to teen audiences. And even at that audience, you could see that the CGI animation, it was like watching it was a series that went for a while that was like early CGI for television. Oh, I'm blanking on it. Like I could picture the characters' faces and all that. And it had like really bad CGI, but like at the time it was good CGI. Like, you know, it was Reboot. Yeah. I'm sad that you got that in one. It had like the similar quality to Reboot. But you know, it's being made in 2024, 2025. Your sister's kids love Killer Robot ads. And it's basically Reboot if like one of the characters was glitchy and, you know, goth as heck, like just emo goth as whatever. Which is fine. You know, having the edgy character is a solid sell. But yeah. And I was like walking by and I saw the poster, I was like, is that really relevant enough to have its own poster? Like, not insulting the show or anything, but I saw it, I was like, wow, this is really badly made. But yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff when you get to like really little kid stuff. Because we even if we talk like the age range that they wouldn't advertise the toys during. Like again, the really, really young stuff. Like we're talking toddler stuff. Even that stuff, the quality has been super duper lower. It's one of the reasons why a show like Bluey does so exceptionally well, is because so much of all that stuff is so really like absolutely pissly poor made that when you actually have someone with some competent production to it, like because Bluey is genuinely good, and like you get something that's like genuinely good at all, and parents just absolutely love it. There was a toy advertising thing and also a mandate for like 16 hours of educational program. But yeah, so it is interesting with that, because you can also see like even let's say you ban your nephews and nieces from watching Teletubbies. You read a newspaper and it was making kids not able to speak well. I have no idea about that. Some of those ones you gotta watch where like the newspaper will go out, it's like kids who watch whatever show do whatever. A lot of times you look into where they got their source for it and it'll be like, there was this one kid in Denmark who watched this one time and their parents let him watch it in cycle of 24 hours a day, like 3 days out of the week. The other days he had sleep. You know, some like really wildly out there thing. Or it'll be just a bad study. So it is one of those things to be very skeptical when you hear some random article. Not said, it can be true. There's absolutely stuff that could be like that. But there's a lot of times where you get those like really, really headline snagging kind of things. Like, oh no, don't watch that show. It's bad for you. That a lot of times you look into and it's utter garbage. It's because it's one of those things that, you know, they're trying to push the ads for their news. Oh yeah, no, I can't stand Teletubbies. I had for a while. I was basically acting as the single parent for, you know, the person I was dating kid. Long story we don't need to get into on that regard. So I got to see Wonder Pets and Teletubbies, and she really liked Shrek 2 and watched a lot of Shrek 2, which, of the list there, I could get behind that one, though the repetition was pretty rough after a while. What else? Be utterly obnoxious. That one is like, okay, it's not bad, but you get really, 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 really tired of what's gonna work, dreamwork, or teamwork, what's gonna work? Teamwork's like, you know how we're gonna solve this episode? It's gonna be teamwork. Do you know what we're gonna solve next episode? It's also going to be teamwork. And the episode after that, better believe it's gonna be teamwork. You could have honesty or, like, literally any other virtue be one of those. Teamwork's a good thing to learn, but I'm serious. You only need to learn that lesson so many days a week. We can insert another lesson or two. We could talk about cleaning up our toys or something, and maybe not learn about teamwork this episode. We could learn about sharing, and not... I mean, a lot of times I actually do tie sharing in with the teamwork, but you get the idea. It's not that there's anything, like, actively wrong with the show. It's just pretty thin on the values. But again, this is one of the reasons why I think Bluey is held up at such a high standard. They actually cover a lot of topics, and some of them can get pretty complicated. And so it's got, like, a nice variety there. And even Teen Titans, I feel like, does a pretty solid job on that, where you look at Teen Titans, or it's what, Teen Titans Go or whatever it is now, and they'll actually cover stuff like depression, anxiety, those kind of things, and, you know, they do it in a way that's young child-friendly kind of thing, where they're not, like, really getting into the grittier parts of it, just to be like, oh, you know, sometimes you're sad. And that's okay. Heck, even Powerpuff Girls does stuff like that. Which I think is a great way of handling it, like normalizing it, without having to be like 2-ton mallet over the top about it. Where, you know, you'll have the show that's covering it, but it feels really forced. Versus like, oh, you know, Bubbles is just a little sad today. It's okay. Let's see, what watch the thing? Oh yeah. You love watching SpongeBob? SpongeBob for me didn't come till like pretty late. By the time SpongeBob was like really kind of out there and known, I was kind of outside the appropriate age demographic for it. Not that I couldn't have watched it or ever, but it's just, you know, I wasn't the target audience. How are we gonna solve this episode? High explosives and sharing. You did grow up watching Barney and loved it. We didn't. I'm willing to bet, because I remember having seen Barney, but I know that wasn't a show we ended up watching, and I'm willing to bet if I could go back to the age where you don't really have many memories of toddler or whatever, I'm willing to bet my parents had to listen to that enough times that they made sure that show didn't come on. Like, I don't think it's like a moral or ethical decision. I'm willing to bet they're like, I cannot stand this stupid dinosaur. Like, let's move them over to Transformers or something else that is slightly less aggravating to watch. So that, you know, as I'm making sure my kids aren't killing each other, because when you have 3 boys, that is a genuine concern. That I don't have to lose my mind to whatever show they're doing. Bluey went so big, also Australian like me. Oh yeah, no, like I said, and that's because Bluey actually is well produced. Something that is nearly absent from children's cartoon these days. It's not entirely absent. There's some gems out there, but there's just so many that the production is so bad. Yeah, that generation of cartoons did really well in covering those topics, treating children as competent people and telling them stories. Yeah, like today we're in a weird place that like a lot of the little kid stuff, so targeting toddlers to 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. So much of the shows are really bad. Again, there's exceptions like Bluey. And then you get to around like the teens to tweens, and then suddenly like they start jumping far more advanced topics. That you have stuff like Teen Titan Go, Steven Universe, those ones that like they do a really good job of being approachable for younger audiences, but also, and I'm saying young like tweens or whatever. They do a good job being approachable, but also, getting into like anxiety, depression, feelings of inadequacy, feeling overwhelmed, having problems that are just things you can't do anything about. Like it's a problem, you want to fix it, but it's just not something you can deal with. Like, when someone's sick, you've got a sick family member, you're like, even if you're a doctor, they're getting their treatment, they're getting the thing to help, and it's gonna work or it's not, and all you can do is stand there and watch. Which is a really difficult thing. Because, like, to me, dealing in that, the hardest part is you're standing aside, and you can do nothing that feels like substantial. Like, yeah, you can be supportive, and these things are important, but it doesn't feel like you're doing anything. Not really. And that's the hardest part. And I think it's good to have that lesson with kids without them having to face, like, watching a parent or a family member be sick. That instead they can watch their show and how, like, the one person in their group isn't doing well and everyone's trying to do stuff, but, like, there's not anything to do. And then just coping with it. Yeah, no, that was Transformers, the classic, where they're both sitting there and they're just like doing the shooting animations and they're like cutting back and forth between them. You're like, man, you all suck. Like, a whole lot of you are shooting and nobody's getting hurt. Like, why do you bother? Clearly it's not working. Try something else. There's like 4 of you lined up on either side going full tilt with your guns. And literally no one's even like flinching. And then eventually one's like, ah, and then like Starscream runs away because that's what Starscream does. You were 26 watching SpongeBob with your nephew, and you think you enjoyed it as much as him? Not gonna lie. Oh yeah, no, I think SpongeBob's excellent. Like, so far as what I've seen, later on in life. But I think at the time that SpongeBob was big, both me and my brothers were not really in the age group that was being targeted by that, so it just didn't happen in the household kind of thing. Not like it was actively avoided. We were just busy with other things. Let's see. You never watched Steven Universe is good. Steven Universe, I appreciate it. It's got a lot of music to it, but like I said, it does, like, it literally even touches on post-traumatic stress disorder. Like, it even gets into that. Like, it hits a lot of heavy topics. But it does so in a way that, again, is very approachable and isn't, very heavy-handed. There's some episodes I imagine be a little bit tougher as a younger person to really get behind. But like they do get into a lot of stuff there. And I think it's good. Because they make Steven a relatable character and he goes through a lot. With lots of music. And on top of that, I feel like it actually gives good advice. Because that's one of the ones that really upsets me with a lot of shows, is to be like, oh, we're going to deal with the episode about anxiety. Have you considered not being anxious? Don't let it get to you. And that's like the episode, like the advice you get in a whole lot of episodes. And you're like, this is terrible advice. Like, gee, I imagine if I didn't want to be anxious, if I could just choose not to be, that'd be amazing. Versus like Steven Universe, they have this entire thing about like, hey, take a moment to take a breath. Think about, is this like what you want, how you want to, deal with this? Is this actually this big a thing? Like kind of going through and trying to, bring yourself down from the anxiety to redirect it, distract yourself, those kind of things. And I feel like it does a much better job of getting like actual real advice. Or they'll do the cartoon thing of like, oh no, this character is going through depression because of this struggle here. Well, oh look, a happy thing happened, their depression's solved. And you're like, okay, that's not how that works. You don't just, you give them a cupcake and suddenly depression's gone. It's not really how any of that works, no. That's genuinely, actually, I would say, actively harmful to give that misinterpretation of what depression is. Because then when they see their friend sad, they'll bring him a cupcake and then be confused when they don't get the results they're looking for and their friend's still sad, and so they'll just try and keep giving them cupcakes. And eventually the friend will start feeling bad that the other friend is putting in all that time to give cupcakes. And that'll make them more depressed. I also just realized I have been just sending it. We finished whatever the... Oh, no, wait, we only had the one contract. But yeah. You didn't get into Steven Universe either, but maybe I wasn't watching TV. Yeah, so Steven Universe came on way later. Hey, Mariana Menace. Yeah? You can be sad and well stimulated. Which honestly sounds like a really bad time. High energy, sad. Feels like that shouldn't be a thing. Well, to be fair, depression isn't necessarily sad. It's more like saps your motivation and energy kind of thing. Because, yeah, like, being unmotivated and high energy sounds like that would be infuriating, because you would have that energy and no outlet. I feel like that would just kind of feed into it. Because, like, you'd be like, I have all this energy, why am I not using it? And the answer is because depression. But yeah, the point being is I feel like there are, in that tween to young adult area, there is actually a lot of really good shows that cover a lot of stuff, and they hit all age groups as well. But it definitely feels like the moment you get, like, before tween, again, outside of, like, the rare exception like Bluey, half the shows are such garbage. Like, every episode will be friendship, sharing... Pretty much that's it. Friendship and sharing. And then maybe clean your room. And don't get me wrong, that age group trying to tackle more advanced topics is certainly hard. But there's more they could do with that. But so you've been highly depressed and highly anxious driven. Not the same as stimulated, but similar. Do not recommend. Yeah, no, I feel like that would be one of those things that... Because, again... Depression is a thing that robs you of motivation. So, it's like getting, and I'm not someone who deals with depression myself. I am going from this from like the academic side of it, not personal experience. That, you know, you wake up and you have the things you were hoping to get done today or whatever, but just getting yourself out of the bed, it's difficult to find the energy, like that kind of thing. And it's not really being sad. Like, that can be a part of it, a symptom of it kind of thing, but it's not strictly related. But it is like the inability to get that drive kind of thing. And it's not some failure on the individual. It is just a thing there. So I feel like in the thing where you're laying in bed and you're like, I need to get up, I need to do these things, but you just can't. You just can't get yourself to, like, take those steps, to make those movements, to do those things. And then at the same time, you're, like, jittery with energy, but still having the difficulty of, like, getting that gear to engage to get moving. I feel like that would almost feed into you, like, getting more self-destructive in the sense of, like, beating yourself up even more because you're struggling to get that forward movement. And from the people I know who go through depression, that's usually like once they can get themselves moving, things start to improve. But it's getting the things moving is hard. And it's not that you can't get moving and then the depression picks up and you start losing steam and all that. But that was usually from what I've always heard from my friends and that who have dealt with depression is like, it's once they can get themselves moving and out the door. It's not that it makes it better, but it's easier to keep the momentum than to like get moving initially. Which is a lot of similarities with like as Cookie's mentioning, executive dysfunction, which is ADHD. That like you can, with ADHD, you can be motivated and want to do something, but executive dysfunction, you'll be like, I need to do this. I want to do this. I know I can do this. Why the F am I not doing this? And it's not that you're distracted necessarily or something like that. You're like, you just can't get it to do. And it can be like really infuriating. And then certainly distraction and all that can be other ADHD that also create that problem. Let's see. You've had it and you called that agitation. Exercise is good, but executive good function of starting is the hardest part. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like from what I have heard is like getting that movement going in the direction that you need to. That's like the hardest part. Once you get going, keep going is easier than starting. And not that you can't like, again, not that things can't get to you and you slow down and lose your momentum. But for the ones I've known, a lot of times once they can get moving, they're usually in a pretty okay place. Until the next time they got to start something moving. The depression is hard to deal with, but it can be countered. You listen to My Life Meditation. Well, yeah, different things work for different people, and even if you're someone who has well-managed depression, it doesn't mean, like, there's going to be times that it's hard. Like, it's the same with, like, even if you've got, like, well-managed ADHD, there's going to be time that something just agitates stuff, and where you can normally kind of force the issue that, you know, other times things will exacerbate it. Those kind of things. And it's just difficult. And for ADHD executive dysfunction, you described it as your folks are pressing a button on a controller and it's not working. You press forward and the character doesn't move. I think that's fair. Because like the two like the way I've usually explained part of it, because for me it's the not so much the not being able to do stuff, that's certainly a thing. But for me, a lot of times the bigger part of it is that, like, when I hyper-focus on something, that is what I'm doing. Anything else, that's on the wayside. So it's kind of like, you know, if most people in the world have a dimmer for their audio, you can slide this one up to 20%, you can slide that one up to 30%, and, you know, you can split your attention and do all that stuff. And then, for me, the way I describe it is like, you don't have a dimmer, you got a switch. And if I flip one switch on, all the other ones snap off. So, where you might be able to go, I'm going to put a little bit of tension here, and a little bit of tension there, and a little bit of tension here. I flip this switch, all the other ones come off. And then I gear shift to, like, with streaming, it almost is like I'm watching the game, and then I go look at chat, and they switch. And, you know, obviously I can manage it a bit. Like, I've got things well managed these days. But there's that side of it, the hyper-focus side. And I'd argue this is one task. But like very much like if I'm in the middle of doing dishes and my phone rings and it's like, oh, here's an actual question I have to think about. I've forgotten I was doing dishes. The dishes are gone. They don't exist. They're not real. And unless I'm confronted with the dishes again, they're out of sight, out of mind, utterly forgotten. And it's kind of one of those things where just that information's lost. It is really rough that I have like my morning routine. If anything disrupts it, something's not getting done. Like something is utterly getting dropped. And all these things, people experience them differently. Different ones will have different impacts and all that stuff. But yeah, the funny thing is, like, you have ADHD, depression, and the ADHD comes with RSD, something very frequently comorbid with it. And while your depression is pretty well under control, you don't have problems with the spirals anymore. The RSD gets triggered. Sorry, one more, I'll have to catch up because fish. The RSD gets triggered and hard, and your med depressions do nothing for it. Yeah. Well, there's that's one of the things, like, there's a lot of mental health and neurodivergent conditions that co-occur, which you're saying, what's that, comorbid? Yeah, comorbid, same thing. Like, basically, if you have A, you're more likely to have B, that they can co-occur very regularly. And a lot of times, a lot of people with ADHD get depression, and a big part of that is because of the experiences they have with ADHD. Because you live in a world that quite often is very misaligned for working with people who don't think in the predictable box. And so understandably, you know, when you're sitting there and all of your peers in class are getting something and you're really struggling and you don't know why, and, you know, your teachers are saying, well, you're clearly not motivated, you're not putting in the effort, these kind of things, because they just don't understand the conditions and whatever. You've not been diagnosed and all that. And you're sitting at home, like, and you're just staring at your book, nothing else going around for hours, and just getting more and more upset. It's not that you're not understanding it. You're having difficulty actually doing the thing, like, making it happen. And understandably, you start going, am I stupid? What's wrong with me? And needless to say, after a while, you start struggling. And so that can lead to depression, anxiety, and all sorts of stuff. And yeah, so there's a very heavy amount of, like, co-occurrence between neurodivergence and anxiety and depression. Yep. You have ADHD, inattentive, comorbid with depression. Yeah, I got diagnosed with ADHD. I never got, like, the slice of ADHD, whether it's inattentive, hyperactive, whatever. I believe that's a fairly modern thing, to have, like, what flavor of ADHD you have. But yeah. You didn't fit a stereotype? Yeah, no, it's the exact same thing with me, War Machine, that I didn't get diagnosed until my 30s, and, like, late 30s at that. And a big part of that was when we went to school, which is the only time you'd pay attention to ADHD, back then, was you would only pay attention if the person was having behavioral problems, i.e. the little Johnny acting up in class, and then little Johnny might get diagnosed with ADHD if he couldn't sit still. Otherwise, you just wouldn't get diagnosed with it. And women couldn't get it. As far as diagnosis back then, women couldn't get it. It's not real. Like, if you had a little girl who couldn't sit still, they just very, very, very rarely would they get diagnosed with it. You know, they'd just be told to, like, hey, you need to stop fidgeting, stop acting up, those kind of things. Like, they'd still get harassed about it, but they would never get a diagnosis, which is arguably worse than what little Johnny gets, with little Johnny acting out and getting diagnosed. But you'd have all these people who didn't fall into that, you know, couldn't stop fidgeting, couldn't stop moving, behavioral problems, that they also had ADHD, but they just wouldn't get diagnosed because there was no normal screening or anything for that. They basically waited till you had a problem in class, and then they would do that. 18 to 22 really broke you. The one that stands out in my mind, of the thing that was like, I hadn't realized was ADHD at the time, but I was in college, and I was getting really close to the end of my degree and everything, and it was a class that, in the university I was at, my degree was being ended. That basically I had to pass all of my classes, and if I failed any of them that, you know, would delay me graduating, I would be set back 2 years, because my degree would no longer exist. I'd have to start a new degree. It's not that I drug it on or whatever, it was just the university was ending the degree program. And I had a class that I knew the material. Like, zero problems with that whatsoever. And I had, like, and unfortunately it was one of those classes that it was like, your one assignment is make or break. There wasn't like, you know, oh, I have 50 assignments, if I blow one, who cares? It was, you had like your 2-3 assignments or whatever, and if you failed any of them, there was no surviving. And I had gone into, like, I was living on my own in my apartment. I was like 20-ish, 21, whatever. I don't know the exact age range. In that ballpark. And I was sitting in my apartment, and I had my room, because, like, I had my bedroom. It was a 2-room apartment, because I was making relatively decent money for my age. I had a 2-room apartment, and I had what was, like, my office where my computer was. And I cleared everything out of it. Everything. And I had just the desk, my pencils, my book, and some paper, because, like, I have to get this done. If I don't, the consequences are dire. Like, the consequences are extremely dire. Like, it'd be a massive setback. And I sat at that desk, staring at that paper with material I knew for literal hours, not being distracted by my phone, not doodling, not writing random unrelated things. Like, not daydreaming, nothing like that. Just trying so hard to will myself into getting that to happen. And eventually I got there, but I mean, I must have been there for like 4 or 5 hours before any forward momentum happened. You know, and once you get things moving, it's fine. But like getting that gear to engage. And I was genuinely going, like, is something wrong with me? Do I have brain damage? Like, what is going on? Like, this is clearly not okay. Like, this is not normal. And like I said, I eventually got there, but I was to the point in tears being like, I'm gonna fail this class, and there's nothing I can do about it. And granted, nowadays, now that, like, knowing I have ADHD, if I could gone back to that person back then, I could show myself much better ways to working with the way my brain works. That ADHD isn't one of those things you can just muscle through. Like, it's not having enough willpower to shove yourself into doing it. There are mental tricks you can do to help. There's the Pomodoro method. The Pomodoro method, for those who don't know, and it's named Pomodoro, which is, I believe, Italian for tomato. Because there was these timers that were popular in the kitchens that looked like a tomato. It's about doing something you want to do for a couple of minutes, and then switching to the thing you're struggling to do, and having a strict timer to bounce back and forth between those. And basically what you're doing is you're feeding your brain a little bit of dopamine to then, while you're riding that dopamine, do the other activity you're struggling to get going for, and kind of just ping-ponging back and forth between there. And the reason you have the timer involved is that timer is the thing that says, okay, it's time, do the hard switch. And people have different amounts of time, and I found doing that kind of thing, whether I was strictly timing it or whatever, made it so much easier to manage things. But a big part of that is riding that dopamine into the other task. Because again, a big part of executive dysfunction has to do with, like, motivation kind of thing. That for a person with ADHD, we tend to get far less reward from our brains for completing a task. During the task, you know, it can be hit and miss, but it's the part of a task where it's new, it's exciting, it's engaging, it's different, it's interesting, that we get far more reward than a typical brain does. So when you're learning something new, like, we can just, like, really dive in, get hyper-focus, and just, you know, forget to eat and stuff. But you finish the thing, you're like, oh, cool, it's done. And yeah, you still get dopamine from it, but it's, like, not the same. So, like, the motivation of I'm almost done is way, way less. And so it's just much harder. And not to say that, like, a person with a typical brain, like, you know, life is easy for them or anything like that. That's not the implication. It's quite often the world is adapted in a way for a certain expectation in how you think. And that misalignment between when you're dealing with, like, autism or ADHD and all that, that misalignment makes it difficult. If you want a more tangible example, consider like a different situation. Someone living with a disability, like they're stuck with a wheelchair. And you go around the world historically, and there were stairs everywhere. Now, a person stuck in a wheelchair, that they struggle not because they're stuck in a wheelchair, they struggle because there's stairs. But you turn around and you go to areas where those stairs become stuff like ramps and elevators and all that, and suddenly they're not struggling anymore. They're doing just fine. Or, I shouldn't say that. It's far easier for them to succeed, because the world around them is more accepting, you know, designed to consider them and that kind of thing. And it's kind of the same thing where things are designed in a certain way that are difficult for people with certain neurodivergent conditions, where if they were just designed in a different way that considers that, it suddenly becomes nowhere near as difficult, hard, whatever to overcome. Like, I've joked about it, that for me personally, I personally feel the process of getting diagnosed for ADHD here in the US, at least historically, should be evidence that the person clearly doesn't have ADHD, because it is such a horrifically misaligned process in that you kind of have to overcome most of the shortcomings and difficulties of ADHD to get through your diagnosis, of getting your schedule put in, getting your documentation done, getting all that kind of garbage. And it's like, okay, so you have this, and it's hard to follow through with your diagnosis because this whole process is like, let's imagine everything that's difficult for you and just package that and say, this is what you have to do to get your piece of paper. There's not literally a piece of paper. Get your diagnosis on the other side of it. And it's like, why of all things that you're going to have poorly designed with considerations of people who have a neurodivergent condition, would you have the diagnosis process be the one that is terrible? I feel like if anything should be designed to be considered of that, that should be the one you make extra sure is. Let's see. You're diagnosed with ADD when you were a kid, and you was put on Ritalin, which sucked for you, and made you a neurorobot. Yeah, no, some of the old ADHD medicines were pretty awful. Ritalin being among them. And for some people it works, but for a lot of people it was real bad side effects. They don't typically prescribe that anymore. Sometimes they do, but that's usually if like the other medications you have side effects for, and they're like, all right, we're falling back in this one. A few years ago, the research, they found out the experiences pointed you to having autism. Yeah, and you have, like, there's actually a heavy amount of misdiagnosis between, like, autism and ADHD, or, you know, you can have both and those kind of things. It's part of what makes neurodivergence so difficult. The co-occurring stuff can mask for each other. It can make it very messy to go through. You just started King Legend. You found that you can go inside Walter's farmhouse, and upstairs there's a bedroom that can be rested. Oh! I thought there was no sleeping point on the map, that you had to make your own. Let's go check that out in a minute. I think that's a good thing to showcase. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, the rest respawn side. Nice. So let's take a look down here. So Walter was... Oh, Walter was up there. That's Ben. There we go. So he said you can go in the house and go upstairs. Make sure it's not something like at the point at the door handle. The door's open with a click for you? Interesting. Ah, that might be exactly a Kenhawk. Kenhawk saying that she owns this tile. Yeah, I'm willing to bet because I don't own the house. It's not my house to use. So I'm willing to bet they use like the actual just house you can buy, and it happens to have a sleeping spot inside the house you can buy, but because I don't own the house, I can't use it. So it does sound like you could buy that land, and you'd get it. It took your body years to figure out how to function after being taken off Ritalin. Yeah. Well, that's another thing. Like, especially anything, whether it's a mental health drug or, like, autism medication or ADHD medication, that, when they start putting you on it, it can take a while to adjust, and when you take off of stuff, it can adjust, and that can be a rough ride from what I've heard. Like, especially, like, antidepressants, when you get taken off of them, that I've heard can be a real rough time. And, like, sometimes you're trying to reduce the dose because there's some side effect you're trying to avoid. Other times, you know, you will have a new medication, like maybe you've got blood pressure problems, and those don't work well with the depression stuff, so between your two things, not dying of a heart attack is the more important one. And so you've got to switch medications, and yeah, I've heard that can be downright awful. Let's see, your nephew, H113, has high autism. You look after him, a slight autism brother, H2. 1 second. Okay. During the thing, he will not eat food. He doesn't, so I don't give him medication while he is here. During school holidays, he has his medication. Interesting, but his school forces him to have them before going to school. Yeah, no, and that could be a tricky one. There's a lot that goes into it. That's actually one of the things that's becoming a bigger and bigger argument against daylight savings. Because there's a whole lot of side effects of daylight savings that you get into that kind of stuff, like, you know, the reality is because of the fatigue and tired from flipping your schedule, there's a massive increase in number of car accidents and injuries and workplace injuries immediately following daylight savings, you know, coming on to and coming off of that. There's a higher rate of car accidents and all that. And the argument these days for keeping it is twofold, which is, one, we've already got everything implemented with it. Removing it is actually going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt to do, like, to facilitate. And then two, the darker mornings, the fear is more kids getting hit by cars or whatever. Which is exactly why we actually got rid of daylight savings here in the US for a while, way back. And that was being presented as, like, the big argument against it, is like, oh, it'll be dark, kids will get hit by cars. And of course, it's not that there would be a zero instance, but there was kind of a high-profile case where a kid had been struck by a car and died, and it was a tragedy. But even looking back at the data now is like, right, but more kids ultimately got hit by cars with daylight savings coming on and off than the tragic one that happened because it was darker. That literally the thing you're trying to prevent as your reason for keeping it is still worse by keeping it. It's just, unfortunately, there is a risk there. But when it comes to, like, medication taking, you know, if you're taking your antidepressant at 10 a.m. every single day, and daylight savings happens, so now it's at 9 a.m., your body doesn't care. Your body doesn't go, oh, hang on, let me adjust my clock real fast. You have to, like, mentally be like, okay, well, do you take it at 11 a.m. to continue to have it aligned with your previous 24-hour gap between it, but now you're eating at a different time related to when you're taking your medication? Bodies aren't designed to, like, flip their medication like that. And it could be a whole big mess. And so that's yet another health factor that comes out of it. I'm very team to hell with daylight savings. Get rid of it. I don't even care and keep it on permanently or get rid of it entirely. Like, I don't care which of the two schedules we lock in. That, you can have that conversation. It's the switch. I want the switch to be gone. Choose the side of that fence and you stay on it. Because I hate the time change. And, you know, again, statistically proven, the time change does far more harm than good. Oh yeah, I'm fishing right now to fill time while we're harvesting. We discovered that 100 is not the end milestone. We made 500,000 earlier today on the trash, and I'm catching the fish up real quick. I'm mostly doing this as filler while we're doing this field harvesting. Once we hit the 200, I'm not going to do any more of this. Not really, I'll do very little of this. I wasn't planning to binge it like this, but we're just in a conversation and just sending it, and the contract's doing the contract thing, and that's fine. Actually, I'm going to check on that contract. I don't think I've seen it go up in a little while. So I'm hoping I didn't fail to make the person go back to work or they got stuck on something. Oh no, there it goes. We're good. Daylight saving just ruins your mind. Yeah, I just end up fatigued for a day or 2 or 3 because my schedule's all thrown back. It doesn't even matter which way it's going either. Like, I can gain an extra hour and I'll be tired because my entire sleep schedule's still jacked up. But yeah, for those who don't know, we made a discovery early, and for the record, it isn't like I'm the first discoverer. I heard a rumor of it, and I was like, I wanted to verify. I heard a rumor that when you hit 200 fish, you get $500,000. We did confirm that at the beginning of the stream with the trash, that there is a milestone at 200 for $500,000. I don't know if there's another one after that, but we are wondering now if there is a limit on how far that goes. Or if it repeats at some stage. But we took that $500,000. We own the area of land that has the windmill on it. We've got a lumber mill going now, a sawmill, whatever. We got a sawmill going, and all that. Well, that's there's also a lot of stuff that's just carry over from time past. Like here in the U.S., we vote on a Tuesday. That's just what we do. We just vote on a Tuesday. And, you know, there's been a thing, it's like, hey, we should expand the voting hours and all that. And a lot of places have. A lot of places have made it so you can basically have a week to vote and everything. But historically, the reason you did that had to do with farmers. That, for whatever reason, I don't know all the details on it, it made sense for farmers that it was easiest for them, with what they had to deal with, to, you know, get a ride into town to vote in their local polling place in the neighboring town miles and miles away before cars were a thing, you know, to get to the polling place so that they could, they could vote, and then get back home, you know, in time to, you know, not have problems with their farm. And I don't know why Tuesday specifically was the day that was felt was best. I'd have to go look up the history on it again. But that's why we vote on that day. Because way back before motor cars, for farmers to be able to reasonably get to the polling place, or other people remote, I guess loggers not. Yeah, Sunday is church, Monday is travel, Tuesday is vote. Makes sense. But yeah, so that was just like what was deemed the thing, and we still, to this day, we still have that, even though nowadays, it's pretty rare you can't get to a polling place nearby. Like, even if you're living out in the middle of nowhere farmland, instead of it being, you know, a day or two travel kind of thing to, you know, get your horse-drawn carriage to take you, or horse-drawn, get on a horse, let's just forget the carriage. Take a horse to ride into town to vote. Nowadays, you just jump in your car, and you can be half across your state before the day's out. But yeah, these days, most of the states are moving to having early voting, week-long voting, those kind of things, making it so you can vote over a much longer period of time. And we're almost done with this field. How are we doing on this? We're just sending it. Oh, 3 more fish. Alright, we're finishing the last 3 fish. I did not think we were that far along. I was just autopiloting on this. We got 3 more fish at release, and then that's done. We get our $500,000. And like I said, I'll only fish, like, in the event that we're doing something. I'm not going to bother grabbing these longer contracts unless I'm going to do them myself. So 2 more fish. Let's see, there were multiple year-long anti-daylight saving time negotiations in the EU about what schedule to switch to, and then COVID hit, and then they put it all on hold. That's basically what happens most of the times these days when it comes to the pretty much everyone universally, not everyone, the vast majority of people have come out as being against daylight savings. That it seemed as, it's seen as a, like, kind of out-of-date thing we just do because we've always done it, and that we should get rid of it. And it's always the process of getting rid of it is the place where everything snags. Because on one hand, there's a lot of technical side of it, all your train schedules and plane schedules and everything around that have to be updated. And there's actually a bunch of regulation controlling a bunch of that, because you have to make sure everything is synced up between the different states and different countries and all that kind of stuff. There's also going through and, like, you have all your software that's just assuming daylight savings time is gonna be a thing. You have to go through and update that. And for the record, that second one isn't as big, because there's almost not a year that goes by where someone has not jacked with something time-related. Almost every single year, some place will change their time zones or change the daylight savings time. Will start recognizing it or stop recognizing it. Or they'll go and say, okay, well, this time zone, we're going to make it so it goes in increments of 15 minutes, so we have 4 more time zones. Oh, wait, that was dumb. We're going to make it 1 time zone. Nah, that's too much. We'll make it half a time zone. There's always somewhere out in the world that changes something almost every single year. So it's one of the reasons why you just find someone whose entire thing is to maintain a library around that, and you just use their implementation and do not implement it yourself. Because that crap's a full-time job. Patron of the fish. You threw back 200 fish in the water, $500,000. And we're putting this away. And we're going here. And dropping this off, and then getting the rest of this field harvested. But yeah, so like, that's where it always hangs, is like all that little minutia of details being like, okay, first we gotta decide on our schedule. Are we keeping it permanently daylight savings? Or are we just never recognizing daylight saving? Like what, are we doing it where we gained or didn't gain the hour? Let's see, there's some state that does daylight saving times, but it contains a reservation that does not, but the city in the reservation does. I don't know about that one. The one I do know is Arizona, very famously. Arizona as a state does not do daylight savings time, if I'm remembering this correctly. But there was a native reserve in Arizona that does do it. But then there's a subsection of the reserve in Arizona that doesn't do it, like, kind of thing. Like, whatever way, it, like, flip-flops back and forth. And it's one of the reasons why whenever I was giving talks on daylight saving times from the programming thing, is like, just use someone else's library. Just don't try to implement it yourself. There is things you bring in-house, and there's things that you accept you're better off just having someone else deal with. Just the same in a company, it's fine if you're doing like store procedures. Don't implement your own ORM, which all you need to know for people who aren't software developers, ORM is just a way that you can better, or like more cleanly interface programmatically, so you don't need to know all the inner workings of your database. Don't attempt to implement your own. Find someone else who has done that for you well. Because all you're going to do is recreate all the bugs that they have had to fix in the past. We nearly always have votes on Sundays, because that is the most likely day for everyone to have off. Yeah, so that's, weeks of envelope voting where you could go to your town hall. Yeah, so those are some of the things that there's been political pressure back and forth on, which we don't need to get into the politics on that side. So historically here in the US, we've had the primary type of voting is in-person voting, where you go to your polling place and you show up, you vote, and you leave. And that's been on Tuesdays. But that is one of those things for people who get stuck working on weekends, while legally companies are required to allow you to have time to go vote. In practice, there's a whole lot around that limits it. So people that push being like, hey, we should at least offer weekend voting or that kind of thing. Then we have absentee voting, which would be envelope voting. That's where you have like your mail-in ballot or the envelope where you can take it to a drop box to put in there. And unfortunately here in the US, that's become a heated political thing because party A or B will believe that it favors them or it works against them. And so we live in a society here in the US where certain elements of the party is win at all costs. So even if we all agree that this thing should be a thing to be considered of people with different schedules, if it puts you at a less chance of winning, it must be going away. And I've already said more on that than I probably should have. But it has become a heated issue about being more restrictive on those different things like mail-in voting, who should and shouldn't be allowed to do it, who can absentee ballot, who should and shouldn't be allowed to do it, when or how they should be counted. And for me, anything that's invalidating of someone's vote who is, legally allowed to vote here is a problem. We don't need to go into any of the specifics on any of that. Like, there should be no invalidation of votes by anyone who is legally allowed to vote. Like, I personally am of the mind that whether I choose to go to my polling place and fill out the paper and then put it in the box, or I put my paper in an envelope and I take it to the polling place and then they put it in the box, or I mail in the envelope to put in the place to put in the box, as long as it's one vote, one person, I don't give a crap. And you'll have people like, what about if they falsify the vote? Come on, man. Yes, there is such thing as voter fraud. It is not widespread. But we can just move on to that, because I know people disagree, and that's totally fine. I do feel a lot of that stuff gets overstated. Because you'll have years where it's like, the vote was stolen by this group. And then you can even take the theoretical maximum numbers and go, you still would have lost. It's like, you just lost, man. Just accept it. It's fine. But anyway. It's not often it happens until it does. Well, that's the thing. It does happen. Every year you will have some number of people, some who do it accidentally, some who do it intentionally. Like, I'm not saying it's not a thing. It's the same, like, we can take it off of, like, the voting thing where people get really, really all up in arms on that one. It's the same thing when you look at any type of, like, benefit or any type of perk or whatever you got going on. That you're going to have a non-zero amount of abuse of it. That's a fact. No matter what it is. If it exists, there's going to be a non-zero amount of abuse, a non-zero amount of scam and fraud. That's a fact. But you also need to compare it against the legitimate amount of it and go, okay, but is the amount of this fraud, scam, whatever it is, sufficient enough to be relevant? And the vast majority of the time, the answer is no. There are exceptions with, like, different benefits, that there are some specific benefits that have been out for years, that those individual things got abused to the point that they're a problem. This isn't talking voting, this is talking, like, grants and loans and those kind of things. That there have been some that got abused more than they actually got beneficial, and those ones should go away. But that is usually very rare and extreme circumstances. But, like, you'll have people's like, oh, we shouldn't offer food stamps, some people abuse it. You're not wrong, some people do abuse it. That is a fact. Like, I cannot argue against that. But the amount of fraud that happens in there is negligible. Like, it's just not a significant factor versus the good it does. And so I'll find, like, you'll have these things like, did you see that this number of people committed fraud on this thing? It'll be like, oh, this program, we found 75 people who committed fraud. It's like, yeah, out of 8 million. You know what that is? It's not even a rounding error. That's literally nothing. That's like getting pissed off that, you got your check for $100,000 and they shorted you on 5 cents. Yeah, sure, you could be upset about it, but it's not relevant. But, people get up in arms. But yeah, we'll move on for that, because obviously politics. But, there is a degree of making sure when you're looking at stuff that the reality is, it's the same thing with, like, false positives and false negatives, where we get into talking about systems, good and bad and all that, and the harm they can do at scale and yada yada. You've got to factor in that there's going to always be a non-zero number of false positives and negatives with any system, but is that number relevant, and what is the scale of harm for the failure? And so, like, if I have a false positive and negative with auto mod, well, the false positive is it screens your message and then I hit allow. The impact is minimal. And a false negative means something bad gets through. That's just the system not doing what it is. It's not that bad. And then you have something like false positive negatives when you have a system that determines whether or not someone should be paroled. Or for something even worse, for uncomfortable, false positive negative. Imagine being the person who is dealing with the system that makes the determination that when someone calls in to report child abuse, that you are the one responsible for coming up to the algorithm system or whatever that decides whether or not you send someone to check that out, because you don't have the resources to check every one of them out. I would not want that job, because I don't feel I could do that and feel okay. Someone has to. It has to be done. And you'd be like, I want a zero frequency of false negative, but that's just not reality. Like, that's not possible, even theoretically. So it's a reality, and then you still have to do it. You don't have the resources. And it's tough. But there's a lot of those things that you look into the system and go, but the system doesn't need to exist. Like, that one it does because of, realistic reasons. But there's a lot of times where people put automation where there's no need for automation, that you have the resources to not need the automation, and you can look at the false positive and negative and go, well, those are bad. Like, the false negative here can be horrific. We shouldn't have this automation. But I can just automate just a little bit and save a little bit of money. Right, but then you're doing serious real harm. Yeah, but the shareholders. Did you think about the shareholders? Will somebody please think about the shareholders? The automated system that has determined that someone is dead when they aren't, suddenly they can't get their credit card or ID. Yeah, no, and it happens. But at the same time, like, and when we're saying system here, we're typically thinking technology, but it's not necessarily technology. Sometimes these systems we are referring to, it can be like literally paper that we say, hey, if someone, like, for example, one of the ways that you could determine legally if someone is considered dead is if no one has heard from that individual for a certain period of time. I don't know what it is. That you can make a determination to file to say that person is deceased because we haven't seen them show up anywhere. And there's going to be a line in the sand where once they've been gone long enough, the odds are very likely that they are in fact deceased. 7 years in? I have no idea. And it's honestly not an unreasonable figure, but there's going to be a non-zero number of times that figure is wrong. And when that automation pops in, and that person, is trying to get something done where they pop up on some system, it goes, hey man, we can't accommodate you, you're dead. And getting undeaded is really a process, I hear. I've not personally gone through it, but I understand, once you've been labeled as deceased, getting yourself undeceased is a colossal pain in the butt. It's not just they go and scratch a thing on a record and suddenly you're good. All your accounts got closed because you died. Yeah, there is a process for it. It's a massive inconvenience. But those things happen. So could you harken back to the apprentice thing? You think part may have gotten lost? Oh, sure. But yeah, that's kind of one of those things to be aware when you're looking at those systems. That a lot of people don't stop and think about the important parts of being like, hey, when I make this system, I have to accept it's going to have some of the worst case scenario, it's going to have some of the best case scenario. It's going to have both. There's going to be some percentages of each. What is the worst case scenario? How severe is that? What is the best case scenario? How severe is that? With that worst case scenario, is that consequence acceptable? Like, is that something we can endure? And there are times where you're like, the worst case scenario, like, no, a single instance of that is so bad, it is not worth all of the benefit in the world. And you can have the reverse, that like the benefit is so good, you are willing to accept a pretty ugly amount of bad. But especially with, you know, I gave the child abuse one, especially with those really difficult, someone has to make that call saying, what is the acceptable amount of failure? What is the acceptable percentage of false positive and false negative that we say, you know what? Like, we did good. You know, obviously the next iteration you want to make those numbers smaller, but like, there's got to be that point where you're like, you know what? We succeeded. Because again, 0 isn't real. You can't do it. It's not, you turn the light on, 0 is like out the window. You can actually have some systems that can't false positive, but it means they have a extremely high rate of false negative, and vice versa, but you're never going to get rid of both. You can design systems to have the tendency to go on one side or the other far more frequently. Let's see, with SSI proof of life strong words. With SSI, proof of life and strong words and not backing down always helps. Raise his hand as someone that have that you got labeled as, you know, having been like deceased or whatever. I didn't know that. Yeah, no, like I said, I've heard it is a pain in the butt. Like, and it's mostly just running things down and doing the legwork is my understanding now. Because like back in the day, like half of that didn't happen like in that way, because it was a different world we had, you know, going back to like the old West and beforehand, where if you got in trouble in one town, you just went to the next town over, chose a different name, and as long as someone didn't figure it out, you could effectively clean slate yourself. Like, those days are long gone. And there's good and bad with that. Obviously, people did some pretty awful, nefarious things and just continue to do them by hopping town to town. And you can still do that to some degree nowadays, but it's harder. But at the same time, you'd have people who made an honest mistake that was pretty bad, or even a dishonest mistake, but they improved as a person and they're trying to, live their life, on the straight and narrow, but, they got this albatross around their neck that, from their past mistake, and they can't really escape it. It's A and B, and I don't think there's a right and wrong about it, or is it better or is it worse now? I think it's pros and cons. What are you saving for now? So, I think what we're going to be buying now is, once I get this soybeans dropped off, I think we're going to go and buy the big stone block company, whatever it is, building. And we'll need a water trailer for that. Then we're going to go from that to getting the mason so we can get the castle blocks being produced. And I'll probably have them just straight up sell the... well, actually, we'll see if we can use, if the shingles are needed. But we'll start selling the stuff there for money. So we're going to get some more production lines. So some more forklift simulator. And I do think that's where we're going to go with that. But we're going to finish this contract real fast, get our cash. I mean, technically, finish the contract, and I'm going to sell the soybeans for extra money. But, we're going to use that 500,000 we got from releasing fish to get the thing for making the big stone blocks. Which, if you put in water, you get blocks out at the quarry. And then we take those blocks, and we'll take them over to the mason where you make castle blocks. I want to buy that. 500,000 won't be enough for both immediately. But my hope is that the blocks will at least be relatively profitable. I mean, okay, we know they're going to be profitable by just base numbers. I just don't know if it's going to be like, oh, that's an okay profit, or oh, these things are heckin' lucrative. Sign me up for the bricks. Okay, so we don't have a water tank here, so we want a water tank. Those are, I believe, still under animals, or did they move? Oh no, they moved them to barrels. That's right. Let's wait to buy the water tank for a moment. because this might be a point where we consider another purchase. So the first thing we're doing is we're going to our factories, we're going to here, we're going to quarry, visiting the quarry, and for 200 and whatever thousand, the quarry is now mine. Okay. So, the next thing to consider is the mason. So when you look at the mason, this is the thing I'll need to make the castle bricks. It's 350,000. I have about just shy of 300,000. So needless to say, I can't do that yet. But with the quarry, which is over here, we are just going to be making bricks and selling them. And I believe the big blocks only have like one place I could sell them, and they did sell relatively well. Oh, I'm wrong. There's a lot of places I'll buy them. But we're probably going to want to focus on taking those to the stonemason, getting that habit. I could choose, for right now, to literally just sell them. Not even haul them, just sell them. So go here, we'll change the output to selling for right now. Okay, so you can store 500 liters of water. Yeah, it's not quite next door, but it's pretty close. So there's the mason, and it's up here. So it's very close. It's just a couple buildings away, but you're right in that it's just up the road. Okay, so what I need to do, though, is I need to get a water tank, which means one of these. So we can only store 5,000 big L. So I literally don't even need that big of a tank. I'll probably grab this one, because that'll give me more enough water that I need. Because it's like 36 feet away. Oh, yeah, from where I was standing. Yeah, so this one will be able to fill it up in one go. I don't need to get any extra accessories, and it's not that expensive. This one would be lovely to get, but for right now, with what we need, I think we get this one. We, of course, get in the colors we've been using, and no plate. Okay, so what we're going to do from here is we're going to take the tractor, and we're going to drive it on down to the garage. Most likely I'll be reconfiguring this back down to the bale back versus the crop back. Oh, let's also actually accept our payout. And so the hope here is it was, what, 350 for the mason? So we would need about 75,000 more. We can even change the license plate? Yeah, you can change the license plate on anything that has a license plate on it. And they'll let you usually have like 2 or 3 different styles of license plate, which like one is like a European-ish style, one's like a US style, that kind of thing. Or you can choose to not have a plate, which is what I just do because I can't be bothered to type in a plate name, because you can change it to be like a vanity plate where you could, you know, have it say something or whatever. But yeah. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this trailer off at the garage. We'll fix our tractor, do all that stuff. We'll grab the water tank. And I'm going to check if I drive the water tank down to where that is, if I can get to that river really easily. Because if I can get the river and just dunk the back in and fill it up, great. If I can't, I could build the water mill, the water windmill thing. That said, I don't own the land. At least I'm pretty sure I don't own the land that the, yeah, I'm 99% sure I just own the building. So I wouldn't be able to put it nearby. I'm driving right past things. There's also mods that make the state-specific plates for you? Yeah, that makes sense. So that way you can get, like, the little orange we have here in Florida. So we got you. We got our water tank. Oh, wait, I see. I saw I saw the fill thing. I was like, what now? I need to get the fertilizer out of it. And I'm not seeing how to do that. Because I thought it was like Control C or whatever. Alright, let's check. Not there. Controls. We are looking for empty contents. Player interaction is not at vehicle. Enter C, attach tool, next tool, dump. Yeah, so dump is C. That's one of them. We're just checking to see if there's any other ones here. Dump on ground is Control C. Unload is C. So C. Nope. Control C. Nope. Well, hopefully that's not a big issue. Because sometimes you have very little of something in there, and you go to the next thing, it'll let you, it'll let you deal with that, so I'm not really sure why we don't have that choice. Oh, I'm paying attention to see whether or not I could go over there. Didn't even see that I had the wall here. Is there a plug on the back? I'm pretty sure there's not something I can just like walk up to the nozzle or whatever. Yeah, there's nothing like that. Usually they don't have it work that way. Let's see. Regarding the apprentice thing, business can choose either to take apprentices or pay extra fees and taxes. Literally every applicable company you've seen chooses to train people in relation to size and courses. Many industry associations complain every year about lacking 1,000 qualified applicants each year. Some of those numbers are inflated, but still a big lack. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like I said, here in the U.S. at least, there are a lot of companies who they don't want to pay to train. Like, they'll train you for their product or whatever, but as far as, like, paying to train people... So, like, they won't pay to train a software developer, but if they get a software developer, they will pay to help the software, like, while they're learning what product they're working on, because that's, you know, internal knowledge. And we do run into a lot of those problems where you aren't seeing work opportunities for people to kind of get their basic skills. They kind of have to go to schools, or we have what they call, like, code camps and that kind of stuff. But that's usually on the pocketbook of the person who wants the training, not on the company who is going to ultimately be getting that employee. And there's reasons for it, but it's become more and more of a problem. I think earlier I found I could just drive into this water and it was shallow enough. Okay, so good news is we were so low on fertilizer. One of those things about the trailers, if you don't know, if you're down to a small enough amount and you try and fill it with something else, it will just delete the previous thing in there. So we just did that. It is a thing to be wary of because you might deliberately have like a little bit of fertilizer so you don't accidentally put herbicide in, but if it gets low enough, it will still just replace it. And then you lose the difference. Now, granted, you're losing just a small amount, so it's usually not a big deal. Also, I'm pretty sure... Oh, no, there's a way to get across down here. Yep, so now we just drive down here to our brand new quarry. And we can start filling that up with water. Yeah, normally you can't do that here either. You need to provide continued education, but there are a lot of ways around it for employers. Supermarket cashiers get a few classes, part of the normal job hours. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, there might be certain parts of, like, stuff here that might have more regulation around that. Like, I imagine medical and, you know, those kind of jobs probably have all sorts of rules around it. But yeah, I know around here, a lot of times they won't include farther training. Like, if you do, that is a perk that they consider part of, like, your benefits package. So when you're negotiating, they'll be like, but we offer, you know, this whatever website for training or whatever. And that could be a good perk, like, not bad-mouthing it. But, generally speaking, it's on you here to actualize your own training. Okay. So we do have a fence along here that'll make it so I can't just directly drive out there to get the water. This shouldn't be too far to get. Okay, so we got that, and so that's filling up the quarry. So at this point, our quarry should be in production, and for right now, I've told it to sell the big stones, because, actually, I'm glad we checked. I need to turn it on. Knock the fence down. Is that one we can drive through? There's actually some of these you can break through. That's not one of them. Okay, so we are producing big stones that we will sell. That's water and all that. We are producing lumber. Let's see, add-on certificates are a thing, but you need a good track record for your employer to choose to send you to classes. I.e. supermarket cashier, retail salesperson, and legal speak. To meat and sauce. Yeah. Like, you get a promotion and they do that. I will say, with stuff like food services and all that, that sometimes are a little bit better about getting your food services certification and all that. Because, you know, they want to hire people cheap. And, you know, you're going to take the cheaper person, you're willing to pay a little bit to get a very inexpensive certification kind of thing. So that does happen in those cases. But that's because it's like legal requirement kind of thing. That you have to have all your people are, you know, food handler certified or whatever they call it. At least that's what it was when I worked in those things. I also didn't repair my vehicle, so let's repair this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over to where our trailer is. Yeah, so stuff like that, but that's also that education. You know, that's usually like 1 day session, one time, and legal requirement there. Versus ongoing training and apprenticeship kind of stuff, like learning to plumb, learning to carpenter, learning to do electrician. Like I said, there is some companies who do that here in the US. It's not a lot. But they do exist. There is getting more like more vocational and trade skills. Those are becoming a little bit more common here in the US. They were really on a downward turn for a while. But that has been improving, and it might be one of those things that as that continues to improve, we might see more of that. But right now, it's kind of like, when I say like a middle-sized business, big enough it's more than a mom and pop shop kind of thing, or more than like one guy running it, like one person running, I should say, not guy, one person running it kind of thing. But once you start getting really big, then you start seeing it drop off a bit more, where they'll just try and hire trained people. And there's exceptions. There are some companies that come to realize hiring a person that someone else trained, not all training is created equal. And if you actually care about the quality of what you're doing, quite often bringing it in-house is a good way to ensure you have competent employees. When I say bring in-house, you'll still outsource to like whatever university or whatever to train, but you'll make sure you know how they're getting trained. With that said, let's go ahead and head back to go to sleep. So we can go to our sleep, our little tent here. Where's the dog? Oh, the doghouse is over there, right? Gotta make sure we feed the dog. For the record, you don't actually have to feed the dog in the game. But you know, on principle, we gotta feed our dog the once a month we feed our dog. Because a month is a day in the game. Okay. Yeah, so we need castle stones to continue building that. So what's going to end up happening here is let's check our businesses. So, how fast does the quarry go through water? Not fast. The production speed of the quarry does seem to be... Oh, actually, well, I mean, it could have made a whole thing. Let's change the output to being storing for right now, and we'll learn. Meanwhile, you can use another tree. You got planks. Let's grab this and reconfigure it to be a baler again. Which is fine, because I also need to repair my tractor. So repair you, and repair you. Then customize. You know, switch it back to a bale trailer. Come on. Okay, so we take this down to the castle, or to the windmill. We can collect our wood and bring that over to the castle. Start getting that first stage done. It'll also give us a bit more money. And then the next thing we'll want to do is get the mason going on so we can make our castle brick. Now, castle brick actually looked like they were fairly lucrative. The downside is I'm going to be putting them into the windmill first, which doesn't pay me for doing so. The good news is it doesn't cost me much to put them there. So run this over to the other area, and that'll be good. I should probably keep an eye on sales. Right now I've got money. Nothing we care about there, I don't think. Because you require bigger than my tractor can handle. And the Feder is not a stronger tractor. Realistically, I want to try and push towards getting the mason set up. Because with that, that should be, as far as I can tell, everything I need to make the castle. I suspect the windmill will have a couple things I haven't got, like I might need fabric or something. I can see arguments for fabric and rope and a few other things. I think we actually check. I actually think there is a way we can check. So if we check here, and we change to show stations, we go to the windmill. Okay, so over its lifespan, the windmill will require wood beams, long planks, rope, roof shingles, cement, castle stone, and fabric. So that's what you're going to need. And then the castle will need long plank, wood beams, roof shingles, cement bags, and castle stone. Hopefully not a lot of cement bags, because the cement bags are something I kind of have to just buy. Because I can build the thing to make cement bags, which requires stone, and then build the thing that makes stone for free to do all that. But that's a whole process, and it's a whole bunch of buildings operating to not make me a whole lot of money. Like, we're talking $400,000, and it takes up a lot of space. So cement bags aren't too bad. It's about 1,500 or something like that for 1,000 liters of it. So it's not too awful. It's almost a 1 liter to buck ratio. So when they ask for like 10,000, I could just eat the cost of 10,000 because I'll buy it for 10,000 and then maybe sell it back for 8,000. So, you know, it'll only cost me a little bit. Okay. So, I want to go over here and feed the next tree into the sawmill, keep it running. The quarry doesn't seem to use hardly any water. Because it was at 5,000 at the beginning of the day, so I'm curious if we advance the day today, how much water will be left in the quarry at the end of the day, and all that stuff. meanwhile, gotta load you up. So grab you. Cool. So I've got one thing of it looks like blocks on the outside. How much is still in that sawmill? Is it worth me doing it right now, or do I wait? So I got one thing of beams and one thing of long planks. I think I'm going to let it continue to run. And rather than just queuing up the next contract real fast, I think we're going to go ahead and do ourselves another sleep. And it's mostly so that it'll be very easy for me to do some math. Because what we're going to do is we're going to check on the quarry at the very beginning of this day so that a full 24 hours has passed. And we can get a feel for it's like, oh, I'm going to burn through like 800 liters of water a day. To give me an idea, am I filling this up once a year, every 2 or 3 days? But before we get into that, I have got to use the restroom. So what I'm going to do here real fast is I'm going to pause the game. We use the restroom and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. Alright, so let's get back to it. So, let's check out our production lines, because the thing I wanted to see is the quarry. Has not used any water yet. Oh, right. Right, okay. So, pro tip, for anyone who doesn't know, if you start emptying a water container into a drop-off point, and you leave it there, and you don't restart your game or anything, it will drain it from the water container before that. So the reality is we've used about 600 liters. So that's good news. 600 liters means I get just shy of 10 days. Oh, you produce actually a pretty good amount of block. Okay. You genuinely produce some serious amounts of block. Good to know. All right, so let's check on the sawmill. So sawmill, I'm about to have another thing of wood beams in there. We're about to have a bunch in there. So what we can do is first, while I wait for those to get done, I'm gonna get a log that we can pull over here. How far does this fence go? Of course, the fence goes like the whole way around. Well, did you successfully get food? May I ask? Or is that a long break later? So Tomb has the day off. Like, it's just not a day that she works. So we did eat before stream. That said, low-key, I did sneak in eating some crackers with... They're like these little things you get them, that they're like crackers with cream cheese and chives. As just like a little snack. Sneaky snack. But yeah, so I have done the consume. This'll be interesting. Both nice eating together before stream? Yeah. We do that on days, well, most days that she has a day off. Like, every once in a while, like, you know, she'll have the day off and, like, me or her will have something to deal with that, you know, we have to make it happen. But that's pretty rare. Like, when I had, like, jury duty, for example. There are quarry workers that dig deep and get gold and diamonds, not always stone blocks. Nah, man, there's no money in gold. So common. No, I'm teasing. Alright. Yeah, so we did actually waste part of that tree, so I gotta watch that in the future. It's fine. Weirdly... Oh, it must have been from the log. So let's drop off the wind, because I'm not going to need wood for a couple of days. Yeah, so in the future, when I cut down one of those massive trees, we're going to break it into 2 pieces to help not accidentally overfill the sawmill. Because when you do that, you just lose some material. There's one thing of wood. So we can get our first step of the castle done today. Out of, I think it was 67 steps. But we only started working on it today. Like this stream day. Also, retail salesperson and food products has its own apprenticeship now. The specialist into meat, baked goods, and apparently they got rid of the obtainable certifications. Oh, weird. And there's the second round of beams. This won't be like a huge payday or anything, but we should get a decent amount of money out of it. Stop weirdly zooming in and out, please. I think it's acting as if the windmill's already in that spot, so far as the camera considerations, even though it's not. Alright, so we're going to take this over to the castle, get that first stage done. It's more than likely going to be asking me for castle bricks. And the hope is that we'll be able to get those castle bricks happening. Okay. Another thing I might consider is because I have that water tank. And you'll stop real quick because now you're going to get all these recruitment ads about butchering meat and becoming a retail apprentice. Which is weird as a vegan who hasn't bought meat in 20 years. Yep. That is one of the dangers. I worked at a company and one of our customer things was dealing with timeshares. My Google search results have never recovered. That I constantly get things about hiring lawyers to get me out of my timeshares and stuff like that, because that was what the company did. Was when you got stuck with a crap timeshare, we would help you escape. And it was, you know, a lot of times there was lawyers that you'd have to hire. Unfortunately, a lot of times the solution was to put the timeshare you're trying to escape up on eBay for $1. And then make sure you can get out of it. Which makes it someone else's problem. But that was like the only legal way you could get out, because even if you're like, I don't want this anymore, you can't just leave it. Which they're trying to change the laws to make that not a thing for consumer protections, but understandably, there's a pretty strong lobby trying to keep it the way it is. Because, like, fun fact, well, I mean, not fun fact, really, really tragically sad fact, here in the US, if you have a timeshare, and, you know, you're going, like, getting lots of debt under it, and you're like, I don't want it anymore, I'm gonna file for bankruptcy, you know, just get me out of this debt, I don't want it. You can file for bankruptcy, but even if you're successful, it just gets rid of what you already owe on the timeshare. You still own the timeshare, and you'll still have to pay dues, which just puts you right back in debt. Even bankruptcy, you cannot escape. And you can't be like, I relinquish ownership on it. Usually you have to pay to get rid of it. And you have to get approval by the timeshare to get rid of it. It's a disaster. Now, that said, there are such things as good and bad timeshares, and the good timeshares don't do all that crap. But, you know, it's really easy to get okey-doked. Alright, and there's the castle ruins up there that we're going to be rebuilding. Something feels wrong about this. Like, so you've got these ruins, they're historically relevant, one would assume. And we're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to unilaterally have the decision that we are going to rebuild the castle. Forget it's historic, whatever. We're just going to make it look the way it was when it was up. And there's certain reasons to do that. But it feels weird to be like, yeah, we're going to rebuild these ruins of this castle. Okay, so if we look at this, I am going to actually need one more thing of wood beams because of the number rounding kind of thing. So we won't actually finish the first stage here. We'll finish it tomorrow when I get more. But as you saw, that gave me like an extra 10,000 or whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong, maybe they've already done all their archaeological digs and all that, and they're like, yeah, we've picked through every bit of soil here, so we know fairly confidently there's nothing else to find here. You know, we have documented to nauseam the ruined version of this, and that they're like, yeah, we want to restore this for, like, educational purposes and tourism or whatever. There can be totally valid reasons. It just feels weird. They're like, yep, ruined castle here. Gonna just bring some timber and some stone and rebuild it. I mean, I don't care. They're paying me, so. Gotta get that money. So I'll drive this on down here. Here's a question. With the stone block for the masonry, is there like a seasons to that? Because most stuff in this game, even if it doesn't make sense, good. So just to be aware, the stone selling season is June and July. That's when we sell our stone. We wouldn't want it to be out of season. We wouldn't want it to go bad. Alright. We are going to spend a lot of time going up and down this road. Where's Roadcraft? They want to make a road that goes straight up the hill. Doesn't do this switchback. Just go straight to the castle. A lot of those restorations are guesswork at best. Yeah, I mean, when you look at historic things, it's not often they sat there and they had like a full schematic of the entire build-out just waiting for you with like every inch of the building well documented. You have to kind of go by a handful of pictures and, you know, when I say pictures, I mean like drawings, that kind of thing. It's not that there's anything like nefarious or wrong about it. It's just the nature of the beast. Am I at the wrong business? I feel like I'm at the wrong business. Nah, it's a vegetable processing. This is not what we want. Actually, June and July makes sense if you put it through the construction work filter. You're not wrong. That's fair. That's genuinely fair. Most likely, I don't know the weather in Scotland very much. I understand a lot of that whole area is pretty rainy. But generally speaking, you'd be talking late spring, summer. Probably relatively nice weather to go out working on stuff, unless it's like the rainy season. That is a lot of stone. So right now what I'm going to actually do is I'll probably keep this here. And the reason for that is we know the sawmill is full lumber-wise, so I don't need to deal with that right now. There's nothing else popping out of it. They're going to go ahead and advance the month. We're in the middle of the winter. There's not going to be hardly any contracts I'd like to do. we could pop over and knock out a deadwood contract. And I know you can cut down the deadwood tree and drag it up to your sawmill. Generally speaking, they're really not worth that much wood. So, probably not worth the time. If it's like right near where you're at, maybe. Get that monstrosity of a tractor. Okay, so let's check on our stuff. So you've got plenty of wood. Gonna leave you alone. You're doing fine. You can actually hold a lot of stone. I'm a little intimidated by what it's going to take to move all of this stone, because we're not using any, like, autoloader mods or anything like that. So that's looking like it's going to be pretty spicy. I think the forklift I got parked up here, it's probably going to end up down by the stone sooner or later. Okay, so you got the long planks in storage. You got wood beams, will probably be up later this in-game day. You're doing fine. Both of those are doing fine right now. I blinked and there's snow. I pulled up my map and looked down and went, wait, when was there a torrential snowfall? Hang on. There we go. Gotta feed the dog. Not really, you don't have to feed the dog, but I choose to feed the dog. But yeah, so we're gonna start getting, like, we should have this in-game day, we'll have the blocks of wood ready. So go grab the blocks of wood, get those over to the castle, get our next 10,000 bucks or whatever it is, and all that good stuff. We're also getting a little bit of money here and there from the planks. So that's what's keeping us from losing anyway. Dear God, that thing makes... Okay, so the good news, bad news is... The good news, that stone quarry, it produces. There is no question about that. As far as stone blocks go, that thing is just pumping that stuff out. Yeah, no, I got you, Strider. Yeah, for us here in Florida, June and July is good for, like, you know, long days. The only problem here in Florida with June and July is just the rain. I imagine the hot time of year for doing construction in Florida would probably be September, August, October, November. I mean, honestly, it'd be probably the winter here in Florida. Maybe not December, because people vacationing and family and holidays or whatever. That probably also rules out November. But yeah, I would imagine like September, August, October. We're outside the rainy season. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Unless you're talking like building schools and all that, then summer vacay. That is some glare. So go over here, let's grab the planks and all that. It would be probably worth my time once we get the mason to get a truck dedicated to doing this role, because we can only do this at 25 miles per hour versus if we actually get the truck, which is like 55,000 or something like that, it can go 57 miles an hour. So that can get it hustling down the road real fast, which will be probably very helpful. It also has a bigger bed to carry more. Okay. So timeshares are different from what you thought. It sounds pretty dismal. Yeah, no, a timeshare here in the US at least, is generally you're buying a time frame that you can use something for vacation. So it is like sharing a... So it'd be like getting an apartment, but you only get it for like the week of August 1st to 8th. or something like that. And usually it's like at a resort or a nice hotel or whatever. And then the idea would be you go to your timeshare for vacation, and on paper, it's much cheaper than going and staying at a resort like that, you know, and paying for a full week. And they'll have like dues and all sorts of crap around that stuff. Does anyone else see debt in the streamer's future? Regarding what? I'm not talking, like, I don't want a timeshare. I'm not getting a timeshare if that's where you're going with that. But, you know, that's the idea. Now, the problem is there are some timeshares that's like, you get this crappy hotel that's near something decent, and then you usually have to pay, like, maintenance or dues or whatever. And that's where, like, the really bad timeshares come in, is the maintenance and dues will be particularly awful. And again, you can't, it's like really hard to get away from some of them. Like once you have the timeshare, like actually getting to not owning the timeshare anymore is actually very, very hard. And that's like, those are like the really bad, scummy ones that they'll like, you know, they'll be like, you could get a free cruise. All you have to do is sit through this seminar. And then, you know, you sit in the seminar and they make it nearly impossible to get out, and they go for like maximum pressure sales tactics and all that, and like really, really scummy stuff. Then you got timeshares like Disney has, like, generally speaking, we worked at that company I was referring to that we helped people get out of their timeshares. There were timeshares that are generally sought after that are mostly like good stuff. So like Disney has timeshares, I believe they call them Vacation Club. And generally they're good. That you can transfer them to like different days or whatever. You can transfer them to like different resorts and all that, so you can go to lots of different places. They don't have like all the scummy gimmicks that keep you locked into the timeshare, because they know they got something that's got value, that people want to stay at Disney. That said, they cost a hell of a lot of money. But those are timeshares that genuinely people will buy the timeshare, and then they will resell the timeshare for a profit. Not that I would recommend doing that. You know, not financial advice. But like they're almost like buying actual property in the sense of the value and everything related. You just killed Moonlord Terraria solo? Nice. Congrats, Serverlord. Hey, Reders apparently do those seminars too. Yup. But yeah, so the really scummy part is you can't just abandon it. That's not a thing. It's not like, very genuinely, like your house, there are ways you can kind of like abandon it to the bank kind of thing and all that stuff. There are processes to, you know, give up your house or whatever, and your house at a minimum has a value that you can retain for like selling it at a minimum, whatever. Timeshares don't have those things. A lot of timeshares will even have a rule that if you try to sell the timeshare to someone else, that the timeshare must approve the sale. And they could just choose not to. So you can be like, I found someone willing to buy the timeshare, and even if everything is on the up and up, the timeshare can be like, nah, we like you having it. And then you keep getting those annual or monthly dues stacking up. And it's like paying rent on an apartment you can't even leave. And they usually won't have something like, this is a timeshare, you've signed up for a contract for one year and you renew it. It's indefinite. You own it like property. They get real scuzzy. So it is one of those things that, like I said, there are good ones out there. But it is an industry to be like quintuple checking everything up and down and make sure you've got a lawyer on hand to make sure you are not absolutely screwing yourself. Generally, the more reputable the place you are signing up with, the better. If you're signing up with like a very well-known resort, it's probably going to be pretty good. If you're signing up with something like a theme park, it's probably pretty good. If you're dealing with, you know, an okay-ish resort slightly farther away, that's kind of the really danger zone. Where it's like, they're known enough to be known as existing that you might want it, but not known enough to like properly be really good, and then like really crappy places usually won't offer timeshares at all. It sounds like a perpetual subscription. You don't think that's possibly illegal here? Not that it wouldn't be done. Yeah, well that's the thing. A lot of subscription stuff here, they have laws around not being allowed to do that. But like I said, the timeshare's got a very strong lobby, and it is one of those things that there has been a lot of action, even by politicians, to try and disassemble this scumminess, but while they've made progress, it's still a thing. You have to do the same holiday? Yeah, so a lot of timeshares, like the Leon is saying, is you'll get a timeshare for a specific location, a specific date range. There are, like, and those usually, again, more of the crappier ones. There are better ones that, like I said, like the Disney ones, that any Disney resort you can transfer them between. Like, or sometimes it's like, they'll have like A tier, B tier, and C tier, and you'll be like, anything like B tier or lower, if you got like the B tier one, you can move it between there. And they do have flexibility around it, so that you got like a week in the fall that you can like move it around. So there's good ones that do give you a lot of flexibility about when and where you go. Some of the ones with like major hotel chains, those can also be relatively good. Again, I would still say don't get them, but there is an argument to be made for those nicer ones. That was abrupt. As far as I could tell, what actually happened here is it's building so fast. Like, I'm watching chunks appear here and there. I was gonna say, it looks like they just straight up pressure washed this bottom part of the building and then like left the top half undone and then added scaffolding. Oh, I'm seeing, like, weird thing. Like, the fact that we see progress, it's actually a cool thing you see with all of these all these things. But usually it's you start the thing and you come back the next day and you be like, oh, hey, look, there's a scaffold there. Oh, hey, they finished that part of that roof. That's the first time I was like, man, did someone just do a pass at the pressure washer real fast? Like, right here in front of me? But yeah. See, a lot also exists because they often have very low legal value, but huge fees. So that company can pay for a director to have it without raising the tax salary. The amount that it will complain about the benefit size. I'm sorry. A lot also exists because they often have a very low legal value, but huge fees, so that the company can pay for a director to have it without raising tax salary. Oh, I see. So providing it as like a benefit kind of thing. We went to a timeshare thing years ago. I was getting pressured to give my non-existent credit card. Once they found out you didn't have a credit card, they ignored you. Yep. I've never gone to one of those things. Having done sales in my past, nothing like that kind of thing. I was selling tools and lawn and garden stuff at a retail store. But, you know, you see a lot of like the high pressure sales pitches and those kind of things. Like, nah, man. So like, I'm the kind of customer a lot of salespeople don't like, where the moment you go and you put like a higher pressure pitch, I'm done with you. We're not talking anymore. Like, if you don't respect, you know, how I'm approaching things, that's it. Like, I will simply leave the store at that point. I just don't need to deal with it. And it's not like a not desiring to conflict. I want to expressly discourage dishonest sales tactics. As you work Bed Bath & Beyond, they're trying to get us to do that. For Bed and Bath & Body Works, we didn't even make commission. It was like, I'm not going to try to manipulate someone for buying into a $30 candle. Yeah, no, I worked Sears, so I did like tools, paints, all that kind of stuff, and we were commission. It was like $3.75 an hour plus commission, and honestly, like, I usually did relatively well. The commission was still the vegetable place. The commission varied wildly depending on what stuff was. Like hand tools and that, the commission was negligible. But like the really big tractor lawnmowers, the commission was quite a bit better. None of it was amazing. It was about right that if you put kind of the minimum effort into it, you'd make a bit over minimum wage. If you did manage to move decent number of items, you could actually make pretty okay money. And my secret is just be honest with the customer. It's amazing. I was usually either first or second in sales in my department of like 12, 13 people. And all I did is just dealt with people honestly, and that was all it took to do that well. As half the people were trying to, you know, really upsell people, and then they get a bunch of returns and all that kind of stuff. Your friend got approved for a $10,000 limit on a credit card, and he went from casual to full-time. So the company paying changed. Name change. You were not approved from the credit card. Gotcha. That was for me. There was a whole thing where I had gotten, gotten a line of credit when I was younger, like teenage or whatever, like 19. Got my first credit card and all that. And one of them was this really terrible card from a retail store, the ones that do like 22, 23, 24% interest. And then if you miss a payment, that jump it to like 32% or some nonsense. Got rid of that thing pretty quick once I learned. Like I didn't get screwed by it or anything. I didn't hardly use it. But ended up getting another card. And I got rid of it because they kept raising my credit limit without giving me permission. And it kind of got to the point of like, I can buy a car on this card. Not even like a bad, like cheap car. Like I could genuinely go to a lot, buy a brand new, like, not super budgety cards. Like I can buy this on my card. So if I get like drunk one day and I run my card or someone steals it or something, I can really screw myself. I'm really not comfortable having the credit limit this high on this thing. So I ultimately just got rid of that and got a different card. Your parents actually jumped Bran because their credit limit ended up over 100,000 for the combined card, and they want to like 5K max. Yeah, I'm fine having more than like 5,000 or whatever. Mine wasn't up to like 100K or anything quite that high, but it was higher than I was comfortable being like, yeah, so I could just walk into a machine and go, and I'm gonna be in a bad way for like, I'm gonna basically get like an entire college debt from just one swipe of the card. No, I think I'm good. I think I don't want that to be a thing. Not that I would plan to do that or anything, but it only takes one moment of lapsed judgment, and then you're screwed with something like that. Versus most of the things that you can spend where it's like $85,000, $90,000, some ridiculous amount like that, there's usually a lot of paperwork and a lot of process to get to that finish line. Like buying a car, you gotta interact with the salesman, gotta do all that stuff, gotta make your decision, choose your, like, if there's any kind of configurations or whatever. There's a bunch of paperwork for dealing with the tags and all that, and insurance and plates and all that. And anywhere on that ride, you can be like, you know what? Hang on. Let's not do this. You have a lot of places you can stop and, like, off-ramp off of that thing. Or, like, buying a house. It's the same thing. You just don't walk up and, cut a check and it's done. There's a lot of paperwork and bureaucracy and process to it. So there's a lot of stages along the way that until you, like, sign that contract, you're like, you know what? Hang on. Hang on. Maybe let's not spend this money. But with a credit card, you can just walk into the electronics section and just be like, there goes $20,000. It's gone. Your brother got 22,000 debt on his credit card, mostly from interest. So he paid out and canceled it, and we cut his card up. That was a few years ago. Oh yeah, no, that's credit cards are nefarious because the minimum payment does like nothing for you, kind of thing. Like, yeah, it'll pay a little bit, but often it won't even hardly keep up with the interest. It's technically ahead of it, but not in a rate that you're ever going to escape the debt. Not really. And because they, calculate it each time, it's effectively compound interest in that you pay it, and then you pay the interest on the interest, you pay the interest on the interest, and you just keep going. Like they get nasty because some of them you miss a payment, they'll jump up. I know there's a cap on it nowadays, like to 28% or something. They didn't used to have it that. It used to be like 32 or 35%, which means for every buck you pay, like you're going to pay a third more. Yeah, your boyfriend is in a similar boat, but it only got as bad as 5K. Yeah, I only had the tiniest bit of credit card debt coming out of college. And it was because I was paying for like that. And it wasn't, 20, 30 or whatever. It was like, a couple hundred to like 1,000 kind of thing. And it was just, I was at the finish line. I had to get across the finish line. Okay, so the tree has to be cut because the tree weighs 9 tons and is too heavy for me to move, even with the winch. Okay, well, I cut around 1,000 pounds of it off. That's still fine. Maybe I shouldn't have crossed that over the road. You're glad your credit card's max is only like 1,200? Yeah, no, I definitely want mine to be higher than that. Just for, like, dealing with stuff like the dentist and whatnot. Because then, you pay, you get home and you deal with that. Because, the risk of using something like a debit card is if someone gets a hold of it, that money's just gone from your account. That's the danger there. Versus a credit card, there's lots more you can kind of deal with it. That's the pro and the con. But yeah, no, it's still the thing that chunk of the tree is 9 tons. Huh. You're glad you're never approved? Yeah, no, they're dangerous things. Definitely not something you want to touch if you're an impulsive person. I am not allowed to cut this tree. Oh, so the reason I'm not allowed to cut it is I'm not allowed to cut the spot that's over the road because I don't own the road. Yeah, possessions, I think. Companies saying you need to pay is very different from asking it back. Yeah, and there's a lot of times with, like, if someone, like, compromises your debit card, it's just done. Like, that's just it. That money's gone. You're not getting it back. You'd have to manage to deal with the individual who stole the money. But with the credit card, there's a lot more wiggle you have there. Because the credit card can turn around and cancel the, you can cancel it. You can challenge it, that kind of thing. Oh, I see what's happened here. There we go. And also, while you're having that argument with the credit card, it's not money gone from your account. You can just not pay it and have that argument. Now, granted, I don't recommend doing that, but that is a thing you can do. Like, you can still get food and all that, versus your debit card. If someone cleans you out, your bank's empty. You don't have the money anymore. So, like, in the meantime, you got to figure out how you're putting gas in your car, all those kind of things. Okay, so we got that all going. Let's see. If someone uses your card, you get a notification on the phone. You'd like to verify. Yeah, no, absolutely. And like the fraud checking and all that, I have it. Please have it. Well, I've been fortunate enough that I've only had twice that people have tried to, like, charge stuff against it. Sorry, 3 times. And I've had the 2 times they tried to charge and it got intercepted and never happened, and then the card was like, alright, well, we're sending you a new card. I did have 1 fraudulent charge get put against my card, and then I reported it, and they removed it. And it's the same thing. They're like, okay, well, your card's deactivated, we're sending you a new one. which, you know, that's an appropriate thing. Someone managed to have the information to, like, run a charge in your card. I'll just try again. It's rare. But yeah, no, like I said, especially for someone who's worried about, like, impulse buying, cards are dangerous. Honestly, both debit and credit cards are dangerous. For similar but not quite the same reasons. Both of those can screw you hard. Okay. So, you're starting to properly fill up. Let's see, why would you have all the money in your card accessible debit account? Do you not have online banking as a savings account? A lot of, so you could separate it out into different accounts, but say like you're using insert name of bank. It doesn't matter what name of bank. Insert name of bank. And you got X number of dollars in your checking account, and your debit card's tied to your checking account, and then you got your savings account. So if I have all that money in that one same bank, the thing you can run into is, okay, say I've got $5,000 in checking, and someone manages to get a transaction for, like, you know, $20,000 to go through, and then you can have overdraft over to the savings. And a lot of those you have to, like, manually turn that crap off. That'll, like, if you try and charge more than you have, it'll pull from your account, that kind of thing, or it'll have a negative balance on that. Now, what's supposed to happen is it's supposed to reject the charge. That's what should happen, is it should say, hey, you don't have enough. But things can be a whole thing. So you have a negative balance in your checking account because of that, and usually the bank will require you to sort that balance out first. I haven't run into that at any point in time myself, so they may have protections and all that to help you against those kind of things. I don't know. But yeah, it is a thing. Like, if you have it in separate locations or whatever, then yeah, they can't get access to whatever. So I need 2 units of long planks and 1. Yeah, we need long planks and beams. That's fine. But yeah, I mean, still the point is, when your money's gone, it's gone from your account. Even if it's not like, oh, your life savings is gone or whatever. It's the fact that once it gets hit by the debit and all that. So, we're probably going to grab the stone first. Let me put these down here for right now. But, like, really the big point is, once the money's been withdrawn from your account, it's probably just gone. There's no getting it back. That's just kind of what it is. There is the insurance from the bank, but, you know, if you can't prove that it was stolen and they won't reverse the charge, that insurance doesn't mean anything. You have to demonstrate that it was stolen, and then the insurance kicks in. Or protection, whatever you want to use for your term. Okay, so you're good. You're good. We are finally... Well, no, we're still actually pulling from that water tank. Yeek. Whereas again, with a credit card, you can refute it and all that stuff. And even then, if they keep it, there's stuff you can do there. But the big thing is you at least can keep things moving in the meantime. I'm not saying, like, oh, you should be using your credit card. No, the credit cards are terrible. But at the same time, be careful about debit cards, too. Both of them can be dangerous. But the circle back, the bigger concern was when you have a credit card that the limit is like stupid high. Not only can you get yourself in trouble, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. Because, you know, you spend $30,000 and then you're spending, you know, paying 21% interest on that. Which, granted, that means you messed up. But you get the idea. There's a risk there. Whether it's a lack of judgment or you confuse something, whatever. It gets stolen, but, you know, you can't prove it. Okay. So our next set of wood going to the castle. And then on the way back, we could stop for checking on those stone blocks. So let's take a look at these. So you still have plenty of storage there. You could use another chunk of tree. And to be fair, it's the same thing like with checks. Same exact problem. There's a certain amount of caution you need to have, not have all of your money in one place, all that sort of stuff. Got to be careful about your checkbook, because if someone manages to like write a fraudulent check, there's a good chance you'll be able to prove it's fraudulent, but just in the event you can't, if they've already cashed that check and taken the money out of the account, it's a lot more difficult to recover it. Even if you do recover it, it's just, you know, between the time you report it and actually get the money back, you still got bills to pay and all that in that time. And they're not going to accept, don't worry, I'm dealing with this fraud situation. I'll be good for the money. Just give me a couple of weeks. They don't care. You're going to get hit with all the late fees and whatever, or have your power turned off or whatever. The answer is everyone just keep all your money in your mattress. It definitely won't go bad. They straight up phased out checks here in Australia. They still exist here in the US. Like, you can still use them, but you're gonna get a weird side eye if you go to the grocery store and cut a check. Like, they'll still accept it, but they're gonna be like, hey, you know, like they're gonna be upset because they're gonna slow down the line. Like, they might make you go up to the service counter or something like that. Generally, you don't see checks much anymore. Yeah, no, I imagine, I would guess that Australia's probably similar in that most places believe, like, you'll probably even have places that'll tell you they just won't accept it. But, like, they're still legal in there, but for the most part, people don't use them. Like, there used to be traveler's checks people would do all the time, and I can't think the last time I heard of someone even mentioning a traveler's check. So you could go, like, to our place and have the check on the other side to deal with. For better or worse, credit cards have kind of made all of that unnecessary. Tap and pay is Australia now? Yeah, no, we got a lot of tap and pay here. You don't think they have to accept them? You know, places that had signs that they wouldn't be accepting it. Yeah, no, I think it's the same thing. Like, I imagine it's the exact same thing. I haven't tried to use a check in ages. I couldn't be more happy that checks went away. It always felt weird to me when I'm paying all my bills through stuff like, you know, direct debit or through a card or whatever. And to be the one place that requires me to mail in a check or I have to go to their place and show them a check. And it always feels like, come on, man. I don't need to show up this place every month. We have the technology. Yeah, no, the last check I wrote, that's not true. I know there's been like 1 or 2 checks over in there, but the last check I distinctly remember was when we were, buying our house, we used a check. No, that's not true. Our mortgage payments. We used a check to pay each and every one of our mortgage payments. Because we got our mortgage through a different bank than me or my wife used for our actual accounts. So I had to get the money between there, and, you know, I'm not going to carry a mortgage payment's worth of cash on me and just, like, you know, slam it down on the counter going into the bank. And I don't know, it feels, it would definitely feel weird, and I'm pretty sure the bank would say no. If I ran out of the bank and was like, hey, I just want to pay my mortgage, let me just run my check. What, no electronic transfer in US? There's usually fees around it. Versus if I just take a check and I do a check, there's no fee. But that was the last time, and that's been a while. But yeah, no, I'd say I'd agree. Like, about the only time you see checks these days is big purchases. You know, the kind of stuff that's not going to go on a card, and the kind of stuff that you don't want to carry the cash. Yeah, let's see. What's funny is the U.S. we actually use checks commonly way longer than a lot of countries. You remember mentioning to a Norwegian friend that we'd put in debit machines at work, when it was working McDonald's back in like 07, 08? She was like, "What? People use? We use debit for everything here. We have for ages." Yeah. Well, that's kind of thing. You literally never had a checkbook, and you only used a bank once to buy your car. Yeah. Not growing up when I first moved out, I had to use a check for almost every bill. The power company, there was no paying online. There was no credit card doing it. You had to mail them a check, or go to a location and do a check, which is even worse. The water bill, I had to go in and pay with a check. My rent had to be a check. That's just what they took. And you're probably older than you. Yeah, different places. You do automatic withdrawal? Yeah, there was some place that did automatic withdrawal. Like, I remember the power company, not long after I moved out, switched from check over to automatic withdrawal. And I think the water company would be the next one. The one that took forever was, man, I had to pay with check for my rent on apartments. Hell, I think I did that all the way up to the point I moved into until we bought our house. Like, I literally think every apartment I had to pay by check. All my, like, loan payments for, like, when I had a car loan and all that, I had to pay by check. Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember even at my last apartment I had to do that. And it wasn't like some like dodgy you're in someone's basement kind of apartment where it's just dealing with like some individual. These were run by, you know, big companies that have bunches of apartment buildings everywhere. I hated it. I hated dealing with checks. It made everything more complicated. You'd have to balance your checkbook and all that, because you'd get them a check, and they may or may not, like, cash the check for, like, a week and a half or whatever. So you're, like, looking at your bank account going, okay, like, I have this much, but no, really, I'm actually, like, $1,000 shorter than that because, you know, I got my rent and my power and internet and all that crap on. Well, I mean, the internet I never had to do by check. That one's not the case. That one, they were always, for some reason, the internet ISP, you know, actually accepted online payment pretty early. I can't imagine why. But yeah. No, I definitely remember having to do that, being like, okay, because especially when you're like a broke college student, you're going, okay, well, I got this much rent is due, this much is coming up. Okay, my bank account says this much. Let me do my like math on the checkbook and go, okay, well, here's what I should actually have. Here's what I'm going to need to spend. I hated dealing with that. Because, like, even with, like, a credit card, like, by the time you swipe it, by the time the day's over, it'll have a pending there. So you can, like, look and see what everything's at. So, yeah, you're paying for your apartment rental with a check just 8 years ago. Rural area, mind, so a bit behind. I don't know if it's updated to modern times. Yeah, the area I was at would have been, not rural. Not, like, rural. When I say small town, talking 20, 30,000. So, like, not a city, not a really like small like village or whatever in between there. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's a weird area in that in a lot of ways it's a very conservative area, and also it's a very progressive area. really depending on the specific thing going on. It very literally, like very rarely was like in between. It was either like slam that lever all the way to one side or the other. Very few things was like kind of in a neutral place. But it wasn't heavily one or the other at the time. These days it swings very, very, very conservative. But at the time I was there, it was like that. So you'd have some stuff that'd be like really progressive and interesting, and then you'd have other things like still using checks for everything that would just stick around because. Let's see, you've seen a check in the 90s? Never used one yourself. To be honest, you could write a hand-filled money transfer order on a form, but that money's transfer order, you never had to add for it though. The vast majority of services mailed you pre-filled out printed money order until late 2000. Yeah, I don't think I had stuff like send me a money order. Which that'd all be fine and whatnot, but still. Okay. So, we are in good shape here. Tomorrow, we sell stone. Actually, before we do that, we're good here. Yeah, so tomorrow, we sell big stone. We sell much big stone. I'm actually kind of curious how hard it is going to be to move all this stone. I'm led to believe that stone is heavy. Obviously, the geologist in the room would be like, well, actually, that depends on kind of the stone. Some stone is very light, and yes. I assume whatever stone we are building a castle out of is probably very heavy. You would be correct in saying, well, it depends on the stone. Fair. That is an absolutely fair and accurate statement. Oh, it's so much. So much stone. How am I doing this where it's not going to be utterly obnoxious? Okay. Because I'm going to load up this trailer. And I want it to be facing the right direction so I don't, like, if I overload it, I can at least struggle bus it where we're trying to go. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Okay, so I think if I put it over here, that'll give me plenty of room to turn around. There's so much. Okay, I am hoping that despite the fact that they look very not square, I'm hoping it's make-believe hitbox square. Because it's make-believe hitbox square, then I can stack these easily. If it is not make-believe hitbox square, I am in for a real bad time. Oh, well, that's helpful. Okay, we're just not gonna fight with it. I was gonna try and stack it where I could get it 4 deep. Sorry, not 4 deep, like 2 deep, 2 up, per load. It's looking like I'm gonna spend all my time trying to stack it. They don't want to go too easily. It's so much stone. Why are you giving me such trouble picking this up? Is there like a little... I think there's like a little... Oh, it's like a very slight hill there. You suck. Can you get an AI to do this? No. The AI can do a lot, but it can't do stuff like pick up bales, load trailers, stuff like that. This is where people would get a mod called Autoloader, which you just pull up the trailer next to it, hit a shortcut key, and it just teleports stuff on the back of the trailer. That might be happening in our future. I'm doing it that way so I don't just push them off the other side. Okay. I thought you were selling them? I was, and then I turned off selling them, and I'm regretting doing that. Because I turned off selling them directly because I wanted to get a feel for how far the water went. We are still not to the point of finishing off even the water that was in the tank there, let alone anything in addition to that. And we have this many. Like, we haven't even finished what's in the storage inside the building. Can you get a crane to maybe do this? Crane? Not that I could think of, no. They're pallets. You pick them up with a forklift. Like I said, most of the time, this is one of the reasons why when you get into production, most of the time people will eventually get autoloader. Because this is what happens when you go heavy into production. Is the game turns from farming simulator into forklift simulator. Okay. Because, yeah, with autoloader, like I said, what I'd do with autoloader is I'd back up the trailer along the side there. And, like, I'd just hit a shortcut key in about 2-3 seconds. It would teleport them all into the back. Perfectly spaced and everything. And then, you know, I would drive off and do the next thing. But you do have the autoloader mod, it's just not turned on. I'd have to go out of the settings and do that. Which we might be doing with the sheer volume of bricks this is. I still haven't finished emptying the storage yet. I think I'm gonna do one full load fairly. Then we might look at autoloader. That's the limit. My forklift doesn't get high enough to put those on top. Yeah, I do feel like this is a this is something that I would get very tired of very quickly. Because again, I haven't finished emptying the storage, let alone what's out there. Yeah, so we got 16 pallets of the stone on here. The good news, I don't have to drive very far. Okay. Now the real question is going to be, is this trailer might not work with autoloader out of the box kind of thing. We'd have to check. Just gonna drive our big stones down the road. And then the question is, what is a full trailer of big stones worth? I don't expect it to be a bunch of money, not per trailer. The total cumulative should be pretty okay, so that's gonna be the output. Okay. It's fine. The alternative would have been, if I couldn't have gotten that up, I would have just detached all the stone. Oh, there was one loose one in there. Okay, so that was about a little under 5,000 for that one pallet. Okay, so what's gonna happen here real fast? Good, it's saving. I think we're gonna turn on autoloader, because that's gonna take me an hour to load all that stuff. Because we're still not quite done getting it out of reserve in there. So we're gonna go in here, and the way we can do this, if we go back to our save, so people can learn how to do it, we go My Game, and then we look at this screen, and we go way down here, and I go boom. And that means autoloader should be turned on. And like I said, I think with the trailer, it won't be autoloader enabled unless I sell it, rebuy it, or something like that. Because I have the feeling we're going to need to do hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those pallets. You know, the autoloader, it's not bad. Just go, you hit the button, it teleports on, you drive down, you drop it off, do a couple of laps. And this is the beauty of modding. But yeah, for the record, when you're playing Farm Sim, generally speaking, it's not until you get deep into production lines that you have the forklift pain. When you're dealing with crops, none of the crops really depend on that much on forklifts. You can get like the bales and it's sort of in there, but the bales have a bale loader, and the bale loader is very elegant where it just kind of hooks them up and throws them on back. And so that's really good. But it's when you get to the production lines, they're pallets, you pick them up, you have to move them from A to B, and you can have it direct sell for a little bit, you know, reduced profit. Which I had set up and I turned it off because I'm like, oh, I might want these for whatever. Let's turn that back on, because that is a lot of block popping out of that thing. Okay, so we can find out if this is going to have autoloader or not. I don't think it is, because I don't see what I would take as the controls for it. We'll drive it up over here. Now, again, the big problem we have is this is a double pivoting trailer. So backing it into things is rough. Yes, I'm not getting the prompt that I would expect from autoloader. Okay, so if we look at the trailers, we can look at something like this. So with autoloader, you see it's got that big thing there, and that's basically saying the area I would be allowed to use. If we go to our trailer here, I gotta remember which, I think we have this one. No, it's not this one. Yeah, so this one can be configured to do it. It just isn't right now. The good news is the way you fix this, if I remember correctly, I believe if I take this trailer to where you go to customize, I can customize it and it will make it into that. If not, we could sell it and buy it back, and I'll just lose a little bit of money on it. But yeah. How much do I still have inside that building? I have 2 more pallets inside the building before we start working on the rest of it. That said, chat, we got $1 million from fishing today. So, that's pretty sweet. I mean, like, stream day, not in-game day. So for those that didn't see, we bought the plot of land that we have the windmill on that we've got to build. We bought a sawmill. We bought... Oh yeah, we bought the quarry. I want to get the mason, which is 350,000, I believe. And that'll let me start making the castle bricks so we can build both the windmill and the castle itself. That should also be relatively lucrative. Like, and honestly, at this stage, it wouldn't even be a bad idea for me to buy the semi or something to do. Actually, should I just switch? Ooh. So what I'm debating right now is for about 55,000, I can buy a truck that I can load up the back of. It'll go 50-something miles an hour, and I can drive around and move the stuff around. That frees up the tractor and lets me configure this trailer over for crops and just leave it that way. And that would be a major benefit kind of thing. So let's see if I can just reconfigure this. It sets... Well, let's hold off on it right now. We'll do it the way we're doing it right now. Unless it shows up on sale. If it shows up on sale, that's a different thing. It did not. So the thought here is I'll be able to customize you. Right, so now it's showing the box for the autoloader. Yeah, so autoloader enabled, bale trailer. And I guess you can customize it. This is all new to me. Sure. Limit stacking height based on density. That's fine. I'm just going to leave that as is. All right. So I'm doing that for a reason. And the reason I'm doing is it wasn't giving me the choice to, like, actually swap it back and forth. Okay. That way it, like, removes the item from existence and re-adds it to existence. Okay, so now you'll notice we got the entire ridiculous row of things there on the left, all those different commands. That's autoloader. So it's basically you can do stuff like, say, only take pallets that are full, only take pallets of this type. You know, there's debugs or whatever, you can configure it. You don't need to worry about 90% of that. The only ones I usually will turn on and off is sometimes I'll say only pallets that are full, and otherwise I'll just grab everything. It's very rare I'd have a reason to do something other than that. And if I have something other than that, I'll just take a forklift and move the one box that's a problem or something like that. Okay. But yeah, no, a lot of times I'll do a lot of stuff manually. Like you saw I was doing the wood manually because I only had to pick up like 2, 3, 4 pallets here and there, maybe up to like 8. And so when we built the temple, I actually don't think I used autoloader the entire time. And then I think when I built the playground, I think we used the autoloader right by the end. But these tiny little pallets by the bajillions, nah, man. That is no. That's going to be hours and hours of forklifting. Alright. Yeah, so I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll get the mason set up, and when I get 55 or whatever thousand after that, I'll get the box truck that has the thing for the pallets on the back, so that way I can have it zipping around here. Meanwhile, the rest of our equipment we can use for other things. Let's see, you think it'll be kind of fun to do an automation type game where you drive around in a 4x4 with a clipboard, a farm manager, not as the magic lead worker. There are a number of like farming tycoon games or stuff like that where you're more eye in the sky kind of thing. Okay, so grab those two. It's gonna be a little tricky because I'm gonna try and just drive along here. I'm gonna have to back that trailer back out. But yeah, so that's what autoloader does, is what you just saw there. It's got some weird spacing, but I think that's because if you noticed, when it unstrapped the things, they jiggled a little bit. And so I think they're technically slightly doing that. But it will try and grid them out to a certain amount. You can override and adjust a bunch of stuff. I generally don't. Because, like, I imagine you could probably cheese things pretty hard by abusing it. Like, I'm willing to bet with enough configuration I could get these things to stack 3 wide, probably 4 tall. Which would be something you'd just never realistically pull off with the equipment in the game, since the forklifts don't go high enough. Versus this is a very realistic number of things I could put on here. Considering we had 16, and this is only 4 more than we got on, with others being a colossal mess. Okay, so about 5,500 there. So all in all, it looks like we're probably going to make around 15,000 for not quite a year's worth of the stone quarry. Which is not terrible considering we just shoved water in it. So it's not greenhouse good, but it's pretty good. So what country is this map? This is Scotland. Scottish Highlands. Trees in the Highlands? I mean, I don't know. That's what this has. Like in Iraq? Could you not? Getting punished for having the double hinging trailer. Yeah, because driving straight in, I can't get this there. I'm curious about backing in with that rock right there. So although there's still going to be a challenge, what we might be able to do is scooch along here. And keep doing it that way. Yeah, it looks like it's a full load. Yeah, I have no idea, like, what you have kind of, so far as, topography, like what plants are normal in the Scottish Highlands or whatever. Use a forklift if needed to? Yeah, that's what is going to happen for those last three, is I'm probably going to forklift them. Just because. Now, one thing I am going to do, for right now, just sell them. When we hit 355, or whatever it was for the Mason, we buy that, and then when I bring these over there, instead of getting the money I'm getting right now for selling these bricks, for these stone blocks, instead they will start going and becoming the castle brick, and then we'll get, instead of like the however much we're getting for this, it's like 3,500 or something a pallet. $6,300. I'm pretty sure you were 350,000. Yep. All right. So in 32,000. We will be able to buy that, and that'll increase our profits, and it'll give us the last of the materials we need for making the castle, I believe. No, we would still have to buy a bag or two of cement or whatever. But generally speaking, it'll give us most of the material we need for the castle. It'll also give a lot of material we need for the windmill will be available between all my stuff. So those projects, we can get them going and keep them going. In addition to that, it'll get us a bunch of money, which I like the money part of it. And there's certainly an argument to be made to putting down a couple of greenhouses or something. Okay. Hey, Spidey, how's it going? Let's see, in real life, one hack you've seen a few times is using a forklift to pick up a drawbar end of the trailer, so you can move it around the yard faster than backing up the truck or tractor. Gotcha. Oh, I'm sure there's all sorts of stuff that probably makes, you know, the OSHA compliance person on site be like, no, we can't do it. I'm good. Where are you from? I am in Central Florida. Okay. This probably makes actual forklift drivers cringe. Yes. To be fair, this forklift attachment I have, I can't tip it or anything. So there's a lot about this stuff that this forklift would not be great for what I'm doing. And the fact that I'm stacking everything on the side of my thing and not balancing the load at all, it's fine. But see, it's legal in Canada as long as the hole isn't drilled into the flame cut. Not sure about Scotland, I have no idea. It's fine, this works. Yep, nah, pretty much. It's video games. We can shirk all basic safety laws. It's fine. That's just too much text. I want to get off my screen. And another roughly $1,000. Cool, so yeah, we got somewhere in the ballpark of around 15,000 for all that stone. We are going to have it just direct sell right now. Direct sell means I don't have to pick it up and move it, but it does mean I don't get all of the money for it. But in this particular case, right now we can direct sell. When I go and I get that stone mason production line on, then I will have to go back to transporting it. I imagine it'll be one of those things as fast as that thing's producing, unless the stone brick also produces as ridiculously fast as that is. It'll likely be the kind of thing where I fill it up, I switch the building for selling for a while until supply gets low, then flip it back. They could have been smart and set up to be roughly a 1-to-1 production, so that's just not a concern, but we'll see when we get there. My day's going good. I hope yours is going well. Okay, so we can drop you off here for right now. And shove this over here for right now. Okay, let's take a look at our production lines. So you're good on wood there. You're good here. Let's take a peek at the castle. So we've got a bunch more scaffolding this time. We are on stage 2 of building this, and I need more wood beams and long planks. That's going to surprise no one. I'm guessing what's going to happen here with this is they're probably going to keep feeding it more and more wood until the scaffolding surrounding where it's going to build the building is done. And at that stage, likely it will switch over to me needing to supply it castle brick. And then, at that point, we'll be just working on the castle brick for a bit. Okay. Okay, so we're checking our supply lines. You are finally starting to deplete water. You're fine on wood. So you've got the wood planks and the beams ready. Honestly, this one I probably should just... and give it a minute. We'll spit out the other one. Yeah, because this has enough of the beams. Alright. So we can bring this to the castle to get more done. Do you have to sleep, or is it to advance time? It's just to advance time. You can even go in, you can speed up and slow down time anytime you want. But as far as like fast forwarding, that's what sleep does. It can let you take it directly to the next day versus waiting. Prior to owning the tent to sleep here, we were just maxing out the speed. I think it's like 240 or 360 times speed. When we finished what we were doing for the day and just like watch the sunset and rise again. But yeah, now this isn't a survival game. There's no, you don't need to eat, you don't need to sleep, you don't need to, like, there's not even health in the game. It's just not that kind of game. It's about farming, not about survival aspects. I'm sure someone out there will come up with like a survival mod or something like that, which would probably be obnoxious without all the supporting systems. I should try to keep an eye on my left of where I could refill that water tank. Because, like, there is water right there. There's a solid fence between me and it. And I suspect it's going to be all the way up by this bridge, I will. Yeah, so to the north I'd have to go all the way up to the bridge, it looks like. Or to the south I might be able to get a little bit closer. It's not a big deal, because it looks like I only have to fill the thing up like once per year. Maybe not even that much. Okay. And then this will finish stage 2 of the castle. Because once I get the stone blocks done, then the next thing to figure out is like, okay, we've got that stuff set up, we got the sawmill set up. Probably start investing in some of the other things of like getting ourselves set up with a field again to actually have some proper farming going on. Because we had our field we were using and then we diverted everything into this, so I just have a harvester sitting in a random field somewhere where I left it. Cultivator and all that. Yeah, that'd be around the stage where it'd be time to get a truck dedicated for moving stuff, so I could free up the tractor to not need to do it for me. You could say the Combine is outstanding in its field. Yep. And you can see they got, like, the seeder and the fertilizer and all that up here. It's fine. I can turn around up here. I missed her. It's going... Yeah, so this field to my left here, that was the one that was ours. We sold it back when we moved to the other location, since this is just way out of the way for doing stuff like that. We'll buy the fields closer to where we live. And I believe this is what we need to finish the next stage. Okay. Yep, so I got more than enough to finish all of that, so that's good news. Honestly, that's fine. We can go ahead and just teleport back down. Yeah, so we have enough wood for another day. Let's go ahead and teleport back down. Advance the day, and we're kind of just working on this, using this to make money for getting the mason. So since we have been doing like 2-3 days of just slamming out contracts and fishing and all that, I'm kind of just trying to fast forward with the production lines a little bit here. I do also kind of want... I'm thinking this road that spirals down the hill. I'm kind of low-key thinking about going here and putting some like greenhouses along there, like making it almost like terraces where it kind of goes down. I don't know if we can. I don't really have a good feel for how much space that's going to require. Let's see. So did you buy this castle? Does it make you money when you finish it? So I don't own the castle. The castle is a community project. It belongs to the community as in the map. So when I supply it materials, I get paid extra for those materials than you normally would. So, like, if the rate for a material is normally a bit less. Okay. So we're on stage 3. Required materials for the next step, castle stones. And a hell of a lot of them. 10,000 liters. Now, I can't do castle stones yet. That's the thing we're saving up money for, but we're not quite there yet. Now, the good news is I can still keep bringing the beams and planks and all that stuff there until it, like, completely finished everything it's going to need for the entire build. So that we can keep getting our cash from that. Okay. And that'll work. I also keep looking at all this farming equipment and thinking, when I'm going to do the next field, I'm going to want better, and I keep being tempted to be like, you know what, let's just sell it. I mean, other than the harvester, I think we might just sit on that for right now. We can just go straight to the next ad. That'll be fine. This map will be so bad for the next ad. What I was going to say is, part of my temptation is because we're using, like, the littlest, kind of crappiest for most of our farming equipment, I could see deliberately not buying the next field, keep going the production lines, and then trying to snag better equipment on a discount to, like, jump ahead on that. And taking that money now to get myself set up with the mason stuff right away, and then maybe, you know, get the greenhouse up or something like that. So basically invest in stuff that is going to turn around and give me cash quickly as in human time. To then investing in that, because we are going to have to do crops. We are planning on doing the fishing production line, because I got 3 dare drops tied behind that. The discounts are such a huge change in hours in the pace in the game. Oh yeah, now if you get stuff like half off, but like the weeder I have is just kind of sad. The catch is I can get maybe 100,000 if I sell everything for the farming that I'm not using right now. That's more than enough to get me the mason place and maybe a greenhouse or 2. And the greenhouses make pretty solid money. Every in-game month. Do you think it was done to break the player's meta of buying one particular thing each time? Yeah. Well, I mean, there's always been the benefit for buying the stuff in the discount. But yeah, no, you'd have a habit of people doing that. But yeah, no, I think that's a big thing. Because, like, it was in Farm Sim 22, there was certain tractors I'd almost always buy unless I found something on sale. And that's still kind of true on this one. That there's certain tractors that are like the Argo Star here. The Argo Star here is just one of those ones that it's really good horsepower for its price. It's got a bunch of drawbacks, no forward attachment, not a great height, like top speed, those kind of things. Transmission's not particularly good. But from just a perspective of, I want horsepower, I don't have money, it's a really good compromise. Can you get water there? Yes, I can get water here from this side. That's what I'm kind of looking at, is I think what we'll end up doing with the water container is it looks like there's a gap in the fence right down there in town. So it looks like when I need to top off the quarry, I can just go down there, tuck the water tank into the water, top it off, and head back up. Yeah, so my thought is right here on my left, this area, I'm curious if I can fit greenhouse in here. I think it's going to be snug. It might not be enough space. But if I could fit a couple of greenhouses along here, that would be an additional income where I just insert water and out comes money. Since we've come to realize setting up this fish type is going to be hell of expensive. I'm also curious about when it comes to bringing wood in the sawmill I put up here. I'm probably going to have to figure out a way to get it around this fence. Because the fence does surround us all but on the one open side. And I think trying to take the tree the full way out and around here is going to be a whole thing. It might ultimately be that we get like the tower winch thing and yoink it up in the air and drop it down there. I'm not ready to commit to that part yet because they're still close enough I can cut them down and tip them over the fence. Okay. And I could see eventually getting more proper wood cutting things to grab the tree, drag it over there. Do trees fall to the right? Always? No. So when you look at the chainsaw, if the bottom of the chainsaw, whatever way that's facing, it'll fall. So this way it'd be to the right. If I turn it that way, it's to the left. But you can predictably make it go one way or the other. Usually I just tip the chainsaw, I don't have to think about it after that. Okay, so you're 9 tons. So we're definitely cutting a tree above our head. It's fine, don't worry about it. See, in real life, there's rarely cut so close to the ground. Not only is it ergonomics, there's often a void inside, sometimes with rocks and dirt. So you can call anything below the foot a stump. Yeah, no, that would make sense. Okay, so we can put more in there. Because, yeah, like the tree could be sitting on there, the root system goes in, the area around the tree gets washed away a little bit, but the tree is still kind of trapped all that stuff that was underneath it in there. Much higher than you'd anticipate. I can see that. So taking a chainsaw to it, if there's a big old rock or something in there, that's not a good time. Plus, you're unlikely to just slice across the tree like you do in the game. You just have it bind up on the saw, and then you just have a chainsaw stuck in a tree. Usually, like, cut a wedge out of it, that kind of thing. So I'm trying to not waste the tree, but with these trees that weigh like 9-10 tons and all that, most of the weight is on the base of the tree, but sometimes it's hard to estimate like how much weight is where. So for like making sure I'm getting enough to get a decent amount in the sawmill without accidentally overfilling and wasting wood is a little tricky. And regardless, this should be close enough to what I want. Okay, yeah. Almost 10k. Alright, so you've got one set of the long planks out there. You still are fine on water. Let's take a little bit of a peek. If I were to add a greenhouse on this hill, like where can I and can I not fit that? Yeah, and so the glass ones are smaller than the tarp ones. Like, the tarp ones are wider versus the glass ones, they're a little narrower. You also have the mushroom ones. So it does look like I'll be able to fit these. Now, to be clear, there is something you got to worry about with these kind of things. So this is all on an incline here. I'm going to want to level out the area. Land is not owned by you. Overlaps another object. Yeah, so let's check on our actual... Yeah, so we look at this. I don't actually own the road. I own all the area around the road. There's going to be some place that'll be a little hard to do stuff with that. Let's consider getting this set up. I think that's a good idea. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to start at the top of the hill, like right over here. So and I don't believe there's any production difference between the greenhouses with whether they're glass or not. Okay. So I could fit that over here. I think that would be a good one. I could also choose to turn them this way and make a little side road. So butt you as far as I can up here and as far as we can over here. There'd be a area you can pull into the middle there. Regardless, so what's going to need to happen is I'm going to have to decide where we're putting this. And the reason we're going to need to do this, I need to flatten this out, because it's going to do that for the greenhouses anyways. And if I let the greenhouse do it, who knows where it's going to actually land. If I take the time and flatten the area out first, I'm in total control of it. So, what was the button to make this thing larger? I don't understand what you're doing right now. This is not going as planned at all. It must be the edge of what I can work with. That is not ideal. Yep, that did not do any of it the way I wanted to it. So I wasted a bunch of money on that, and that looks awful. Nope. One of these days they'll make it so this will be so much less cursed. Alright, we're just gonna roll the dice. This is a dangerous way of doing this. That's what I was afraid of. A blueprint mode to make it look right, then you pay with nice would be nice? Yeah. Let's quit out really quick without the extra save and just pretend that didn't happen. Because that's pretty bad. I'm going to take 2 seconds while this is loading. I'm using the restroom real fast, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, so we're reloaded. We're reloaded. Yeah, so if you missed what we did there real fast, is I was messing with trying to level out the terrain and all that. So it didn't save while we were doing that. So it is pre-scuff. So we just mulliganed and be like, all right, let's not. You were dead and then you weren't dead. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You get in those situations like, oh, we are so past screwed. And this might be just an area I'm not going to be able to build stuff well. It is wedging this in here, and it's always tricky to do that. I mean, I could fit those pretty close there. So the reason I did it that way, so we're going to make like a little bit of a ledge here. I wish I could clean this up more, but it's not looking like that's going to be a thing. We could probably hide the scuffness of this by putting something like, something to make it look like it's got a retaining wall. So the classic decorations that we might be able to go over here, choose like this kind of a wall, and put along there. Just looking for something a little bit taller. Especially if I can stack those. I could probably make that look like a retaining wall. That might actually work okay. Hide the scuffness of it. Right now, we're not going to worry about it. I was mostly seeing if I could. Meanwhile... we'll have room here for a second one. Now I smooth it out to be a little less cursed over here. Yeah, like I said, we'll probably have to hide that, but I think that'll actually be fine once we do hide it. A greenhouse. Meanwhile, we'll go to our greenhouse. And we will tell it to... make lettuce and sell lettuce. Right now I'm going to tell it to do that to all of them. I remember it's a whole thing that I think there was a whole thing about if you have it just produce lettuce, you make the most money, if I remember correctly. Like, per the units, the lettuce was the one that stood out the most. There's not really an easy way for me to pull all that up. Yeah, because you consider that a production line thing. So lettuce here goes up to 1,100. Cabbage, 380. Yeah, I think that's right. Spring onions, 500. Tomatoes, 500. Strawberries, 500. Yep, okay. We'll just go with that. Get our money. Get our lettuce. Yeah, I can hide that. That is the one bummer about all of the official maps, is you can never buy the road. And they do that so you don't destroy the road and all that. I really wish they would make the road part of the area you buy nearby. And some of the dirt roads you can, but I wish they'd make it so you'd buy the roads nearby. Just so when you're trying to manage that kind of thing, you're not fighting with it nearly as much. I believe there are mods that make the terrain tools able to, you know, break into other areas and all that to give you a little bit more to them. Because they work really well until you get to the edge of your property. The roads mod when? Go full City Skylines 1 where you put all your residential on one side and then like a whole bunch of tolls or whatever to the work district. So everyone has to pay like several, like 15, 20, 30 bucks worth of tolls each way. Okay. So now the greenhouse should pay itself off relatively quick. We're going to use that to basically finance the, to finance the stonemason thing. I hate the double hinge trailers. Alright, luckily it's pretty forgiving on how close I have to get. Now I can always go up top there when we have a spot that I can't fit a trailer. I can put a water recharge thing. You have a 42,000 liter in straw bales packed into a poor little dragon flatbread truck. And it's wobbling alarmingly outside a curve. Yeah, we did that with the, when we were building the temple and all that, I was stacking things as high as I could get them. Doing the whole thing where I would stack the wood on top of each other 3 times, because that's as high as a forklift was, then picking up the whole stack and putting it on 2 more, so it was like 5 tall. And you start turning and it wants to just go over almost on the slightest adjustment. And you're like, yeah, this is not how this should be done. Now, downside is that greenhouse can take 40,000 liters of water. So it is going to take me a couple of trips with this thing to top it off. We are absolutely going to want to get a bigger water trailer. And I'm also planning on up there somewhere, we'll add a water refill station. So I don't have to go dunking this in the river again and again. we go. Oh, there's a spot over there that looks like it'd be really easy to fill up in the future. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll take a little finagling, but we'll get there. You can always do this. Bonk. Or just climb up on it. I guess that's fine too. Plan is actually bonk the back to turn it. Bonk. Ooh, you might actually be wedged in pretty good. It'll probably be fine. Well, it was shifting. There we go. Yeah, so like I said, there's a little spot just farther up there that there's no rock I have to work around. We could also get, like I said, a little water reserve. They're relatively cheap. And we just fill up from that versus having to go to lake. We'd probably just do that. How much are those things? It was... in here somewhere. Not sheds, I don't believe. Silos, maybe? Silo extensions, constructibles, container. Yeah, so for 10,000 I can get this one. Yeah, so you can get this little water container here. And the little water container I can fill up at, not have any issues. Let's tuck the little water container right up here by the front. It doesn't cost hardly anything. It'll be easier than, like, fighting to get in and out of there. Now, I could have done the trick where if you put it right next to your greenhouse and you get, like, the really big water tank, you can actually put the water tank up to it and fill directly from it to the other thing. It's a little cheesy. You still pay, like, you know, go through the same work and time and all that. But it means it kind of just keeps topping off as long as you leave the water tank there. Okay. So I can keep topping off. That's another interesting thing is when you smooth out the terrain, you'll notice the grass vanishes. I don't believe that grass will grow back. There is ways I can reseed it to get grass, but usually I have to like paint it with grass, that kind of thing. Ah, yeah, so it goes back to this costing money. I thought they got rid of that. How much does a full tank cost? It won't actually be that bad. So it's 800 bucks for that. We're gonna get way more than 800 bucks back out of it. That sucks. I thought they got rid of that. I know the water mill windmill thing doesn't have a cost. I'm gonna delete it. I know this one gives you unlimited water for free. That's what I get for cheaping out. It's fine. I only wasted about 1,000. Well, I mean, actually about 2,000 bucks where I had to pay for the water. But yeah, so I know they made it so that that water wheel mill thing, it costs more, but you get free water out of it. Because the idea is that's running a pump. Yep. Because it won't take long for that water cost to catch up. Now the good news is, if I top off the greenhouse entirely, the water lasts about a year, so I only have to do this like once every 12 days or so. Yep. And you're fine, and you're fine, and you're fine for now. But yeah, now if we get the big semi-trailer, I think carries either 24 or 32,000 liters as opposed to 8, which we're dealing with right now. And then plus being the dedicated semi for it and everything, I can work on other stuff at the same time. I don't think we buy that right now. I don't think that's urgent. Like this'll do. I think our money is better spent on getting the stonemason thing set up. Then probably just the truck for, like a dedicated truck for loading and moving stuff. Depend less and less on the tractor to do just dragging crap around. That's good work for trucks to do. This might... yeah, so this will probably be the last container I need to do. Yep. So what I could do then is I'll take this, I'll put it up by the watermill, whatever. That's refilled for whenever the next vehicle needs a top off. We don't have anything I need to be selling right now. We got the rest of it all set up. So now that should be getting me another bit of chunk of money. So we got the stone brick getting me money. We got the greenhouse getting me money. As we get, like, the various planks and all that, those will get me money. The sawmill gets me a plank, so we sell those for money. Yeah, we're actually selling the regular planks as we get them for a little bit of cash. And then the other two we are bringing over to the other place. Okay, so we're in good shape here. We'll advance the day. Alright. So if we check in our stuff here, finances, so we've already sold some goods today. Before we started the day, a couple thousand. Almost no production costs. But as the day goes on, each time this crosses over 1,000, I get another chunk of change. It does look like it's going to burn about 1 water tank per day, which is more than I remember it being, but that's fine. You're doing your thing. Okay. Definitely want to change that over time. Check our sales. We got an auger wagon and some trailers and stuff, but nothing I care about. I think I've come to the decision that we are going to go to our vehicles here. The cultivator and all that. I'm going to take that money now. Because we'll get upgrades later. Yeah, Sometimes it really is fast to just do 2 trips. Yep. Yep, no, you tip it over and it becomes a whole thing. So pretty much what I'm doing is I'm getting rid of our cedar and all that. And we're doing that so I can get the stonemason thing right now to increase my income right now. So I can go down here. We've got the stonemason. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Alright, so let's go back down to here. Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? How's the playthrough? Playthrough's going good. Fishing is even more broken than I originally realized. Every time I think it's like, wow, fishing is broken good. Then I discovered it's even more broken good. For those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Also been doing a lot of farming sim, and all that good stuff. Checking out the new DLC, playing the same map we are, that kind of stuff. And so definitely check them out with all that. Good is a strong term. I have made over $1 million today in fishing alone. Not even memeing. Genuinely, this one in-game, like one stream, I have made over $1 million in fishing. Exclusively in fishing. And I know that for a fact because it was very easy to calculate on this particular instance. So I would say it is super strong. As a money-making mechanic, yet as a good mechanic, poor at best. So low-key, I think it would be, I would like to see them, one, adjust the hook drop weight to be a little bit slower. I think that's one for just making the minigame fun. I think it would be okay for them to have a setting to like make it so you can bypass the minigame. Like the minigame's fine and all that, but definitely think, but that's kind of the whole thing. I don't think you're meant to do the fishing perpetually. That said, with the reward they give you, it's really hard to not doing that. But yeah, no, as far as like quality of mechanic, it's fine. It does its job. I wouldn't say it's poor. It's just, it is what it is. I wouldn't say it's good. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's, you know, simple. I think the intention they had is that you do a little bit of fishing here and there, not really put any real time into fishing. And then they gave you ridiculous cash prizes, and it's like, well... Excuse me? Hey, How you doing up there? How's the weather? You being a good boy? Please don't smite us mortals down here. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'll let you get to your sleep. I just saw something going by at the top of the screen. It's like, what's that? The dog does not believe in your gravity. Okay. If someone could get the clip of the sky dog, I'd appreciate it. Okay, we still put more in there. I'm surprised that each chunk I'm cutting off this is not removing nearly as much weight as I'm expecting. I'm not against it because that's money. So you mean the minigame is a gimmick of itself, but more the whole idea of fish farming. It's a basic production line, and it's I'd like to expand upon it. Yeah, no, I agree it is just effectively a production line. It is a weirdly end game production line so far as like, you know, the amount of stuff you need to set up. All right, thank you, sheep. And Azrael on the 5-stream streak, do appreciate that. Okay, so there's still like 6 tons in here. Let's cut around here and see how it goes. But yeah, no, it definitely could use more going for it. But when we consider like the production lines in the game, they're all kind of that way. But I would put it more in like the production line as far as the depth of the game. It almost feels like it's trying to be in that same ballpark as stuff like Cake, where it is a production line that's got tons of stuff going into it. It's just weird that basic freaking fish are that many layers deep in production line. Just gonna grab the rest of it and drag it in there. Because, like, the fact that you have to have oil production, you have to have flour production, you have to have soy, and then there's 3 layers, or, sorry, 2 more layers on top of that, where the actual, like, you know, making your fish food, then making your, you know, breeding your fish, and then actually doing the growing of the fish. It's just many layers. Now, granted, all of them are insert ingredient, come out, which, you know, is not amazing. I do feel like they really need to add some logistics stuff to the game, because otherwise it gradually turns more and more into Forklift Simulator. Like, that's one thing I think I'd like to see them do. I'd like to see ways that we can improve the dealing with moving stuff around in the production lines. That would be a place I feel like there's a lot of room for improvement. And I know we had the DLC in Farm Sim 22 that was effectively a mod gone pay. And that's fine, it didn't feel great. Like, it definitely, you could tell it wasn't a Giants thing, because it felt like it was kind of just really its own animal on how it approached things. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is get the big stones. So stop selling those. Should have thought of that first. And we're going to want to get those over to the stonemasons. That's going to take some work. And we're not going to be doing that right this second, but we can get our stone made. Okay, with that, we're going to advance the day. Because our sawmill is full, our greenhouse is full. We need to wait for our big stones to be, not full, but like have some of them. So we're going to get more production line stuff going on here. But yeah, no, I do wish when it came to your production lines and how strong the production lines are in the game and how that is kind of the chase, it would be nice to have the ability to assign goods to be shipped from one place to another, and then, you know, the NPCs take a cut or whatever. Like that kind of a functionality. Alright, so with this, we got you. So I got some long planks and beams. And we started making the stone block. Does setting distributing not do that? Am I not remembering that right? I thought the distributing was for warehouses, I thought. I could be misremembering. It's been a long time. Let's actually turn it on. We could find out. We could science this. Been ages. Distributing. Oh, yeah. Now I remember. It was a lot of times in your buildings because of the production rates. And wait on the next thing. And wait on the next thing. Yeah, no, when I started doing the blocks, even then, with the distributing, there is times that more stuff gets in there. I'll try saying, because I'm trying to remember if distributing would go to warehouses or the final area. Either way, it'll go into storage. Worst case, if it's not going where I want it. and then we're back to doing what I'm already doing. All right, so let's run down here. I'm gonna grab the blocks that get dropped off. Yeah, but that's actually not a bad idea to test that. One of the other things I'd love to see them do is put some, do something to help us for where we are trying to terraform the ground near the edges of our property. Instead of having it go hard from you have access to you don't, make it so we can smooth that out a little bit, even if it does mean we can kind of fuss with things we don't own a little bit. But like where you get to that thing where it's like, oh, you can't own the road, and you have this jagged edge and you can't really clean it up. That's certainly one I'd love to see them, and that's not even a DLC thing, that's just like quality of life, clean it up kind of thing. Maybe I'll try that. I haven't done distributing in forever. I think the last time I did distributing was Farm Sim 22, when I had a big warehouse, and I would get it all to distribute. I think it was flour to the warehouse, and I'd take the flour from the warehouse to the bakery. That's kind of what I figured was going to happen. I also can't wait to get a bigger truck where it actually isn't on a double pivot. Does he need to be able to start where we want stuff to distribute? Yeah. But yeah, that's something I'd love to see, is like a bit more stuff. But it will only send it to the bakery if you own it, so your Bishop playthrough, you're not just gonna buy the bakery. Just not gonna buy the bakery. Oh yeah, I see. I hadn't planned on buying the bakery. My intent was to like set up the fish food production. But yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is like it would be good for them to expand the logistics. And I'm totally fine with it being a thing that you set it to distributing or whatever. And ultimately, if I was supposed to get $1,000 for when the good finally got to its end, sure, they take a cut of $50 or $100 per unit. But I'm not doing any. I don't need to be going this way. This is the wrong direction for me to be going. This needs to go to the Mason, not upstairs. It's fine. I managed to swivel my wheels and save that. This is my first time slinging trailers around corners. But yeah, to be fair, we also didn't deal with a lot of stuff. The production storage control is a fantastic mod for stuff like flour, though. It means you don't have to worry about the pallets. Yeah, and that was kind of my comment, is the issue with the production line in the game is if you get really late game, unless you start modding, it becomes Forklift Simulator. Like, there's some stuff you can do, like telling things to just sell directly. Okay, let's make sure you are producing Castle Brick. We want to activate that and activate you, because both of these are ultimately going to be used in the castle and the windmill. Okay, so I think the next move we do here is let's save up to get the boxcar that we can give it a pallet back. That's like 55,000. I find that's really decent for when you're not moving large loads of stuff around. That thing can be relatively solid for moving, you know, a couple of pallets of wood or a couple of pallets of whatever. Great for doing the community stuff until you start getting to production levels where you need like the big old flatbed to move tons of stuff. Never things they'll tell you to shoot, you can just load it into the trailer. Yeah. We move this trailer up here. We dropped off all the wood for here for right now, so you can just kind of sit on standby for a minute. And let's check. So you got a bit of big stones in there. You got plenty of wood in there. You got plenty of water in there. You got plenty of water in there. It is a shame that it looks like literally I'll be able to need a top off on the water in the greenhouse every single day. Because I'm using the smaller one here. If I had a really big container, like, what, I think it's like 32,000 liters for the semi-truck, that we'll be able to just dump it there and it'll be good for half a year. Okay, so top her off. And I could build a second greenhouse here. I'm going to hold off on doing that. Needing to top this thing off almost every month. That's going to add up a lot after a while. Now, those things are good money, the greenhouses. We're not going to sweat it too much. So now, both the castle and the windmill are going to be needing stone, castle stone. So this is something we're going to do. Yeah, so we're making a good couple thousand each day. And I'm debating whether or not I want to prioritize taking the castle stone to the windmill and getting the windmill production online, or the castle, which is for the dare drop and I get paid. I'm feeling like I take it to the, Okay, so are you still filling? Yeah, you'll still fill if I disconnect you. I feel like the answer is I should take it to the castle, because by getting paid I can continue to get equipment. And then once I hit a point the castle's not accepting the stone and I need to bring it over here or whatever, then we switch the other way. Because the windmill, I don't really need it until I'm ready to actually make fish food, and that's going to be a hot minute. Let's see here. You're fine, you're fine. You're fine. Okay. Well, I didn't check to see if that... Yeah, so if you didn't see what happened with that log, I hit the autoloader, it teleported the log onto the trailer, and then the greenhouse just consumed it immediately because it needed it, which works out. But yeah, no, I pulled up to the big stone block thing, and there was like 38, because it was what, like 12 deep, 3 wide, so like 36 stone pallets there, and then probably another 20 inside, and I was like, alright, hold the hell up. I am not forklifting all this. It's like, I did one full trailer full, which is like 16 plus pallets. And I was like, nah, I'm sorry. These tiny pallets, this many, nah, man. The answer's no. I don't know what the question is, but the answer is certainly no. I have done much palleting over the years, and that one seemed particularly egregious for the amount of pallets it's going to need. Okay, so we got some roof shingles, some castle stones, some planks. That'll be a bit more money. And like I said, I think the plan from here is we are going to go, and there's a, it's not the smallest truck, but there's a truck that's got a cargo back. The kind of thing you'd drive in SnowRunner. Like early game SnowRunner. We're going to grab one of those, and I'm going to use that for my deliveries just because it'll be faster. I think it can also load more. Even if it can't, that's fine, it's faster. And considering this, like, switchback we have up here and how long it is, I want to go faster. Really, guys? And then after that, what would be our next purchase? Because that'll let us move stuff around really quickly. We'd have the tractor for doing, like, the winching and all that kind of stuff. We've got forklifts, and I'll make it a rule that I have to keep the forklifts, you know, since we are auto-loading, that I have the forklifts, so I'm not just cashing out on it. So the next thing we could potentially pursue is we could pursue getting the field set up to, you know, actually do some genuine farming, for the purposes of... Do you remember getting your first sugar mill? I feel like it was sugar beets and, sugar beets and cut sugar beets and take it to the store. Change it pretty quick to sell it once you realized. Oh yeah, no, that's, if you do the thing where you build like 4, 5, 6, 8, greenhouses, it's like, no, hang on, wait a second, just sell that crap. So some of the things we could do is I could go and get myself a second greenhouse and then the semi-truck. That's actually one thing I could... Well, okay. If we get the big box truck, then we probably won't want the semi-truck right away, because the big box truck will already take care of the semi-truck needs. If we go for the semi-truck, then we start getting into the giant water tank, and the giant pallet thing, and the giant one of those, and those are good. I actually feel like on this particular map, the town areas, the semi is going to be obnoxious, because doing any kind of turns in town with that big semi-trailer is going to be a big old pain, versus the box truck not even having a single pivot. I don't believe they have a big semi... Like, we could check to see if there's a big truck with the water tank on. I don't think there is. I think it's we either use the one we've got or the semi-trailer water tank. But there'd be certainly an argument to be made there if there is. I've just never bothered looking for it. So what we could work on is pursuing the crops, because we're going to need that for the fish food, and we have 3 dare drops tied with the fish food. The producing the fish food itself, doing the thing where we do the fish breeding, and then the actual, like, big fish production in the water. We got the 1 dare drop that's the castle, and I don't remember what the last dare drop was off the top of my head. It's fine, whatever it is. I've once again missed the turn and going the long way around. At least that when you miss a turn, this spot isn't hard to turn around at. But yeah, I noticed some buildings have like pretty high throughput that it's just worth accepting you're not getting the full volume of money, because the effort to get the full volume of money, you're like, I can be busy doing something else and just enjoying that. Okay, and that's almost 10,000. And that's basically 1 day's production out of the mason. So that tells me I'm going to be making somewhere in the ballpark of about 8,000 a day out of the mason building, and that's not bad. Since you're right here, we'll drive that over to the other area. Like 8,000 per day for just moving some pallets. I can get behind that. If we sell directly from the building, it'll probably be closer to 6, since we won't be selling it to the castle, we'll be just accepting the market rate. But still, even 6,000 a day for honestly not a whole lot of effort feeding water into the first part of the process and then ignoring it from there. So I'm taking the seeds we had up there from when I owned that field right there, bringing those down, and we're just going to chuck them by the house or whatever. So actually, I'll probably chuck them by the service station and everything. Yeah, so you're gonna get ahead of that? It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at the cost of the truck that I can use for pallet stuff. And then this trailer can go back to being a crop trailer. And that'll give me a dedicated vehicle for doing this back and forth hauling. Which frees up our tractor to do other work, whatever I need. The, you know, dragging the logs into the sawmill, that kind of stuff. From there, it's a matter of potentially snagging a piece of land and then starting to buy equipment on extreme discount, like whenever it comes up for super good sale. Maybe getting ourselves like a properly large tractor, not putting any real effort into the farming. Not like, I don't need end game equipment, but getting something better than the bare minimum. Because we got that like 2 streams ago, we got the like bare minimum to set field. We actually didn't even get a single harvest out of it, because then we went on this tangent because we got those huge payouts from fishing. As like I could just skip to actually starting the windmill and starting the castle and all that. And it's like, okay, I'm doing that. Because the money you get from production lines is just so much better than the farming itself. The farming is a means of feeding the production line. I don't believe there's an oil mill on the map. I'm pretty sure we'd have to build one. Which would be fine. Because we could build the oil mill and have our first crop be something like canola. And that'll let me get the oil I need for the other stuff. What was the get rid of stuff? It was Control P to pick stuff up. I thought it was Control C to get it off. Oh no, it's Shift C, that's right. Control C is like the default controls. Okay, so let's go over here, we're gonna reconfigure you. No, we're not, we're gonna take 2 seconds. Alright, so, I mean, you're on discount and all that, and that's nice. Because it's actually one of the better semis so far as what we could do. But we're not gonna worry about that. So we can go here to the trucks. So it's this truck here. I could switch this, I mean, it's on the flatbed right now. Oh, there's a tipper as well. The tipper probably has very little cargo. Yeah, 3,500 liter. But yeah, so we got this one with the flatbed. Yeah, so the point is, we don't have anything that can hold like... Hey, Sergey, how's it going? I'm actually checking to see if any of these... Let's get standard. We got the extension. The extension gives me 7,600 liter. Yeah, so those aren't probably... None of those are probably gonna have water tanks on them. Yeah, no, I don't think we have like the equivalent that we would have on SnowRunner of like a truck like this, but with a water tank on the back. I'm sure there's mods that add that. So if we wanted the water tank, I'm pretty sure our only options are if we go down to the barrels here. Where are you at? I'm pretty sure that's your only option for a bigger one than we have. Yeah, because you just customize the color. Wait, why are you... Hang on. So, we have this one here. It's combination. It's saying I can use the international? Huh. Because I don't... You don't have like a normal hookup, do you? Like a normal trailer hookup? I was pretty sure that has, like, the, yeah, it's got, like, the semi-pin. I am dubious you can hook up to this thing. Because my choices are to have the flatbed. Obviously, it's not putting its pin in that. The tipper is definitely not one. And the box body. There is none. Like, I could see having this have an option for it. I definitely don't trust that. Versus this one, you got the actual saddle there. Interesting. Alright, so we're going to leave that alone for just a minute. Because we did finish the moving stuff around I plan to do right this second. Because again, we're going to check. Obviously, I could top off more water. It's fine for right now. You could top off more water. It's fine for right now. You could top off more wood. It's fine for right now. And I physically cannot top that off more. They're either going to get it or they're not. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to teleport back up here for right now. And go to sleep. Yeah, I'm really suspicious about that international. It's weird that it showed up there. That definitely feels like it shouldn't unless I'm missing something. Because that one I couldn't even hook up. There's a 3-pin connection that you can, or no, there's a connection you can turn a regular hook into the track or into the semi one, and it can be pretty messy. I mean, that's literally the trailer we're using, but that's fine. So we got 52,000 there. And with that, that's not what I need. With that, our production lines, you're still producing big stone. You're still producing planks. And everything else is fine. I'm going to take the strategy of today didn't happen, we're going to sleep. Because the next in-game day, I believe, will have us enough to where we can just buy that truck. We're using the power of fast forward a little bit here. Come on, sales. It's not helpful sales. Okay, so at this stage, you're getting a little bit low on wood. So I want to do a round of selling stuff. It does look like the quarry is keeping just a little bit ahead of the stonemason, not meaningfully so. Alright, so what I can probably do is that we do one quick round of picking up the planks and dropping them off, or the stones and dropping them off and all that. That'll probably give me enough money to buy the big truck. And then we could take the big truck and have it take over the flatbed. The tractor can be a glorified tree moving and water moving vehicle. But we should top things off this in-game day. Yeah, so we're going to be watching those sales. Oh, right, I was going to check if on the existing ones. Alright. Yeah, so technically there's the sawmill we could upgrade to. I don't think I want to buy the upgrade sawmill. It'd be a useful thing, but I feel like if I do that, every single day I'm going to have to bring a decent number of logs, and I believe it's going to be in town. I think I'm happy with the trickle feed sawmill, and we can just work on other things in the meantime. Because it's going to take me a while to, it's going to take me a while to get all the stuff set up for the fishery. Why would you do that? Why would you kill yourself, little car? Alright. Yep, so up top here we'll have the planks. So you don't know if everybody on the road was immortal and all the cars unbreakable. I'd run into people for giggles too. Yeah, well that was, I had a conversation with a buddy that, like, you know, moral and ethics in fantasy universes. So in a world where you can literally resurrect people from the dead, And, like, you can just tip back a potion, and you're fine. You're just straight up okay. Like, just magic. The only expense is you lost a little bit of money. You know, whatever your potion is. The reflection of, you know, hurting people would be a very different thing. On the other hand, if we consider, like, the psychological trauma, that kind of thing, obviously that would still be an existing thing. But you'd have to, like, massively reevaluate, like, okay, you hurt someone. How serious of a crime is that in this alternate reality where you grievously injured someone, and even if they die, you just kind of walked up, and it basically, you know, $3,000, suddenly they're back on their feet right as rain, you know, and mild, serious trauma. But otherwise, the thing, it's like, your scope of how bad of a crime that is would have to adjust massively in that world, where the property damages would be more significant in a lot of cases than physical harm. Again, not quantifying for serious trauma, which we'd probably need to still quantify significantly. So we're gonna race down here. That car would have been wrecked. Oh yeah. No, like a tractor moving at full speed with the trailer and all that, and then the car turning into it. Even though the car's probably moving 15, 20 miles an hour, and we're moving 25. You know, the classic thing of, hey, let's talk physics. That means the combined speed, it's like hitting a brick wall at 45, except with enough mass behind you, because you'd need to consider the mass of the tractor and the mass of the car. And how unwilling they would be to wanting to yield, that the poor car would crumple. Alright, Trickle, you have a good one. See you in a few. Because it's also when people do the equation, it's like, oh yeah, when the two vehicles collide, it's like taking the combined speed as if you're slamming into a wall, and like, right, except where the human body loses all momentum very rapidly. Very, very rapidly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 tons of metal does not like to change acceleration at any quick speed. What is the storage on this thing? Okay, so the storage on this thing's pretty good. It can hold a total of 50 pallets inside. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Imagine a train moving at walking speed, it will crush any vehicle super easy. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's not. If two cars hit at 25, the damage to each car is the same as a solid wall at 25, not 50. No, if two cars are moving in opposite directions at 25 miles per hour, I'm pretty sure the physics would be the combined speed, because one is moving into the other both ways. Now, if two cars are moving in the same direction at 25 miles per hour, they should never hit. So it becomes a moot point. And then if you have something that moves like across, and I have no idea how the physics work on that. It'd be the same as if you were taking a car stationary, and then the brick wall came at you at 50 miles an hour. There's a combined force situation there. In other words, think about it like this. If I take a car and it's moving at 25, yeah, force equals max time acceleration. You can't remember if acceleration has direction or not. The wall provides equal resistance to the other car, the same as why a gun needs less propellant than a recoilless. Been way too many things. Yeah, like I'm trying to go based on memory, so I'm probably gonna have details wrong. But it was the idea, like, if I have a stationary object and I move something into it at 25 miles per hour, it's equivalent of the, you know, having a collision at 25. If I have, you know, the stationary object, where I have what was stationary object, both of them moving at 25, I am imparting the force of both those bringing their own momentum, both of them having the like the force of 25 miles per hour behind that mass and colliding it. Now, if each car has 2 units of energy, then 4 units of energy are divided between the 2 cars. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, I'm thinking, Right, so what you're saying is, let's say there's it's going to be wrong, yes. But let's say there's 100 newtons of force behind each car. The cars collide. Both of them have 200, the cumulative total is 200 newtons of force. That force isn't being imparted into a single car. It is being divided between the two cars. I'd be curious to look up how that works. Like, and for the record, I'm not a physicist in anything. I never thought about that side of the equation. Like the fact that you have two objects that force is being imparted upon. And that's assuming, again, equal distribution. Now, one would assume in the case of the tractor-car situation, the tractor is probably a far more rigid object than the car is, because the cars are designed to crumple. So I feel like in that particular situation, more of the force would likely be imparted on the car. Plus, it is an unequal force situation because of the mass behind them. But that would probably require entire, like, processes of rendering. The car is still effed in either case. Yeah, no, exactly. The forces being imparted would not be equal in the car tractor situation because tractor have big chunk. But yeah, no, I'm probably gonna be after stream because the one we were taught in school, and this is probably one of those things that was either one, just bad information that keeps getting passed around, or two, the more simplified and easier to understand for wee little children, but is technically absolutely wrong, school thing. Like we talked about literally just the other day about, you get taught certain things in school that are entirely wrong, but close enough to right that for purposes... I think one comment spawned physics talk, that is how stream works. They're like when you're driving and you hit a moose, rip the car, the moose walks away. I mean, I feel like that depends on the car side. It can be a mutual rip. If you're driving a big old truck, that moose is not having a good time. Your truck's still utterly destroyed. But it can be mutually destructive. Oh yeah, 18,000 for it. Okay, so it's gonna be time to get our big box truck. Well, actually, I'll buy the big box truck if it doesn't go on sale the next time I need to move stuff. But we're done loading this thing up with pallets. That's done forever. It's bad that my video game mind is like, you know what, I don't feel like doing the switchback. Let's just go off the cliff. Don't worry about it. Yeah, no, I'd be curious, because, like, I've never taken, like, formal classes on, like, honors physics or anything like that. But I do wonder if that was one of those things that is either A, just bad information given the whole two things slamming to each other at speed, combined force kind of thing. Or if that's one of those ones that, like, is an oversimplification of it to a point of inaccuracy. Because we do that a lot in school. And it's not, and like I said, for, like, last time, it's not even a bad thing. You took AP Physics in high school and didn't do well, but a few things stuck. Yeah, no, like I said, it makes sense that because you're imparting the force between two vehicles, and again, assuming all things equal, it gets equally distributed, which would mean everything perfectly aligned, both moving at exactly the same speed, relatively the same surface area upon collision and mass and force and everything, which, in a real-world situation, it won't ever be quite that precise. But, force in a vacuum, as it were. Like, it makes sense that the force would be departed, like, would go into both objects. I just never thought of that. Let's see, in your country school, it just simplifies concept to learn the exact mechanism. It's in uni regarding physics, at least. Yeah, no, that's very common, like a lot of things. And it's not even a bad thing. The classic, like, you learn Newtonian physics in school. Newtonian physics, if you're looking for actual accuracy, are really bad. They're very simplified. They're good enough that they got us to the moon, but very genuinely, when you're talking Newtonian physics, they assume a lot of things that aren't accurate, and there's a lot of imprecision with it. But again, part of that came from learning more. And that's the reason why, when you're calculating what it takes to land on the moon in high school, you're learning maybe delta V and nothing more. And then you get to college, and the first thing they say is, don't do that. All of that's awful. Here's your new formula, and you get out your coffee cup that literally is one giant formula over the entire surface of the front of the cup on how to just get out of orbit, or just get to orbit. Because you have to factor in everything from, like, wind drag to mass distribution, or to, like, the mass of the rocket, to, where you are relative to certain things, and it gets to be this whole basket of math. Versus, we, like, high school would be thrust, mass. It'd be like 5 variables is all you'd have in high school. Okay, so you're gonna need to go get water. So you're gonna ditch that trailer there. It's gonna be for hauling crops. Or, like, you would learn nutrition as something like the calories in, calories out. We literally had this discussion the other day, that the very basic nutrition you'll learn in, like, high school is that you consume a certain amount of calories, and if you don't burn that many calories, it becomes fat. If you burn more than that calories, you burn fat, which is in a oversimplification to the point of egregiousness, because that's not how actually any of that works. It's good enough to be like, yo, don't eat more than your body's using, and that part's true. If you are consuming and absorbing more nutrients than your body is using, it's going to stay somewhere, broadly speaking. But at the same time, it's like, well, no, you have to consider stuff like bioavailability, not every, like, your body does burn a crap ton of calories being passive, like, just existing. So where people's like, oh yeah, you need to stick to 1,200 calories a day. It's like, no, people have wildly different caloric needs. If you have an Olympic runner, their caloric needs are going to be dramatically higher than you if you're, stuck at a desk typing at a keyboard. Even stuff like what vitamins and nutrients, like, even just going like, okay, how much iron do you need? Okay, well, how tall are you? Are you male or female? Like, there are different iron needs. Genetically, we're going to have different iron needs. Where you exist in the world and how much sunlight you get will likely influence how much iron needs you have. Yeah, 70% of energy use is at rest used by muscle, but muscle mass is based on normal activity level. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. But, you're teaching, like, freshman year high school nutrition, or, like, health. You're just being like, yo, here, like, you got some different, like, vitamins and all that you need. Make sure you get enough. Here's this raw number that is not accurate, but good enough. I'm doing good. Everyone else is doing good. But yeah, so you have, like, hey, you need at least this much water, this many calories, this much of these various nutrients, broadly speaking. Where they'll break it down, they'll do the whole food pyramid thing where you're like, one serving of this, 2 servings of that, 3 servings of this per day kind of thing. And if you're saying, is that accurate? The answer's a hard no. Like, any actual nutritionist is going to be like, all of that is awful, but also do that if you're not going to take the time to do better. Because it's good enough as long as you really want to see your local nutritionist get deeply upset. You're doing great to hear. I'm glad. But that's a lot of things in school. So true, everyone is so different. Especially in your hormones, your signals, they're all giving your body your glycemic index of meals and how it changes foods and all that. It's all really so complicated. Right, exactly. And trying to sit down with, a 16, 17-year-old and going, here's what you need to, like, stop drinking nothing but Mountain Dew and eating Tab. We really need to, or sorry, Tab's a drink as well. Stop drinking Mountain Dew and Tab. Maybe eat a few less bags of chips. Maybe add a vegetable in there once in a while. Scurvy is a thing. If you get scurvy in this day and age, we need to have a conversation about your dietary habits. And all that kind of stuff. You know, for the freshman high schooler, again, 15, 16, being like, add veg. You need some baseline to explain them, even if it is like, you know, only 60% accurate to what they need. It's still better than nothing, and giving them the actual data they need. You know, like moderate college degree, like midway through your college degree, is not really going to help anyone. It's also like the classic, like, when you're trying to get someone to eat healthier, trying to get them to juggle each and every single nutrient that they should be dealing with is too much, versus looking and going, okay, this person's eating way too much sodium, and they're not getting quite enough vitamins. Alright, well, let's focus on those two things to fix, and then we can work on the others. But considering the main goal of freshman nutrition is to make sure your high schoolers know why you're trying to make them eat a veggie now and then, yes. I think 2 of your main mates got scurvy DJing in London for 10 years ago. Turns out hot chips once a day on the way home from shift, ain't a mean, yeah. But you recently had a DNA test to determine your genetic factors of certain types of drugs. Learned some interesting things, like you have a gene type that means you process folic acid badly, but you have another gene that means you get more vitamin D out of sources of vitamin D, or sources of D, which is why you never seem to be low on D. You tested, and despite living like an overcast country. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, you can be wild and being practically a sun-fearing vampire. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's, we talked about it a long time ago. I had a buddy who, like, for dietary things, what was it he liked? It wasn't Kim, it was curry, that's right. I had a buddy who really, really liked curry. And he started getting all sorts of, like, really bad headaches and stomach pains and everything, and eventually was like, I gotta go to the doctor, something's not right. And he was eating a volume of curry on a regular, no, was it Indian curry? I don't remember. But it was very acidic. And he had actually started to mildly alter the pH of his blood because of how much he was doing this. Which the treatment for it was short term. They basically made him eat like rice, white bread, and water, like, you know, basically as bland, seasonless, acidicless possible. And it's a thing you don't think of, because he was just like, hey man, I'm eating this stuff, it's full of like vitamins, it's full of nutrients, like it's very low on bad fats and all that, like this is some healthy stuff. But it was just extremely acidic food, and it was spicy food, which is where all the acid was coming from. And he had to like back off on how much curry he was eating. Now granted, the other thing you worry about stuff like that is giving yourself ulcers, where you just eat through your stomach lining. Could have been worse. The guy could have eaten a pound of black licorice every day. He did not make it. Oh. I mean, sorry to hear that. I actually don't know what's wrong with eating black licorice. As someone who is not a big fan of black licorice, I'm going to need this information so that anytime someone complains that I don't like black licorice, I can be like, no, I'm doing this to protect myself from insert whatever is wrong. Yeah, a pound of black licorice is a pound of anything a day is a lot. Like maybe a pound of rice you could get away with. Something that, as far as like the things. Yeah, yikes, overwhelming. Yeah, your body is actually pretty resistant to pH change. It takes a lot. You have to be really, really messing up to do that. Like way too much tomato, way too much of other like citrus, way too much acidic. Like way too much acidic. That's not you had a glass of orange juice a day. That's you know, you took the gallon bottle, you inverted it, and did that every morning. And even that probably wouldn't do it, because most of the citric acid, your body can actually just punt that out the other side because it's water soluble. It's one of the reasons why you can, like, you can overdose on vitamin A, but you can't overdose, I mean, you can overdose and you physically consumed a volume that, like, ruptures your stomach. But as far as, like, chemically, you know, you could dehydrate yourself, maybe? I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist, but vitamin C being water-soluble means it's extremely hard to get too much. It's one of the reasons why you can take, like, 3,000% your daily dose of vitamin C to, like, give yourself that makes you feel better, whether or not it actually does better for you shock, to deal with colds. But if you did that with vitamin A, don't bother going to the hospital. You're going to the mortician. That's why you can't, like, eating a polar bear liver is lethal. Okay. So you know somebody who, in the 90s, who was made to eat a proper handful of sweets every single day? Didn't have any teeth for about 50, but had nothing else wrong. Otherwise, healthy diet, you suppose. Too much sugar can actually have a lot of problems. Like, we're finding there's a much stronger link between sugar and heart attacks and, you know, that kind of stuff, than we did previously with red meats. Not to say that suddenly makes red meats okay. Both of them are bad for you, but the sugar industry did a pretty good job of pinning a lot of that on meat fats when they were right there in there. Let's see, in large quantities and compound, it can cause body to flush too much. You think potassium in your urine, which will take time and result in your muscles not knowing when to relax. Gotcha. So it's something that it can leach a material from your body, whether directly or indirectly. Gotcha. Makes sense. That's the same thing when you can drink enough water to demineralize yourself. So if you're drinking way, way, way too much water, you can run into problems from, like, not having enough iron in your diet, but it's a very easy thing to handle. That's one of the things when they tell you, like, to drink your, what is it, like 8 cups of water a day. That's actually a lot more water than most people need, but drinking a bit too much water is pretty benign. Like, you have to go to pretty extreme amounts of water before it becomes genuinely dangerous. You know, versus, like, drinking too little water is extremely dangerous. It's very easy to dehydrate yourself. Let's see, mind you, there are warning signs, but the guy has ignored them. Yeah. Well, it's really easy to be like, oh, it's just a stomach ache, it's not that bad. Oh, it's just a cramp, it's not that bad. Oh, it's just a little pain, it's not that bad. And those can often be your body's, like, you know, yellow to orange alert. It's also fascinating how certain pains can be like, oh, that pain? Yeah, you could just be a little gassy, or you could be having a heart attack. 50-50 on that one. Not really 50-50. Like, you hear the thing about you get a sharp pain in your chest, you take that crap seriously. And you do. But, you know, being a little gassy can also cause, well, not a little, being particularly gassy can also cause very sharp chest pains. That's pretty significantly gassy. But at the same time, it could also mean you're actively having a heart attack, or in serious danger of a heart attack. See, a lot of the 8 cups is because old people were drinking small cups, and using paracetamol. I don't know that particular medication. Another guy was drinking like 6 liters of Earl Grey a day and started getting sick. It turned out he was getting so much bergamot. I don't know what that is. He was getting light sensitive, so he's strongly advised to cut back. That's, you hear about, oh man, what are those people called? There was a group of people, were they in Kentucky? I'm probably getting the state wrong. That they had blue skin because they were eating silver. And it was like literally, the thing is with that, it's like literally it was starving their body for oxygen, which is why they were getting like the color pigmentation. Which again, you gotta be like, but why? Let's see. Bergamot is the plant that is used to, is usually added to tea leaves to make Earl Grey. Gotcha. Understood. So it is what takes it from tea to being Earl Grey tea. Resveratrol is the EQ... Ah, gotcha. Tylenol. I understand. Like different brand or naming or localization, whatever. I understand. You saw apparently nutmeg can cause hallucinations in extreme enough quantities. Well, that's, I believe poppy seeds can do the same thing. That poppy is technically hallucinogenic. It's just so mild. The amount of poppy you would need to get there, you know, your concern would be, again, like, rupture your stomach levels of poppy seeds. So it's just not a thing. That's what you made opium out of it? Yeah. Chemical name versus brand name. Gotcha. Makes sense. They don't? They make it out of latex? Sap. Oh, so you're saying it's not made out of the seeds, it's made out of the sap of poppy. If I could just have you tell me a little bit more about the processing of poppy into hallucinogenics, into this mic I have in this, you know, into this mic I have over here. Don't worry, I will certainly not be passing that recording on to anybody. Also, I'm just noticing the dog up here. Anyone else noticing the dog, like, up here in the corner, just doing circles? Living their best life, just right up there. I love that we have a sky dog, and now I understand why I couldn't find the dog sometimes. Oh, this is what you were doing, Airbud. You learned to go from just straight up jumping higher to just straight up going to full-on flight. So I think the way I'm dealing with this, I'm just shoving it in there. Trying to get the winch cable in an angle that's not going to be a problem. The good news is, low-key, when you need to shove, and you don't want your tractor to drive over it, the winch goes pretty close to the ground, and kind of works pretty okay as a scoop. You actually watched the thing about the blue skin folks of Kentucky eating silver, and that one theory was their blue skin was they had but the hematologist, that was one thing was but a hematologist actually got a hold of some of them to test, and they have a rare recessive trait in their genetic blood disorder that was maintained through inbreeding. Probably wouldn't have been a thing, except they lived very hard. They lived in a very hard-to-get-to holler, and the people around thought they were freaks and devil worshippers due to their blue-skinned and shunned them. Gotcha. Yeah, no, the thing I had been told was that it was, the silver had, like, messed with their blood, because it is a thing that if you get way too much silver, it can start causing your, you know, it could cause your skin to take a blue pigmentation. At least that was what I was told. Again, not a doctor. And those are the kinds of stories that can get away and not be true. Okay, so we've got stuff going on here. So we've got you topped off. How is all our stuff going? So the greenhouse is topped off in water. The quarry is topped off in water. You're basically good on logs. You don't want to try and go for the top off. You'll end up wasting wood. You're doing your thing, so I think we're good this in-game day. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep to advance the day. Yeah, no, they had limited options. That's, there's certain of the, when I say island, I'm not talking, like, Philippines, whatever. There's certain areas where you have, like, islands with people living on them, small town kind of thing, that also occurs. That it's a small community, and while you will go, like, a couple of generations far, it would be, you know, because you're in kind of a small area, it's very easy to not knowingly get into a relationship with a family member. And yeah, it leads to problems. It actually takes a pretty decent sized population to avoid those issues. Because it's really easy to accidentally be in a relationship with someone related to you when you're dealing with a population in the thousands. Meanwhile, it's like 200 grams of poppy seed to get a noticeable effect. So it's not the stomach bursting, but you ain't doing it on accident. It's like 2 to 3 full poppy cakes, or like 50 bread rolls topped with it. Yeah. It's not a normal amount of poppies. Okay. So, we can check the sawmill has another pallet ready. How many pallets do you have, Sig? Are you producing like pallets worth every day? Oh man, this thing outputs. Okay, so that's what we should know here. So the thing to note here is pretty much every single day, the stonemason gives me 8,000, and that's enough to have the entire outside there basically full. Meanwhile, the sawmill's gonna have like 1 or 2 pallets every day. So that does mean we're gonna check. Do we have a say? This is why we held off, chat. This is why we held off. Why pay full price when I can pay less than full price? I appreciate getting this discounted used. Was that... What's the... Oh, the grill covers on the front. We'll make that, the gray. Not quite that dark gray. That's not the right thing. You orange. You the next thing lighter gray. Think that's good. Design color. I'm assuming that's the back here. I don't... Make it green so I can tell. Okay, so that's the bumper and the trim there. We'll go ahead and make that the gray as well. That's fine. License plate. No license plate. It'd be funner if the color was random, so you paid full price for the options. Different or random, I said. So one thing that will happen is you will have options on here set on those. You don't always get the same base one. So you'll sometimes get the used vehicle and have 1 or 2 of the upgrades here. And I don't think I care about the crew cab. That'll actually make it more annoying to drive. So yeah. So instead of spending 67,000, we spent 39,000. That's the reasons often it's worth it if you're looking at your different equipment to wait until you're actively going to use it to buy it then. Now, because we bought it used, it is pretty badly damaged. But it's only 2,000 to repair it. And so now with this, my top speed is about 57. So delivering the planks and the random blocks and all that is going to go way better. I say as I'm probably going to immediately roll this thing. Alright. So that brings up what our next purchase is. Now, I do think it would be worth moving in the direction of making crops happen. We've got all of the production line for the castle stones, the sawmill, and all that kind of stuff going on. I don't really want to escalate the sawmill now. It could be something that might be worth doing, but the problem is if I escalate the sawmill, I'm going to probably have to get an actual proper logging stuff, so like something I can actually cut the trees up into, you know, logs that I can load into a trailer relatively easily, and then, you know, have an actual like lumber trailer to move around to take them to the main sawmill. I don't want to deal with any of that. I am suffering from a problem known as way too lazy. So I'd rather just stick with the little sawmill and we start pursuing going after the fishing stuff. And for the fishing stuff, let's see, eating colloidal silver can cause the blue skin in people. Some people think it's got health benefits, and then they take too much. Yeah, that checks out. Gotta go? No problem. You have a good one. So meanwhile, if we check on the sawmill, there we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop these here. You can race on down here and grab the stone. And we'll get that set up. So we're in a pretty good shape. So this has been a very productive day on the stream. We've made over $1 million. That's cool. We got this international truck. We did get rid of our low-end stuff that was worth about $100,000 for working the field. We got the stonemason place. We got the quarry. This is not the direction I'm supposed to be going. And thank you, Flinch Up, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and use it here, and that's 8 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Couldn't do it without all that support, and thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, so we did get basically 3 production lines, because we also got the greenhouse, we got the water tank. Where am I going? No, I was going the right way. I was grabbing the castle block. That's what I was grabbing. I wasn't grabbing the stone to put in the place to make the castle block. We're using the distribution for that. I was grabbing the castle block to take it up to the castle. As we go zipping through town at 50 plus miles per hour in a big old truck. I just made a mess of all this. Huh. So this is definitely really having an issue with this. It's fine. Rather than fight it, we'll just go. So yeah, that's not working out as well as I hoped. One thing I could do is pull the forklift over there to stack it up, but I don't think so. Yeah, it seemed like when it went to put these on here, it put them on cattywampus, and it didn't have enough space for it. Yeah, like you see, like it put both those ones in the back are kind of crooked, so it didn't want to stack on them, and it just basically threw its hands in the air. That's fine. I could fight with it, but we're just gonna zip up here real quick and deal with it. I was trying to remember if I make it like the big box truck, like what the difference in Storge, because I know there was a big box option, there was this one, and then there's a tipper. The tipper just does not have enough volume to justify its existence. But eventually we can go with the semi. The problem with the semi back is getting into a lot of places I need it. We'll ultimately get that eventually, but that's starting to talk like 150 plus thousand. More than likely I'll start getting that involved once we're to the point of having the other production lines starting to be online. Because I figure what we do is we start doing... Let's see, in real life tipper is normally better, but a few games get you tied down loads in them. Yeah. Let's go back down here. At some point, we're going to need some of the castle stone to put into the windmill. Because the windmill's where our flour is going to come from. But as far as our crop production line, we can start pursuing the oil production. That one I'm going to probably want the actual like oil production building, not the little 36 ones. Hey Reza, how's it going? We are building a castle. Is that breakfast? You love castles? Well, this map has, I guess, 1.5 of them. We're gonna make it 2, 1 1/4, 1 1/10. It has 1, and then more. The more is not in the best shape, which is why we have to rebuild it. Which, speaking of which, I didn't get it set up. I was gonna do it. I have some of the keys have started coming back for the dare drops. So what we'll probably do is, I think next stream, I'll start trying to pass out some of those keys, because that's what we're doing the dare drops for, is I'm getting a bunch of keys for the community. The castle's the big one. The castle gets me a full copy of the game with the year 1 pass to give out, which is pretty sweet. And I believe the fish stuff gives me a 1 year, sorry, not the 1 year, it gives me the base game plus this expansion. And then the other ones are for just individual DLCs. There we go. I was worried they were also thing. That is cool. A cool dare drop. Yeah, no, Farm Sim generally speaking does pretty good dare drops. There's some games that do dare drops that are like, if you do this big thing, we'll get back of the wheels, back of the wheels, back of the wheels. Planned. It's the new meta strategy for how you turn. It's not. It was actively slower. But we did manage to put it back in its wheels. We just need to remember that we are literally holding really big, heavy stones. So as we're taking these turns, maybe be a little less ambitious. I have rolled this specific vehicle more than any other vehicle in the game by a very large margin. Not necessarily because it's more prone to rolling than any other vehicle. It's just... it's able to go fast, and you can load a lot of weight on it, and that is not necessarily the most conducive combination to keeping something's wheels below it. Yeah, stack stuff like that real high? Oh, yeah. And I would say for these community build projects, I've probably used this truck more than anything else. Didn't look big from the angle either. From the ground, you see how high it's stacked. Oh yeah, no, it's stacked 1.5 height the vehicle. The stack on the ground would be taller than the vehicle. But it's also the fact that this truck can usually, when we're not going uphill, keep at speed, even with a particularly, like, you can usually load this thing up about as high as you can with even the heaviest stuff, and it can usually still manage top speed reasonably well as long as you're not going uphill. Which understandably means, you know, when you're carrying 30, 40 ton of brick or something on the back of this thing and you take a corner at speed, your car really is not motivated to change directions. Yeah, so this is the partial castle up here. We got a full castle. When I say full castle, it's a castle. It's not a big castle, but it's a castle way down there by the shore. And then you got this castle that is not doing great. But we're fixing it. That'd be another 8,000 bucks. Yeah, so it seems like we're probably making close to 20,000 a day or something. Yeah, it's a little bit of a fixer-upper. It was a good price. It's not a good price. I don't actually own it. But they are paying me to give it material to fix it up, so you know, that's good. The Scottish Rock It program. See what you did there. Whoa, get out of my lane. Wait, fishing? Yes. Fishing is stupid lucrative in this game. Like, broken levels of lucrative. We made $1 million today in game alone from fishing. Exactly 1 million. Precisely without section 1 million. By not keeping any of the fish. Keeping the fish, that's for suckers. I am curious if it continues to scale though. How many trash are we up to? 275. Ooh. I'm not gonna do it now because getting the last 25 trash to see if there's another milestone there is gonna take longer than I want to be up. Most fish do have scales, yes. Yeah, except the furry ones. Gotta watch out for the furry fish. Trash? Yeah, you fish up trash sometimes. It's extremely lucrative. It's literally exactly as lucrative as throwing back the fish. Did you miss Farm Sim 30? Nah, it's the expansion they added this, just this past week. Okay, so you're fine for today, you're fine for today. You could use a little bit more wood, and I can't do anything about you. Where's the tractor? Right here. So I'm gonna drag that chunk of tree into our, sawmill. Yeah, so this is the big problem with this area, is this fence is going to be just a pain. Can I actually delete a segment of fence? I didn't think about that. I can make myself... Here, let's test. Let's move a little ways away from the fence. Go to build. I don't want to delete the whole fence. I was going to make myself like a little opening right there. Seems to be a no. I'm hoping that'll go over and not just slam into it. It's looking like it's gonna slam, though. Might work if I grab it farther back, so when it hits the fence it wants to push up. Just a little bit forward of center. Because even if it turns sideways, then it might roll over. Do they use the terraforming tool to ramp it? No, not usually. At least I don't think so. I don't want to do that as well. I don't want to make the area look terrible. Like, just opening a gap in the fence would be fine. Yeah, that might actually work okay. Come on, roll up and over. You're right there, man. You're right there. It's definitely safe to take a cable like this and just maximize its tension by just yoinking it real hard. That's us thinking. So the other option here is I could get the winch tower thing and plunk it right here to lift it up and over the fence and then drop it and drag it on this side. That might be what I need to do to not fight this every time. I don't want to deal with that right now. Yeah, no, it is a weird one that I can't demo that fence. It could just be something that... Is there a delete fence tool? So I'm going to try something a little different. I'm going to try and grab it from the back here. With hopes, again, that we lift up the back. Like, we kind of pull it up and over. Not even close. Hooked on the branches? Oh, hey. I didn't see that laying there. I'll chuck you in here. Some branches do actually have collision. Not all of them. Some do and don't. You can tell if a branch has collision if I can saw the branch like this. That means the branch has collision. But some of the branches, you know, they're not really there kind of thing. So smaller tree branches usually don't, but really big trees do. That's why it's oh man, which was it? Elm? No, it was one of the American trees, one of the U.S. trees. There's one of the American trees that was utterly obnoxious to deal with because it was just a ton of branches everywhere that all had collision. So I think we trim that off. And there's one branch way back there. Yeah, the downside is you can't, like, pick up and move the mill. I'd have to destroy it and rebuild it on the other side. Which honestly wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea, but it would set me back a bit. So what I'd probably do is I'd build another mill on the other side, leave this mill until it runs out all of its material. There we go. They've overshot a little bit. Yeah, and I think people were right that it was probably the, what's that in the circle? The circle will be a windmill. It is one of the projects on the map. This one's interesting, though, because unlike past projects, this project you actually own. So I don't get paid when I drop materials off for it, but when it's done, it becomes effectively a grain mill that could turn stuff into flour. But I require more material, as well as some more Vespian gas. Okay, so all that's good. So we will go to sleep. Get more money. You're once again tempted to buy this game? Yeah, no, it's solid. And you didn't see, we now have fishing. Basically, the fishing mini game in it works kind of like Stardew Valley. It's not quite as good as Stardew Valley's. The hook is a little bit weightier, so it tends to drop a little on the fast side, in my opinion. I don't think it's bad or anything. Alright, so I don't have the money for any of that stuff that we care about. Because we're going to be looking at trying to snag pretty solid pieces of equipment. So let's see. So we are making our castle brick. That's fine. We have the stone happening there. We got this. Give me a moment. I'm just going to hit that button real quick. Alright. Let's grab the next round of castle block. And drop off to keep the castle going. And then what we'll probably do is, I think this will be the last delivery for this stream. Because it's getting late, I have gone a bit long for what I'm supposed to normally. I'm a little hour over. but I kind of just didn't want to stop where it's at. We'll check the status on the castle while we're up there. But yeah, no, the fishing in this like is extremely lucrative. Let's see, can you set the way it loads to keep it lower, or do you have to do it manually? So I believe I can adjust the autoloader. I think I can set it to do a layer at a time. Oh, they made autoloader work? That's one of the reasons you didn't want to buy the game yet, is you didn't know didn't want to do Forklift Simulator. Yeah, so I think I can't remember if I had to go to a mod website as opposed to directly to the game to get autoloader set up. I think you might be able to set it to load based on layer versus stack. So instead of putting like all the things in the one spot, it'll try and complete a full layer and then do the next one. I honestly might change it to that. Because yeah, the stack is a little dodgy for me. You can see the fact that every time I turn, that back wheel wants to really go into the air. But yeah, I also like this map a lot because we have elevation. Like, we are going up this, like, mountainous, hilly road or whatever. But it doesn't run into the problem that, like, Silver Run has, where it's, like, so mountainous it's hard to have a farm. They do a really good job about having elevation between areas, but the farms themselves are like, they're hilly, but they're flat enough you can actually farm them. Oh, thank you for kicking off the combo. I always get momentarily surprised when the combo goes off. It's like, what's that noise? What's happening? Well, thank you for those biddies. I do appreciate it. You just discovered it? Yeah, no, it's been, like, it's a new-ish feature. It's been around for a little while. It's basically a way of giving bits really quickly. So instead of, like, having to, like, type in, I want to drop 100 bits or whatever, you just, like, click on the little pretty picture and send a dino. Oh, hey, look. It's actually visible progress. We actually have a stone structure around that side. If this thing has 67 steps and we're already seeing that, I'm curious where this is going to go. Okay. So we do have enough castle stones. Oh, we're already on step 6. Okay, that helps. So we're already 10% done with the castle-ish. That's good. We already have enough castle stones in there to finish this step. It's actually looking that, like, while it is a lot of steps, they seem to be very quick steps. That we're getting almost one done, like, every other day or every day in-game. So that's at least good news, because that to me is going to be our big project for the Dare Drop thing, is getting that Joker done. But I mean, it's also giving me like $8,000-9,000 every single day from dropping off the brick. And thank you for the 15 biddies. I do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot. So yeah, we're just going to go down there. So yeah, that's looking good. Considering we only started that today on stream, and we're already 6 steps in out of 65. And that's not even like at the beginning, and nor has it been a big focus. We were just kind of... It's only been 3, 4 in-game days, 5 in-game days that we've been shipping the block up. Not even that. It's been 3 or 4 in-game days that we've been doing the block. And that's 8,000-9,000 every day, plus what we're getting from our greenhouse, plus the occasional addition of the planks and beams and all that. Okay. So that does mean, like, honestly, $8,000-9,000 every single day is actually pretty good money for this stage of the game. Because, like, normally I would be struggling with some little field that might pay me, like, $16,000 a year until I manage to get a production line, and then it starts to get, like, $30,000 or so. So I'm pretty content with that. Take that, Reliant Robin. Okay. And then for production lines and all that, yeah, so you'd end up wanting to top off the water, do all that stuff. And this is keeping almost even. I think it is ever so slightly bringing in more stone than it's using. but it's just like almost exactly even. So I do appreciate that the quarry and the stonemason on the map are basically paced to each other, where I'm not sitting here having the quarry just massively overproduce or this being starved and me have to build a bunch. Yep, so we're doing good, making the money. So what I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to hit save, because it is getting late, and I do need to be wrapping up, because I already have gone a bit over an hour longer than I normally do. So that said, I've been enjoying this a great deal. As a reminder, on the 14th, we'll be checking out the Planet Crafter has a new DLC called Toxicity, so we can enjoy having a planet that is basically the YouTube comments section, and we will terraform into something that isn't that. We do have the RimWorld Hot Potato starting on the 24th to the 30th, where we'll be raising money for Doctors Without Borders. My segment will be on the 28th, and all that good stuff. Some great clips today. Yeah, no, it's always good when you get some good clips. Really helps out with like me, putting stuff out there. Now, granted, certain games are more conducive to clips than others, and this one does relatively all right. But with that said, what is going to end up happening if you're watching over on YouTube? Don't forget to like and subscribe, but you're going to be going away because I don't have a host ready there. And with that said, for everyone over on Twitch, if you're not already following, don't forget to drop a follow on the channel. I'm going to make sure to actually quit so the game's not still running. But I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who we can